Good morning to you wherever you're watching from around the world. Welcome to another big day in European cricket. It's finals day here in Malta. We're at the Master Cricket Ground. Today we will decide who will be raising the trophy. It's our fourth ever series in Malta. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network. First, let's have a look back to yesterday and we'll see how the four teams that feature on finals day got here first. It was Bajiba Blasters who beat Malta Day in the first match of the day, holding Malta Day to 69 and then knocking over those runs with 11 balls to spare. Thanks to Maithani, who was pretty impressive. 34 off 20, just steadied the ship after a slight early jitter, losing the openers fairly cheaply. And Gautam Singh, unfortunately, didn't fire, but the captain did, and Rendanegi helping him along the way. It was after Sathi just kind of laboured for 36 off 33, batting through their innings for Malta Day. Let's have a look at the second quarterfinal. And it was the Masita Warriors, 115 over the Southern Crusaders, 88. Valiant effort from the Crusaders, but they just didn't have what it took to chase down the Warriors' score. Ajin Somar, well, he had such a good game for the Warriors, 41 off 16. And a nice late contribution from Tony Lewis as well, as the Warriors 115 was good enough to hold up. So we'll see the Warriors, and we'll certainly see them in a pretty interesting clash against Malta in the second semi-final. Let's have a look at the third quarter-final of the day. Sweet United. Well, this was the game that was a bit of a rematch of a quarter-final in June last year where Sweet United knocked over Malta, but this time there were no worries for the hosts as they restricted Sweet United to 71. Waka Afridi top scoring with 28, but nobody else getting into double figures. Malta knocking over the runs in the seventh over. Funya Magal was a bit slow to start, but came good, 51 on out of 25. And then the fourth quarter-final, well, it's the Index Knights against AUM. I thought this one was closer than you would think, but the Knights were just far too good, although they didn't have a great start to their batting innings, but they recovered to score 82, which is more or less a pass score, but we know they've got an above-par attack, and they certainly did the job. Bruce Paul had a great game with 18 not out, and also 3 for 12 of his 2 overs, as AUM, unfortunately, could only get 59 runs. So this is what we have for you today. We have the Edex Knights versus the Bajiba Blasters in the first semi-final. News from the toss that the Knights, they've won the toss and elected to bat first, so they'll be hoping to put a few more than they put on the board yesterday and then defend them. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo. Joining me in the commentary box is Rico Full. And yeah, Rico, we had a few concerns about the weather, but it's actually turned out looking really, really nice for the first ball of the day. And yeah, the Knights, they'll be out there and they'll be hoping that they can put a big score on the board.
Bonjour, Vinny. Bonjour to everybody. Yes, a very good morning. And yeah, you're absolutely right. The sun is out at the moment. Though a fair bit of cloud cover. There was some rain overnight and early this morning. But at the moment, the good news is that well, the teams are on the way out, and led by the umpires for this one, Andy Nowdy and Lee Tuck. And you can see the Knights. It's going to be Samuel Stanislaus and Basil George to open the batting. Both these two are well known, renowned batters here in Malta. Scored loads of runs between themselves. Both have featured for the national team, but yesterday they didn't really click, and they were relying on one or two other performers to come in to help them get to a score. And it was the Knights that were just too strong once again in the field for AUM. So though AUM restricted them to 82, the Knights winning by 23, just restricting AUM to 59, but they'll be hoping to get going in this one. It's not usual that you will see both of these batters fail on 2 days on the trot, so let's see how this goes. The Blasters, they're a team similar to the Knights that have performed well as a team. They've been a good unit together. They've been led well by their captain, Gurav Matani. He's the man that you see doing the warming up behind the stumps, wicketkeeper. Both wicketkeepers are the captains for these two sides. I mean, Dilip will probably be coming in around number 3. Here we go. First ball of the day. Sahan Singh to bowl it. And just gently played out onto the offside. Fielders are going to have to be just a little bit careful out there first thing in the morning. The outfield will be wet. And just going to have to watch their footing. It won't be difficult as well with the catching of the ball. But, you've noticed that the bowlers probably won't be bowling from the normal run-ups as well. It's not something that the Blasters will have an issue with. Most of their bowlers, I mean, they just they trudge in and try and get the ball wicket to wicket. That one just goes a little bit down the leg side.
Yeah, I mean, certainly they'll be hoping for a better start than yesterday, these two. And yeah, Basil George was actually run out in the quarterfinals without even facing a ball. So, does face one here, hopefully a legal one.
He goes after this one and, well, gets it over the fielder. But I get the feeling here that Kohard says he doesn't pick this up at all. I thought this was a chance. He doesn't hit it cleanly. And Basil thinks he's going to be got. Well,
yeah, he does.
He's taking evasive action here. He thinks his ball's going to clock him on the head.
Well,
that's catchable.
If you told me an hour ago that in the first over a catch wouldn't be attempted because the sun would be in someone's eyes, I'd say you are absolutely crazy, because we've had thunderstorms overnight. We've had even storms this morning. But that was a moment for Gohard that he'll want to forget, really, because it was an opportunity to really get rid of George if he could see it.
They could have got George for 0 again off first ball. It could have been 2 golden ducks for him. And as it is, Kohard loses the ball, goes over him, goes through a boundary. So that's the first runs, the first boundary in runs, as you just see there. Unfortunately, just as we see that ball being bowled, the rain starts to fall again.
Still, yeah, plenty of blue sky, but yeah, this is going to be just a persistent annoyance today, I think. It doesn't hit this, otherwise it wouldn't have been a wide. This is a wide. Yeah, so just to fill you in on the forecast today, forecast is for some thunderstorms to kind of come and go. Right now we've got a fair bit of sunshine, which is good. Expecting maximum temperature of 23. Currently it's 18 degrees. Another wide down the leg side. Yeah, but overnight, Rico, certainly had a fair bit of rain, but this ground holds it pretty well to a point. And yeah, we were able to get on despite the fact we had a fairly heavy shower, only about maybe 30-40 minutes before the first ball.
Yeah. You see, though, the issues for Singh at the moment, just gripping hold of this ball. Can't get it to go where he wants it. This is another one. It's going to be down the leg side. So more wides than Suhan. Normally, I mean, this is goes to show just how difficult the conditions are here at the moment, because Suhan usually has been pretty good. He bowls good wicket-to-wicket line. But here, he just can't get the ball to go in a straight line. Goes back to his mark, 10 off the over already, and only 2 legal deliveries being bowled. That's a bit better. Now George just fends this back down. Yeah, Basil George, well, that could have been an absolute nightmare for him, and it would have been a dream start for the Blasters if they got George there. But Kohard, well, it's quite interesting. He doesn't take the catch. He doesn't attempt the catch because he's blinded by the sun, and then literally seconds later, it starts to chuck it down with rain. So it gets played out, and they will take the single as that rain comes again. I get a feeling with this, the shower again here, the sun is also out. Pretty soon we're going to see quite an amazing rainbow, because it's basically showers at the moment, and the sun is out as well. I've never seen a sky like it. Half of the sky is blue, the other half full of cloud and rain. This one just gets pushed outside. The off, they'll take a single. Basil will go back on strike. So Sohan looks like he's getting a grip of that ball here now. But you see, the thing is that every time the batters play the ball along the deck, he's going to come back heavy and wet and slippery. Sohan again, and that's why this is a full toss, and this has been absolutely mullered. It will go all the way. Balle, balle, balle. Quina zona shaka lag gaya. Eso es una grande. Que guay, que genial. Eso es una cita. 6 runs. The first maximo of the innings.
Yeah.
Basil George, after given a chance, is now making amends.
That's exactly what he can do as well. He is so powerful. And watch out, because Basil's about. It's 18 for no loss after the first over. A bit of a wayward one, really, you'd have to say, for the Blasters.
Yeah, I mean, just look at that picture. You wouldn't think, looking at those clouds, that we've had all this rain. But it looks nice, it looks sunny, it looks blue. But believe it or not, look, it's also raining. I'm telling you, I haven't seen anything quite like this.
Yeah.
It's
crazy.
Incredible. And it's actually very heavy there at the moment. I mean, just look, that shot there now you're seeing, folks. you don't see the rain.
Yeah.
You go to the side view, it is hammering it down. And they're not going to be very comfortable out there for the fielding side at all. You see the rag being used constantly to dry the ball, but really soon those rags are going to be pretty wet as well. And well, the bowlers are just going to have to accept the fact that they're going to have to try and do it with a wet ball.
Yeah, with so much sun around, you wouldn't think they'd come off even if the rain's heavy, because you say, well, they can't stick around, surely.
In the air, chance. And Matani will take it. So they do get Basil, and look at that, they're absolutely pumped. And well, maybe they do want to stay out there at the moment. They've got rid of Basil George, but Basil did hit one big six and one fortuitous boundary for 4. But I tell you one man who's pretty happy about that, that's Kohard. Kohard drops him on 0. Basil only punishes him by scoring a further 11 runs, so that's a good wicket to get. So once again, Basil George, he doesn't perform, and he goes for 11. And that was the 5th delivery that he faces, and a straightforward catch by the captain of the Blasters, Gurab Matani.
Yeah, it's a funny one. I mean, you wouldn't really call it a drop even from Kohard, because he didn't attempt it, but yeah, Basil loads up, just missed times, straight away he's gone. And Matani, well, he's solid, isn't he, behind the stump, so there's no way he was going to miss this. And yeah, big high five coming in. It was a dangerous looking high five, to be honest, from Devendra Negi. But here's the first wicket of the day, 19 for 1. And here's the captain, Avinash Dilip, who comes to the crease number 3.
Yeah, nicely done. You see the back of Basil George. And the new batter will be the captain. He takes guard. He too yesterday wasn't really able to get going. And none of the top 3 fired. So at the moment, the Blasters, they'll be happy with this start. I mean, okay, 18 did come off the first over, but lose 18, be 19 for 1, and have Basil George back sat in the dugout. Yeah, you'll take that. Good bit of swing here for Devendra Negi. He's the one who's made things happen for his side, Devendra. He has been spot on with the bowling. 13 wickets he's taken in the series, so he's right up there as the leading wicket taker. We'll make that 14 with that one he's taken.
Been consistently good. That's the thing with Negi. Rarely bowled a bad over. Dilip gets to score.
And this hit in the air. Once again, that's Kohard this time. No issues with the sun. Shouts of catch. I mean, he did hit it up-ish.
Yeah, it was a bit of a nervy one. I mean, the thing is, the Knights, they've been so good at defending, and yeah, they don't even need that many runs. Dilip just flicks this away to the leg side, and will be handled out there. That's Narendra Negi. I'm sure will feature with the bat in the second half of this game. Yeah, at the moment, the Blasters, I mean, they're underdogs. I think we've got a clear case today, I think, of 2 favourites, whereas yesterday I think a lot of games were toss-ups. But yeah, the Knights and Masters would be favoured to go to the final. But tell that to the Blasters and the Warriors, because they know that they've played some good cricket. They earned their place on finals day.
A bit too wide here from Negi, that one. Will be called a wide. I don't think it was the best of ideas there from the wicket-keeper captain to roll the ball back to Devendra Negi. I think in these situations when it's wet like that, you've got to try and get the ball up in the air. Negi gets that one right in the block and do the fielding himself.
It's been the end of the over. So 22 for 1 after 2. As we look at some of the top performers for these 2 teams, you can see Basil George and Stanislaus, no surprises. They are top of the tree for the Knights, and Dilip in 3rd place. So the top 3 are the top 3 for the Knights. As far as the bowling efforts of the Blasters, you mentioned Negi and Devendra Negi, how good he has been. So he has 13 wickets, as you said. With the batting, I mean, that's where they probably don't have as much depth, I think, the Blasters compared to the Knights. I've got Maitani leading run scorer with 173, Narendra Negi with 136, and then 3rd, you go all the way down to Gautam Singh, 62. So at the moment, there's some nice looking clouds out there, but yeah, today, I think it's going to be one of those days where there's always that persistent threat. Let's go to the next over, and it's going to be Shiv Singh, and he gets driven away. This will test the outfield, and wow, oh, that could have been nasty. As it is, it'll be 4. Yes, Ajay Kumar went after it. He tries to put the foot on it. Don't know if this was the smartest idea, but still, just shows you, despite the amount of rain that's fallen on this field overnight, still running away pretty nicely for the batter.
Yeah, I mean, that could have been nasty. You don't want to be trying to stop the ball with your foot like that.
Yeah, in a regular day, I wouldn't advise it, especially not on a day like today.
He'll take the single, clever batting. Rotating the strike here now, and Stanislaus will know that his role now in setting a good target becomes pretty key. George is gone. He'll be hoping that his captain, Evan Leap, can stay there with him as well.
So I'll say big hello to everyone in the chat as well. He said European Cricket Network. This one sneaks past Delete. Yeah, I know that a few people are quite excited for the T20 World Cup game as well today. I know Keanu's actually there. I think he's at the SCG. England Sri Lanka game this morning will determine whether it's England or Australia. I think they go through to the semi-finals. It should be an interesting one.
This is into the body of the captain. He tries to work this away through the square leg area. But not able to get a good amount of bat onto it. So slices it to the fielder. No run.
And Shiv just nags away, doesn't he?
This time a little bit short and gets worked away. Fielder, not the best of throws, to be honest. Just wants to pick it up and get it in to the keeper, but it ends up rolling all along the deck to the annoyance of the bowler, who's going to now try and get the ball back dry again. But that's one thing that we should notice today, it is, with that ball getting wet and heavy, that it's going to be difficult to get it away.
Yeah, it's going to be hard to hit it further for sure.
Asking the question, the umpire remains unmoved. The batter, oh wow, hang on a minute. He takes a long time here, does Andy Nowdy, and now gives the wicket. I mean, it must have been from the reaction of the batter. He doesn't think he's anywhere near this, doesn't even look behind. And well,
whether there's a little scratch on the bottom of the bat, and it's interesting, he takes a long time. I actually don't mind umpires taking a long time. It's very close to the bottom of the bat. So he thinks. He continues to think and then says, you know what, I think that's out.
I don't know what he does with his left hand, because before he gives the wicket, I think that's his counter. Does something with his counter and then says, yeah, I'm going to give it what he is.
I think they wanted to check if it's a bump ball or not. Potentially. That's the only reason I'd see it given out a second time.
Yeah.
Or he wanted to make sure it was caught, but it didn't seem an issue to do with that. But yeah, it was an interesting one. I mean, it certainly was pretty close to the bottom of the bat. You see maybe a little deflection back. Keeper definitely likes it straight away. There was some sort of question in Andy Nowdy's mind. He gives it out eventually. Like I said, I don't mind umpires taking their time. Sometimes it can just take a few seconds for you to process it, take it all in. And again, we don't really get the audio, so we can't tell what the noise was when it went past the bat, or if there was a noise. It will be the end of the power play and a pretty handy wicket to finish it. It's 28 for 2 after 3 overs.
Yeah, that's a big wicket, isn't it? I mean, that's really got to be umpire's call. We couldn't really see anything there at all, but the umpire, I think the only thing that Andy Nowdy wasn't sure about, and you could see him discussing that with Lee Tuck, was he wasn't sure if the ball went straight to the keeper or was bumped first. That's all he wanted to check. And then once he got that clear in his mind, he thought, yeah, it's out. There was a snick as far as he's concerned.
It does go off the bottom of the bat, but it's a little scratch. It doesn't actually hit the ground. It's a good ball from Cohard, isn't it?
Yeah, Cohard. Yeah, just look, 18 came off the first. And now you can see that from the last 2 overs, just 10 overs. So this is where I think the Blasters have been so good. Bajiba is an area here in Malta. They don't try and do too much with the ball, and I think this is where these conditions will suit them, because they're not going to be any disadvantage to them, Vinny, with their bowling, because none of their bowlers sort of run onto the artificial off the pitch. They all start on the pitch, so basically there's nothing new to them. They're just a couple of steps and bowling at the stumps.
That's the thing.
Whereas some of the other teams are going to find it difficult, because, for example, the Knights, you've got a number of bowlers there, like Matthew, like Nitin Babu, who start their run-ups from off the mat. So they're going to find it a bit tricky. Bajiba Blasters they're just doing what they've done all the time.
Yeah, and look, I think this is one thing I like about this strip in Malta here, that actually it does extend a bit longer than most pitches that we see. So it does give the keeper and the bowler a bit more surety of the footing. So if you look at where the keeper starts, he's actually on the surface. Let's have a look at this one. It's called for height. I think it's fair enough. Looks waist high to me, Rico.
Yeah, it's a good call, and liking that from the umpires as well. Calling it early. Howdy, that's square. Calls a no ball. The lead tuck. Now gives the signal, and well, it's not quite the outcome that they wanted, but I think this will go. Gets giving us runs, so gets a little bat on this,
Yeah.
4 runs.
Definitely a little edge on this. It was a free hit, so it wouldn't have been out regardless. Matani gets close, but doesn't quite get there, so bit of fortune for the Knights there, getting the boundary off the free hit through the way of the old French cut. Yeah, what I was saying though, that, you know, if it does rain, if the field is a bit wet, the run-ups and the keeper's area isn't so much a concern as some other places that we go. This is up in the air.
And the catch goes down. And disappointment once again. And that's a big moment. That one goes high up in the air, and it's Ajay Kumar who's looking to try and catch it. And it should be straightforward, but he's side on. And I don't think he gets it clean into his hands, onto the chest. Goes down. Big moment.
Yeah, it really is.
They'll take a single with this one. So, yeah, you see there. Captain. Kevin Ash being dropped. Being dropped on 7. So, keep an eye on that one for later, because that could be key. I mean, little moments like that are the ones that could hurt you. Remember, early on it was Basil who was given a chance, but he didn't hurt him too much. As once again we have a look at this strange weather out there. Combination of sun, showers and cloud and blue skies is it's very weird.
Look, if we get lucky, you know, it might still miss us. I know there's more thunderstorms around, but yeah, we've got a mixture of dark clouds and blue sky out there. But the good news is, players out there, and that's what we want to see. Getting worked pretty hard over the last 2 weeks here in Malta. You want to have the conclusion. I know we had finals day and final series issues last year with the weather, and we were here in December. As it is, so it's been a good fight back. When you consider 18 runs were first over, just 20 off the last 3.
Just play that into the offside, and I think the Blasters are quite happy for these balls to be just singles. They know that they just can keep the ball wicket to wicket. Maybe create a mistake from the batters. But the batting side are the ones that got to try and get a push on here. They go back to Sohan Singh. He was the one who went for 18 of his first. This one is hit high up in the air, and it will go to the boundary. So nice shot. A little bit too short, and gets on this pretty quickly. Does the captain. It doesn't quite get the middle of the bat, but still it's enough to send it away.
Yeah, it'll do. Again, another boundary behind the wicket. It's not the first one we've seen. So delete. Can he cash in on that error? We saw him dropped a moment ago. Sohan would love to break through. Babu's another one. He stuck around yesterday. Couldn't really get going.
Better delivery from Sohan. He's the one who's been having a few issues. You can hear that the Knights, every time there's a run taken, a lot of applause. I think there again, Knights, we've seen them in the field. They've defended so well. And once again, they'll be believing that if they can get themselves 80 plus here, that they'll be in the house. This one's been absolutely laced, and it goes all the way. Boom. Shakal again. Nitin Babu plays a shot. We've seen him play a few times. Plays this one so well. And once again, as we said, the ball is going to be heavy. It's not going to fly through the air as we expect it to, but still it gets enough of that. 6 runs.
Yeah, really good shot. Also brings up the 50 for the Knights before the halfway mark, so they're on track for something over 100. That'll take some chasing. Babu, can he be on today? Very powerful striker of the cricket ball.
And he plays this one out on the offside, and once again more applause from his teammates. Seem to be applauding every run that's being scored at the moment. I think they sense that this is a very much a key partnership. To remember, they've still got the likes of one or two others that can come in, like Boss Paul, for example, and Pulley O'Reilly. They can still hit the ball pretty big. So these two just getting a partnership going again, just laying a foundation for the likes of Nias Pulley O'Reilly, who can come in and really hit the ball big. This is where we are. So
yeah, 52 for 2 after 5 overs, and yeah, Knights versus Blasters, and Massa versus the Warriors, and you can see that two teams. I think they're clear favourites here, and two underdogs. But we know it's T10, and anything can happen. And well, they'll have a bronze final later on, and then the final coming up. So each team will be guaranteed 2 matches today. And also we got this, don't we? We got the ECI and Germany having a couple of good wins yesterday over Italy, even though they were long-ranked teams. That's really handy for Germany. Today, though, we'll see Spain for the first time, and that's coming up in just over an hour's time.
yeah, looking forward to that. We'll see all the 3 teams in action: Spain versus Italy, and then Spain, Germany as well. Oh, well, this one, I think this comes off. Does it come off the bat and then onto the shoulder or the side of the helmet there of Avinash Dilip? It really does come off the pitch pretty quickly. Let's have a look at this. Yeah, it does hit him on the side of the grill.
Yeah, it does. Well, let's just be very thankful that he's wearing the helmet, though. Yeah, I think Babu gets hit as well.
Yeah, direct hit. I think he would have been gone there, you know, Babu. So, Dobal. It's a good start. Wicket to wicket bowling. Batters just play this out. And once again, you can see that at the moment, the Blasters, they seem to be quite happy not to have the fielders in too close. Singles don't seem to be bothering them. They're quite happy for the Knights to take those easy singles. To be honest, I wouldn't be. I know the Knights, they can defend and defend well. I'll still be trying to contain them. Nicely guided away. The chase is on, but you see that gives you an idea of how this outfield has slowed down because of the overnight rain. Rained early this morning, and as you've seen, folks, still a bit of rain on and off here today, so the outfield will be a lot slower. Something like that from Avinash Dilip any other day would have gone to the boundary.
Yeah, I think you're right. Certainly has slowed down a bit. Still have seen a couple of 4s rolling. This one's hit leg side, which should just be the single. So yeah, after the loss of the openers, these two really have picked up the pieces, and they're really looking decent in this innings. And if they stay there, I think that 100 is a distinct possibility, maybe more.
The rest of the not bad over so far. 2 balls to go, just a 5 from it. Yeah, tries to hit this away big, but doesn't really get a good piece of it. In comes the throw. He has to rush to get back, but he does. So takes another single. So good from Dobal. Can he finish well, though? That's the main thing. That's what his captain will be wanting. So come on, finish it off now. And he does finish it well. A very, very good over under pressure. Keeps it nice and tidy. And the score 58 at the end of the 6 over mark. So the game just under the 10. Thing is, they've got wickets in hand, so fine time now to really get the acceleration in.
Yeah, for sure. 6 over check-in time. Yeah, 10's get them to 98. I think they want the 100. It wouldn't surprise me if Babu's there, if they get it too. It's just been a little bit off. I think one of the things yesterday, he kept trying to hit everything inside out, and they actually bowled into his body and crabbed him, and he didn't deal with it that well. But when he does hit them, they go a long way. Shiv Singh is that kind of bowler as well. He'll just try and sneak the ball in to Babu. He doesn't often like to hit across the line. He's more of a straight bat player. So here we go with over number 7.
Starts with a big wide. This one just doesn't come out of the hand quite at all from Shiv Singh.
Yeah, Shiv goes the wide one that time.
Hits this well, but once again, to the fielder. And Ravi Pal there doing the fielding. Hasn't he been good? Ravi Pal, I think he's taken anything that's come his way. Great catcher of the ball.
They've got good fielders down the ground, don't they, in Ravi Pal and Pavan Kalyan.
Yeah, big hoik at this one. That one's going nowhere. So a big shout out to a lot of our viewers, a lot of people on the chat from the UK. How's it in the UK, folks? Hope it's good. I mean, it is a big day today, isn't it? Bonfire Day, also known as Guy Fawkes. I hope you're going to get a good weather for it. This one has been hit hard and high. Fielder gets under it, and there we go. We just said they've got good fielders back there, and that's Kalyan. And he just takes another catch, and you don't see him drop too many. The great fielder. Mind you, I did put the curse on him yesterday when he did drop one. But he's had not a bad record so far. I think he's taken about 12 catches now, and he put one down. And when it goes in that zone to him, he's got such a good technique. Takes a catch, and that's another one that bites the dust. They needed to break that partnership to do. Just get the feeling, though, that I think both the batters there, including the captain, Dilip, probably decided, right, now's the time for us to go for it, because you have got Pulariel who can come in now. I wonder if it is he who comes in, because if he gets going, he can smash the ball big.
Yeah, that's true. But Kalyan, maybe that's his one drop for the year yesterday, because he's been very, very solid. So he takes it and puts it through the turf pretty much. Anyway, Pulariel, see what he can do. Oh, that would have been gone. He went full stretch there, Maitani. And now we have an appeal.
Direct hit. I think he may have just got the bat down. I mean, the batter, Nitin, is saying, no way. What do you reckon? I want to see this again. First of all, that would have been gone. It would have been a great catch. Just wasn't able to hold on to it. Now, watch this. Was the bat down? Looks like it does
down.
From that angle.
I think it's not out.
See from the other angle here. I think he does just get the bat down.
I think he's just not out.
Yeah, he gets the bat down. That's fine. But once again, very, very close. And Nitin, you can see he was 100% sure he was in.
That would have been such a good catch, though. Would have been such a good catch. Maitani does everything but catch it. He gets there, it's a hard one because you're almost having to lay your glove flat on the ground. It's so low. But you're lucky on a couple of accounts. Both players get a close call on that delivery. Still, it's been a good spell, hasn't it? From Shiv Singh.
Bowled very well, hasn't he? This one hits the toe end of the bat, and fielders between themselves to sort it out. The batters will get two, though. So Nitin keeps going. We've seen him hit one ball out of the park, but other than that, he has struggled a little. It's just that 1-6, the only boundary that he's got to his name. But in fairness, they haven't really bowled it there to him.
Yeah,
bowled
true.
well to him. Once again, it's high up in the air, but at the toe end, and there's the same field having problems trying to catch the ball. It just hasn't been on song, has he? Ajay Kumar. It's another opportunity that gets missed.
He'll grab a couple. So 7 overs down, 65 for 5. Very good spell by Shiv Singh. I suppose it's a teaser. Let's have a look at the Crickathon question of the day. So it's very, very simple. Which team will win the ECS Malta 2022? So congratulations, yesterday's winner, Anurag Sharma from India. And it's reminded, no matter where you are in the world, you can go to crickathon.com to participate. And big thank you to HCL Software for backing the Crickathon. Which team will win? There's 4 choices.
Yeah.
There's 4 teams still in it.
That's right. Which one will win? So congratulations to Sharma from India yesterday. He was yesterday's winner. So let us know what you think. Let us know what you think on the chat as well. Who do you think will go on to win? 65 for 3. 18 deliveries to go. So on course to get to that 80 plus score. Maybe with a good over in somewhere along the line, they can be pushing on between 95 to 100. Oh, that's a beaut. Absolute beaut. What a corker of a delivery this is from Suresh Dobal. Well, he does him with a corker. That is such a good delivery. And the batter, well, he thinks he's got everything covered here. That's Pulariel, but he doesn't. And he has to go, unfortunately, cheaply again. What a good delivery that is.
Yeah, I mean, he's just trying to keep it out. He's literally just trying to get bat on ball, and he can't. Dobal gets it right. There's one thing if the guy's swinging away and okay, then you hit the stumps, but this is one where it just beats him all ends up. Angles in, slight movement away, top of off stump. That is brilliant bowling by Suresh Dobal. And so Pulariel, well, gets the ball with his name on. He's got to go. He's the fourth wicket to fall. 65 for 4.
Yeah, Boss Paul now comes in. He had to play a very important role for his side yesterday in that quarter-final against AUM. And when they were in a worse position than this, he came out and scored a valuable 18 of 13. So he's somebody that can get them going and get them to this score that they're looking for as this one gets played away. They think about 2, they're going to take it on. In comes the throw, and they will get there. There's no 2. There should never be a 2 here. And that's where I think that Guru Matani, he's just been a little bit over-defensive with his field.
Remember, post Paul earlier in the week, he was running on one leg. I don't know what happened to him. They had the Mr. Miyagi treatment from just Matthew.
Yeah.
And suddenly he's running faster than he's ever run in his life.
They do make a slight adjustment to the field here now then, and maybe they overcompensate here now and get somebody in too close. Let's wait and see how that works for the Bujiba Blasters. Here comes Dobal once more. Good delivery again. Teasing delivery, takes the pace of it. Just gets that floating in to the middle stump. But well played. Single taken by Paul. And now really, I think Nitin Babu, with time running out there in the middle, has got to start to see if he can find his range again and hit a few more boundaries. And he goes for this one. He gives it a fair clonk. And this will go all the way. Balle, balle, balle. Brrrr. Kinna sona shaka lagya.
Well, that man's still there, and he is ready to launch. He has been for a while. He's just got long legs and long arms, doesn't he? He's a pretty tall guy, so he stretches, and he gets that one pretty close to the middle.
Yeah, good comeback, though. He doesn't pitch it up. Just holds this one back. Short of a length. He gets through Babu. So, as we see, glorious sunshine once again caress this beautiful Malta International Cricket Ground. Very, very unusual weather conditions here. This one's been hit pretty hard and will stay hit. Well, he gives this everything, doesn't he? He rocks back, crunches it. Nice shot from Nitin, because he's sometimes a little bit too predictable. But this is nice because this time he stands his ground. He doesn't move towards the leg stick, stays firm and pulls it. Good shot, 4 runs.
Yeah, really good shot. But you've got to say it wasn't a very good ball from Dobal, who came up with a corker first ball of the over. That one wasn't a good one. And powerfully struck square of the wicket. Good shot selection.
There he goes down the ground straight. Needs some stopping. Well, he gets very lucky. That's Kalyan. Now gets the throw in. And it works out to be, well, good over on 2 fronts. Good over there to get the wicket earlier for Pulariel. But a good one also for the Knights. They get a fair number of runs off Suresh Dobal.
That's an interesting one because it might have been a 7-ball over, in which case those runs won't count. They'll take it off. I'm just waiting to get confirmation. But yeah, we'll just have a look, because this could be the first time this actually happened. Because, okay, we had a wicket off the first ball. But yeah, if there is a 7-ball over, the playing condition now is that the additional delivery or deliveries are pretty much struck from the record. So that last
couple,
that last was 2, right? So that 2 basically comes off, which I think it makes sense really, because in such a short game you want to make sure the correct amount of deliveries are bowled. So that was just an error on the umpire's part, but it's one that we can fix essentially. So I've got 78 for 4 after 8 overs.
Yeah. And listen, while they're sorting that out, I want to give a big shout out to Virat Kohli. I know that he tunes in from time to time. It's his birthday today. So happy birthday to Virat Kohli. 34 today. But,
is that right? I still remember him when he was super young in the first IPL.
And listen, 34 for me is still young, as this one is blasted out of here. Shaba, Shaba, Kinna Sona, Shaka Lagya, que grande. Eso es una golpe grande. Eso es una 6.
Well, the 2 never happened, but the 6 did. And Boris Paul, he's having a really good final series, isn't he? So, go ahead, rocks in, and he gets rocked out of the ground.
Good comeback with the Yorker delivery, but again, Boss Paul showing his class and showing that he's an experienced player. That's played some good cricket. He's able to dig this one out and takes a single.
Yeah, it was a really good reply from Gohard.
So already, I think, the Knights had a score which they'll believe they'll be able to defend. Goes for another one down the ground, and he gets it. Qué guay, qué genial, qué grande. Una cita más. Manos arriba, árbitro, porque eso es una cita. 6 más.
Yeah, it's a good shot. It takes on the fielder and wins. Up into the 90s. Knights looking dangerous. And look, again, they've done it without their openers firing. I think that's a really good sign. Knights have never won an ECN trophy. And if they get 100 plus on the board, they'll have 1 foot in the final, I think.
Hard. He gets that York length. Always a good ball, this one, to some of that Nitin Babu. If you can angle that Yorker into him, because you know he's always backing away, so he's not going to be able to turn it into a full toss. But still, look, take nothing away from Nitin Babu. He was going around about run a ball, but now he seems to have accelerated right on Q3 side.
Yeah, he's in. This is Boss Paul, though.
And Boss Paul, when he goes for the big one, you can see where he's eyeing up, but he loses his stumps. But they jugged it there. Good delivery from Gohard once again. Gets the length right, gets it right up there, and he knocks the castle over. And Boss Paul, well, you can see where he wanted it to go, but that's not where he went. It's Timber. As Dundee chugged it there, and Boss Paul will have to go. But once again, a valuable contribution from him.
Yeah, Boss does his bit, doesn't he? He gets 10 off 5, but yeah, gets bowled, and so Gohard gets it on the target. And so, see another batter come to the crease for the Knights, and this is Manoj Panika who will face the last ball of the 9th over.
Well, no need to panic. Plenty of runs on the board. 92. So what can Panika do here? Left-hander. Well, he can lose his wicket. He's going to go. Well, that is a boogie, oogie, oogie, kookaburra 5-ball as he knocked them over. So, Panika, he was panicking. And when you panic, this is what happens. You get done with the first baller. So, it's a good day for good day for ducks. Plenty of water out there, and Panika, he's going to have to go. He is the first duck of the day, and he's going to have a bit of a splash around.
It's a good comeback by Gohard. That over goes 6-1, 6-1, wicket, wicket. And he won't get the chance for his hat trick because that is the end of his spell. It's also the end of the 9th over. 92 for 6. So, yeah, I mean, 100 on the board. If the Knights could do that, it looks like it's heading that way. I think their bowling attack, unless they have a really off day, they're very tough to handle. You've got disciplined bowlers, you've got bowlers that can move the ball around. You've got someone like Nitin Babu who can get a lot of bounce. But again, slightly different conditions. It's wetter conditions. Let's see if it changes how they play. But the 10th overtime coming up, and it's going to be Devendra Negi to finish things off for the Blasters.
Yeah, Negi is bowled so well, and he's going to get another really good catch. This from Gaurav Mathani, the captain of the Blasters. You can see he's going. He's following the direction and the angle of the ball. He's going one way, and then he sees it deviate the other. He keeps his eye on it, keeps his balance, keeps his shape, gets a good dive in, and he takes this one. And Devendra Negi, well, his wicket count keeps on going up. That's another one. That's 15 scalps for him now, and by far the leading wicket taker in the series so far. Hasn't he bowled well for his team? Just trying to keep that score to under 100 if you can get a good tidy over in here, and that would give the Blasters some encouragement, but they're going to have to bat well. Negi now to Ramison, who comes out. Oh, well, this one, what's this come off, bat or pad?
I don't know.
See what the umpire signals.
My instinct was pad.
Yeah, pad.
It did go late, but yeah.
It was almost a sensational take. It just goes under the glove of Matani here this time.
It doesn't quite carry, regardless. It's what made it a tough take.
Umpire signalled. And, Ooh, this one is gone. There's another good delivery, and Nagy just keeps on racking them up. That's 3 wickets for him. This one, look at those figures. He's taken 3 now, just conceded 4 runs. Number 16 keeps coming up. He goes for the big hit. And the man with all the 6s on his back, Gigan George, well, he's going to have a big 0 in the scorebook as well. He's going to be joining his friend out there, Panica, because he's another duck.
Running out of resources. That's a pretty good effort if they can keep this under 100, because it was looking pretty certain that they would get there at the end of 9. But very good over this. I mean, we're halfway through it. There's only been a single run. That was a leg by in this over. It's gone wicket, leg by wicket. And here is Justin Sharjee coming in pretty low. He can bat.
He's running, and where's this ended up? They're going to get 2. As Galan throws it back in, and it hits Sharjee. You can see Devendra Nagy. This is one thing that the Maltese players have to practice. How many times, Vinny, have we seen this? From close range, they have a shot and miss.
Not just here. I mean, he has to throw. And it certainly gets in your head that you shouldn't be missing from there. And that can just pull your throw a little bit. Ends up costing him 2.
Looked away. They'll be looking for 2 again, will they? They do. In comes the throw. It should be out here if it's taken well, and it is. It's a good take, this, from Guru Matani. It wasn't the easiest throws to have to deal with, but he deals with it well.
Yeah, it does. Worth going for it, though, I think, at this stage. Force the throw. But Matani, he handles it very well. Low down. Very good by Meter. So, 1 and a wicket. Unselfish stuff. They did have the wicket to play with. So it'll be 96 for 9. A boundary will get them to the 100. As we see the number 11 coming out. Just Matthew getting a bat here in the semi-final.
So Matthew, I'm going to have to see a fair bit of him with the ball. Be interesting how he copes with these different conditions. The likes of him and Boss Paul. Boss Paul probably won't have too many issues because he doesn't have too much of a run-up. But Matthew, he certainly does. There you go, Devendra Nagy. Been sensational. 3 for 6 so far. 2 more, 1 delivery to go. 3 for 6, I should say. And they're running, and the chase is on. I think he might just get there, you know. I want to have a look at this. Let's just see. Decided to race down with the ball. Let's have a look.
Think he's out.
Yeah, he is.
Just. So, yeah, it's worth going for it. So, look, what a good last over. I mean, when you think about the fact that there were just 4 runs off it. 1 was a leg by. 2 were basically, well, they shouldn't have been runs because they should have been a run out, really. So Nagy he'll certainly take that. His 2 overs go for just 4 each. And 4 wickets fall in the last over. 2 thanks to run outs. In fact, 6 wickets fall in the last 8 deliveries. But when it comes down to it, Knights, they do have 96 on the board. It's going to be hard work, I think, with the Blastables. Hard work to see, believe it or not. The sun was out early, and it was Cohart who just couldn't catch what he couldn't see. And once again, George, unfortunately, fails in the final series. Maitani takes an easy catch. And so, yeah, despite George, and then not too long after that, Stanislaus, they went fairly cheaply. The Blasters, they were up and away. But just nice partnership by Dilip and Nitin Babu got things back on track for the Edex Knights.
Yeah, absolutely. Nitin Babu was, once again, if you like, the saviour. Put a good partnership together. He looks very confident when he was out there. This was a strange one, wasn't it? The umpire took a long time and then finally decided, yep, that Sammy Stanislaus does get a bit on this. So he goes. But that, so what brought Nitin Babu out there? And he and his captain, Avinash Dilip, well, they put a very important partnership together. There were some nice shots being played as well, but there were chances that were put down. And Ajay Kumar didn't have the best of times out there in the field. A couple went his way. But you can see we had a bit of rain, a bit of sunshine, some showers, some clouds, some blue skies. We had a bit of everything out there. We also had another catch from that man. And the Kalyan, hasn't he been superb? We've seen some very good catches out in the deep from some of the fielders here in Malta, really showing how the fielding and and also the catching department has improved. But Adish Kumar, he needs a bit more practice. This was an absolute peach of a delivery from Suresh Dobal. It was really good. The thing was, though he did pick up that the wicket, there was also runs that followed as well. So it was Puluriel who had to go early, but once Boss Paul got out there and also Nitin Babu, they were able to play a few nice shots and make that a productive over as well. This one was absolutely crunched when Kohard came onto bowl. And not only did we see Nitin Babu playing some nice shots straight down the ground, we actually saw him play a beautiful pull shot as well. I think that one may be coming up here. But this was Basil. This was Boss Paul going right across the line. You can see where he was looking to hit this one, but it was a good delivery. It was right up there. And Kohard, though he did go for a few, he also was knocking them over. And you just saw that towards the end there, that the Bujiba Blasters did manage to just restrict the Knights to getting past that 100 mark. And again, it was just some good bowling, just getting the ball in the right areas, wicket to wicket. That one, a very, very good catch taken there by Matani. But once again, is Devinder Nanagi that was doing all the damage. Doesn't do too much, does he? He doesn't try and charge in, doesn't try and bang the ball in. Just relies on getting the ball right up there and letting the batters make the mistake. This was good work once again from the captain of the Blasters, Gaurav Matani, who was involved in the run out there towards the end as well. It's going to be a very important day for him. Once again, we know when he is on form, good things can happen. And one thing I want to have a look at is just how many dismissals Matani was involved in. I know he took the first 2 catches. And just have a look, how many times does Matani's name feature on there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times. I get the feeling, and Vinny will probably back me up on that, I get the feeling that he equals a record for the number of dismissals that a player is involved with. 2 caught behinds, and then there was the run-outs there as well. But just looking at scorecard, you can see from there that it was though there were some good contributions all the way through. Nitin Babu with that part, 34 of 17 with that partnership with Aminis Dilip, 18 of 19. That was key. And once again, Bospor does provide some valuable runs. The bowlers, I mean, Sohan Singh was expensive. I mean, he's the only one that was. All the others bowled remarkably well. 3 again for Devinder Negi, 3 for 7. 2 for 13 for Shiv Singh, bowled well. Kohard, he did go for a few, but he also came back well. 2 for 24. Suresh Dobal picked up a wicket as well. 1 for 19. And what that means is that this semi-final is very evenly poised. The Knights, remember, they're a team that have got a very, very good bowling attack. Remember, they were able to defend 82 yesterday against the American University of Malta. Now they have a few more on the board as well. 96, which I think, look, I really do believe this. I think when you look at the conditions out there at the moment, the outfield is much slower, the ball a lot heavier. I think that is you can add another 15 to 20 runs to that score. So I think under normal circumstances, you're looking at around about a 115 score there. They'll be happy with that, and I think they'll be more than comfortable to be able to defend that. But I still do believe that the Bajupa Blasters, if they can get a couple of their batters going, especially the likes of their captain, Gaurav Matani, this could be a very close one. But a lot depends on Matani here. If he fires, if he gets going, and maybe if he gets just a little bit of support from someone like Gautam Singh, who hasn't really fired yet, and also Narendra Negi, this could be an interesting semi-final number 1. Join me, Rika Fu, Mr. Maxwell, Vinny Sandhu, as we come back in around about 10 minutes' time for the conclusion of semi-final number 1. Hello cricket lovers and welcome back to it's a mixed Malta cricket ground here today. Mixed in terms of the weather. We've had a bit of sunshine, we've had a fair bit of rain as well, which continued from overnight. But right now at the moment, the rain is holding off, which is the good news. And well, good news for the Knights as well, because they've managed to have a bat and they've got valuable runs on the board. 96. They're all out of the very last delivery, but that 96 on a day like today when that outfield is pretty slow and the ball will get pretty heavy as it rolls across there, is probably I think around about 115 score. They'll be happy with that, but the question is, how will their bowlers, who have been very good up until this point, how will they deal with these slightly different conditions up until today? Of course, it's always been very dry, very hot and sunny. Let's see how Jas Matthew gets on. Well, this is ends up hitting the batter on the side, so it will be leg byes. I mean, he just needed to get inside this, I think, and it would have been a wide delivery. But well, there you go. That's a cheeky way to get off the mark. Just uses a little bit of his cooler. So thank you very much. We'll take that one. Umpires do decide that he does play a shot, so that is fine. So Kumar rotates the strike. We're taking that leg by. Gautam Singh, I've said it all the way along, he hasn't really made any sort of impact in this competition so far, and he's not going to make any here today either, because he goes for a big swipe down the ground. He goes high up in the air, and Nitin Babu, he doesn't drop him. He's another one that has been outstanding in the outfield. So Gautam Singh, he will go for a first baller. So golden duck for him. 3 ducks now in that pond. That's developing thanks to this rain. And Gautam Singh, yeah, he's been there or thereabout. We saw him earlier and he looked like a batter that probably could make a good healthy contribution for his side if he could get in. But that's the thing, he's never been able to get in. And as a result of that, that's why so much has relied on the shoulders of that man now coming in. Here's the captain of the Blasters. So, see the celebrations there of the little and the large man giving each other a bit of a cuddle. It is Matani that takes guard. He'll be disappointed again. I think it must be difficult for the captain every time he finds himself in this situation. The match really depends on his innings. Hasn't really been able to get, apart from Negi. I think Narendra Negi has on one occasion performed for them, but so much ends up on his shoulders. Matthew just getting that one to do a little bit too much. Hanging into him, quick run, and they do get there, well backed up by Kumar. Kumar now, let's see if he can produce something. If he can get a partnership going with his captain. And that's Dilip, captain of the Knights behind the stumps. Can he lead his team into the final? They've been there before on 2 occasions. And on both those occasions, they haven't been able to get past Marsa. Not a good delivery, and this time Kumar manages to keep his rear end away from it, and he will take the extra. He just struggled a little bit here. Matthew getting the line right to the left-hander. And now he decides he will come over the wicket to him as opposed to coming round. So let's see if he can get wide off the crease and really angle this ball across the lefty. They're asking the question, but once again, this is wide is called. I think the umpire just deciding in his mind if this takes anything of Kumar. This time Kumar, he just managed to suck in enough to not allow that ball to hit him. Well, they're after his backside. I don't know why. Maybe they're liking his tush. At the moment, it's the early part that Kumar has managed to get on the ball. This one goes out the off. Better line, better delivery. Matthew has found the line. Can he do it again? No, he goes for his tush once more. What is it? But I tell you what, Kumar is probably saying, hey, don't mess with my tutu, because that's all Matthew seems to be aiming for at the moment. There's another one. Breathe in. Let this one go by as well. So just getting the extras at the moment. As Andy Nowdy signals the wide once more. All valuable runs though. It's another one. And well taken by the captain behind the stumps, who's going to be probably getting a little bit frustrated with his bowler here now. This is becoming a long over. He just can't finish it. There's one ball to come now. And I think it's got to be at least 5 wides in the over. There has to be, because that's the only runs, apart from the single, that Matani has got. Right, here we go again. Bat versus Gulo. This time he does get a bit of bat onto it. Takes a single, and that will be the end of the over. So, all those extra deliveries, but still no real damage done. The over goes for 7. 7 on the board. Matani having a little chat with Ajay Kumar. He's probably saying to him, well, look, you're going to have to try and work some of those away. What an amazing shot that is off the ground. You've got those lower dark clouds, and then you've got clear blue sky, and then just above them you've got the white fluffy clouds above them. So an amazing skyline really at the moment here. Boss Paul waiting to come on to bowl to Kumar. Let's see if Boss can get the ball in the right areas to it. And he does. And look, Kumar, he launches at this one. He's saying, I had enough. I've had enough, he says. I want to go after you. And charges down. And he throws everything at this, including the kitchen sink. Dot ball. Boss Paul hasn't been good for his side. And then, just like that, there's another wide. To Kumar saying, what's going on? I'll tell you what, I wouldn't complain. It's a really good take from the keeper. Wouldn't complain. It's all extra runs. The thing is what you can make of the extra deliveries. That's the thing. And we saw that Kumar wasn't able to make anything of the extra deliveries that he got against Matthew. Boss ball, that's a good delivery. That's what you need to be. And that's what's got him so many of his wickets. You heard Vinny say that Boss ball earlier in the week. He was really struggling. But he's come back well. A chance gone. And he gets his man. And it's a really good catch there taken by Avinash Dilip. So that is the end of Kumar. They softened him up, didn't they? That's what you can say. They softened him up. They targeted various body parts, and then eventually this one is a short one. And all he can do with this is just sort of guide this straight into the hands. Well, I say straight, had a bit of work to do. Then the wicketkeeper diving to his left, but takes a good catch. And Boss Paul, well, that's the sort of player that he's been for his side. He takes the wicket. He's bowled very well. That's 11 wickets now to Boss Paul in the series. And you just get the feeling the way that he's been playing and bowling. There's a few more to come from him. So that's the end of Kumar. And he just was another one who just wasn't able to get going, and you can see the look on the face of Matani says it all. So Boss Paul now will be bowling to Narendra Negi. Plays this defensively, wants the single. The captain says no. Negi says why not. no run. He's it up in the air, and where's this going to go? It'll drop short of Nitin, and the batters, they're quick to make it 2. Doesn't really follow through with the shot, and maybe he's lucky to do so. I think if he does, I think that probably would have been in Nitin Babu territory. Matches now without a golden ball, 140, so still going up. 4 matches today. The first of them, you're seeing that unfold in front of you now. Are we going to get that golden ball here in Malta? Well, we'll have to wait and see. One man that hopes we get it comes into our comedy position now. He's Mr. Maximo in his hand.
Yeah,
welcome back.
Roll one for all the darts fans out there. 140 matches without a golden ball. Yeah, would you one? That's for sure. We did get one on finals day last year here in Malta, didn't we? It was the game that essentially sent Malta through to the finals. Dramatic stuff versus AUM. AUM, they were bundled out of the tournament yesterday in the quarterfinals. Here is Nitin Babu. He's become a bit of a third over specialist. I think what they're hoping is the first 2 to keep it tight, and then Babu, when the batters are really trying to go after the last over the power play, he's just tough to get after. So we'll see what he can do. Maitani really does become the key here. 3rd overtime.
Looks to take him on. Looks to get 2. This one eludes the infielder, but doesn't really get the desired amount of timing into the shot. But still, you can see that if anything is short, that Guru Matani is going to go after it. He knows that. I mean, they're falling behind this rate and weren't helped by the strike rate really of Ajay Kumar. So they're needing just under 11 and over at the moment. Here comes Nitin Babu again. A big swing and a miss.
Yeah, it's just hard to see the Knights giving this away unless someone has a real shocker with the ball, but they've got lots of options. That's the thing as well. I want to say hello to Sandori. He's just saying that he's always liked the Australian team as well as the Bangladesh team since his childhood. Well, it's nice to have a couple. I've got to say, I've always been a fan of the Sri Lankan team, actually. I remember they revolutionised limited overs cricket in the mid-90s, and a lot of that was in Australia with Ramesh Kalavitarana and Smith Jayasuriya being quite transformative. And it's one of those things, actually, now we talk about the power play and attacking from the go. That rule had been in for ages, and no one had really had the courage to attack that only 2 outfielders in the first 15 overs it used to be in 50 over cricket. So they wouldn't do it. But then there was the Sri Lankans that started it off, and of course, Australian hopes hinging on the Sri Lankans today. So right back here, it's Babu.
Now this is an aggressive shot, and he gets this. It will go all the way. This is a powerful hit. It's an uppercut. 6 runs, and that's exactly what they need. Powerful hit. Showing his upper body strength and forearm power. All best of the best. 6 more.
That's the shot. If you're going to master Babu, that's the shot you've got to be able to play well, because you get a lot of balls there. Just a big note for everyone that the first ball of the over was actually 1 short when they ran the 2, so it was only 1 run registered. But that was a really good shot. Let's see if Maitani can keep it up.
So he goes for another one, and he's going to get it. Well, great hitting. And this one just dropped short for the 4-run signal. So, yeah, you're absolutely right, because he does, because he bangs it in. And Maitani is saying, well, no worries. I'm going to put it there. I'll put it there. And I think pretty soon you're going to see a change of field here, especially if that's going to be the line of attack from Nitin Babu.
Yeah, definitely have somebody there, not just because he hit a couple there, but that's where he's bowling it, isn't he?
Yeah.
He's bowling short. He's bowling right outside the off stump, trying to beat Maitani for bounce. But Maitani gets the better of him a couple of times.
And this one is a chance and taken. Massive moment. And Matthew has taken the first catch for him in this series. He's a man that's made catching look difficult. He's run around them. He's dived all over them. But this one, when he jumps up in the air and he takes the catch, and that one could be the match winner as well.
Yeah, he's kind of a de facto slip, isn't he, Just Matthew there? Well, he got spooked, I think, when that came off the bat. But Maithani, he goes 6-4 and out, and Babu gets his man in the end. And that edge could have gone anywhere, but it just went in the wingspan of Jace, who takes the catch, and the Blasters lose 3 in the power play. It's a long way back from here, 21 for 3 after 3.
Yeah, I mean, look at the reactions there from the captain of the Knights, Avinash Dilip. When that catch is taken, he is absolutely fired up and pumped. And I think a lot of that is to do with he had to make a brave call where to keep that fielder. He went for it. He said, no, I'm having you in. I'm having you there. I want you catching. And that's exactly why he takes that catch. And look at that. There's passion for you. You talk about passion. We talk about desire. That's a big moment, a big catch, getting the wicket off Guru Matani. And the Matani there has a little look at his bat, has to depart. So 21 for 3. And now really, I think everything has to depend on Narendra Negi. And the power play complete, and Basil George will bowl the 4th.
If there's one guy that can pull this off, though, it's Narendra Negi, I think, of the batters remaining. And what a start that is. He's gone absolute pow time. Maximo. What a good shot. And it was a change of over. So this isn't Negi. It's it is Narendra Negi, actually, who he gets this one and he smacks it out of the ground. What a good shot.
Yeah, that's a massive hit. Absolutely pumps it away. Really big hit. And George once more. Gets cut away. And will they take 2? No, they keep it to 1, so they have put that man back there now.
Yeah, so Negi actually came in after the previous wicket. Ravi Pal is the new batter, so he's at non-strikers end because that last wicket was taken off the last ball of the power play. To explain why everybody is where they are. Now, it's a long walk from Negi down to Ravi Pal to say, okay, this is what I saw. Basil George now with the ball in the 4th over.
It's nicely played. Just pushes this away. That's Ravi Pal. We've seen him. He played sort of blistering 20-odd early on in the series when they needed some valuable runs. So he's somebody that maybe can provide a bit of support here for Negi.
I think Negi might have been just saying, look, just get the 1, I'll do the rest. I think you can see that's what Pal does in the end. Well, if he was going to blast something away, he didn't see it, that ball. Just happy to take the 1. Yeah, I suppose they're chasing 97 here. It's not like 147, is it really? I mean, if they can put a partnership together here, that run rate required at the moment isn't out of control. It's just, you know, the history of the Knights in this series, they've been just so tight defending these kind of scores.
Nicely played. Good comeback from George, just getting this one pitched right up there. You can see there that Negi quite happy just to drop the bat on it and take the single. And that was what these two have to do. A bit of tiki-taka, but also look for the big shot. You can see there is a man back there now. That was the area that Guru Matani was eyeing up before. End of George's over. 11 come off it, so the required rate is just over 10. So that's what they need to do. Keep going at that all the way through, and we're going to have an exciting finish to this match as we have a look at that scorecard. But the big moment, of course, there is the catch there of Matthew taking the catch of the bowling of Nitin Babu to get rid of Gaurav Matani. He's the one, and he scores runs. His team win matches, and he's gone. So are they going to be able to win this one? 32 for 3 at the end of 4.
8s at the moment, so not a million miles behind. Those 3 wickets are a concern, particularly the wicket of Maithani, but Narendra Negi, like I said, he's a guy that can clear the ropes. He's Gigan George in over number 5.
Still going to start with the wide, the man with all the 6s on his back. All of these extras are valuable runs. And of course, you've got to make them count. They've got to make the extra balls that they get count. Got to keep. You're looking at the moment here. If you keep running your singles, you're still thinking, well, okay, if we get one boundary and over, and this one is hit away, and this time, right, Jace Matthew, he goes back to what we've seen him do a few times. Gets his completely wrong. So though he was the hero of taking the catch to get rid of Matani. And this time, he allows this one to get through him.
Well, first he hits a
Four
wide
runs.
here. He spoils a wide, so I thought, well, that's a waste 'cause it's gone straight to the fielder, but who'd have thunk it? He gets 4 for it. Hey, Nagy gets a bit of luck. Could the Blasters pull one out here? This would be very ECN because everything's stacked against them, I think, in this chase. We look at who they're coming up against. The Knights, surely they couldn't botch this, or could they?
Beauty. What a seed that is from Gigging George.
Remember the Knights, they've never won the trophy here. They were undefeated in 2020. The only game they lost was the final. And then, okay, they got knocked out by the Super Kings last year at the semi-final stage. And then last year, they were kind of the top seed going into the final, but then Malta knocked them off. So, yeah, interesting.
Played out, take another single. So again, there's the singles. They'll get the odd extra as well, but they need to find a boundary put over as well from somewhere. Where's it going to come from? Ravi Pal. Somebody who can deliver. Good delivery, cuts this back into Ravi Pal, but Pal plays it pretty well as well.
Yeah, just single. So Pal seems content to kind of play the second fiddle at the moment. They've got to get probably one boundary and over to stay on target, maybe 2. Nagy does seem like that man that can hit those boundaries.
Will be played out to into the covers, and it will be well fielded by Boss Paul. Just keeps it to the 1.
I want to say a quick good morning to Charlie Hunt. He's popped into the chat, and Charlie's watching from Desert Springs in Almeria in Spain, where not too far away from the start actually.
Well bowled, so they don't get the boundary that they need. And the score is 40 for 3 at the end, at the halfway point.
Yeah,
Hello to Charlie. Charlie doing a great job there yesterday as well.
Yeah, let's have a look at the sides actually, because they have been released for match 3. It's the first time we've seen Spain in the tournament. Yasser Ali and Daniel Doyle-Kayat at the top of the order. Well, the same combination we saw from them in the ECC. Christian Munoz-Mills at 3, Hamza at 4. Isan makes his debut in T20 international cricket, batting 5 with the gloves. Lorne Burns, Yassine also on debut, I think. Prince Saman getting an opportunity, another debutant. And Mohamed Cameron, he's always excited. Teef Mahmood and Adil Raja. So yeah, you've got a fairly solid 11, but Italy have got a point to prove. Now, well, it's going to be gone, and this is heartbreaking really for Narendra Nagy. I don't think he feels that he nicks this, judging by the body language, but he has been given, and that's a big wicket to start the 6th over, 40 for 4.
Yeah, and Basil George, well, he's known as Boom Boom. No boom boom from the bat from him, but look, he knows straight away he's got this. The batter, of course, he doesn't want to go. It's frustration for Narendra Nagy because he knows that maybe he was the last hope, but I think he gets a little feather on here. And I'm just standing here. We're actually in the Malta sort of clubhouse part of the ground at the moment, and it says here, please help the umpires and the game of cricket by walking. Nicked, snicked, or feathered the ball. So Nagy, I think he does feather that, but he didn't want to walk, did he?
Do you think? What? You don't know if he nicked it or not. I don't think he nicks it. Look at that body language.
Everybody else goes up. And I just think, sometimes, look at this. Everyone goes up. Look, the slip goes up, the wicketkeeper, the bowler.
Look.
I just think when you see something like that, you know the risk. Sometimes if a keeper goes up, there's no reaction from a bowler. Bowler goes up. I just think everybody going up in tandem like that, chance.
Looking at everyone else, that's true. I was kind of focused on the batter's body language, but look, it is a good thing, I think, especially at this level of cricket, to take the pressure off.
You weren't a walker, were you? You weren't a walker. I can tell you didn't walk.
Now, what I would say is this: if I was ever playing a game where teammates had to umpire you, then I would, because I think it's unfair to put them in that position. But if they were regular umpires, let them do their job.
So even if you had a big, thick head, you still wouldn't walk?
I think I told you this. I got so good at not turning my head around that sometimes I get caught at third slip and not walk because I didn't know how thick the edge was. But then no one thought that was dissent because I'm just disappointed.
Down the ground, so it's more tiki-taka.
I got my guilty reaction time down to 0, which is really difficult to do because normally you look guilty for about half a second. The average person kind of looks guilty for half a second, then they think, oh, hold on,
Yeah.
I'm going to like improve my body language. No.
Again into the deck, and they're going tiki-taka at the moment here. They're going a bit like a two-cylinder tuk-tuk. Need to upgrade, need to get into a V12 or a Mustang or something and really get the acceleration going. But who can give him that? We know that Ravi Pal, he's shown once or twice he can hit the ball big, but really, I mean, looking at the batters out there now, you can't see anybody that's going to get going at the rate that they have to now, which is just gone over the 12 mark now. Up in the air, Matthew. Well, unless it's straight at him, you know he's going to have issues, but at least he holds on to it.
Matthew's a bit of a throwback of a bowler who's pretty average in the field. Just going to have to put it out there. He's got the kind of simple hands. Well, he did take one in this innings, to be fair to him. Good player, though. As we get to the end of the 6th over, 45 for 4. They're not even halfway there. 4 overs to go. I think we're going to see that required run rate climb. And blasters, unless we see something dramatic. It's hard to see them pulling off this 13 and over from here.
Yeah, the team from Pujiba, known as the Blasters, but in fairness, I mean, the name Blasters doesn't really do them too much credit because they're not really blasters, are they? I mean, the captain's a bit of a blaster. And this one really does climb. That's got to be one for the over, surely. And Giggin George really gets this one to talk.
Yeah, how's that for a welcome to the over? Yeah, go hard. Swings, can't get anything on it.
And again, get through the batter. And just a little bit too much pace here from Giggin, too much bounce, otherwise that one would have rattled the stumps. Good areas from Giggin. I think they'll be pleased to have him back on an important day like today. Make things happen. And once again, credit to all the bowlers and all the players today. Conditions wouldn't have been ideal for this match. This one's up in the air and will just drop short of Nitin. They'll take the single, yeah, but no complaints. They want to play, they want to be out there. Of course, the umpires have to take they can have a look at the conditions and take everything into account, take the player's safety into account, but no issues there at all. But they're just so keen to play and all adjusted well. And that's what good players do. That's what you've got to do. You've got to make adjustments. And you can see here that both teams adjusted to the conditions. Bowlers here off the nights as well. No real big run-ups, just bowling off the edge of the strip. And bowling very well as well. Quite often we see that. And when bowlers do bowl from the shorter run-up, their accuracy is actually far better. And that seems to be reflected on the number of wides that we've seen today. Nowhere near as much as we've seen sometimes. I know there were issues earlier on.
There's less variation when you're running off a shorter run-up.
Yeah.
So
Matthew had a few issues, we know that in the first over, but even with all those wides to Kuma, when he kept targeting his backside, he only gave away 7 runs.
last
Ball to go.
Yeah, Giggin's bowled well, hasn't he? He's only given away 9. Last ball of his spell.
And Matthew Pyle just takes another single, so he's 6 of 9 deliveries saved. One batter's got to start going here now. It's got to be him. And so we see another fine spell of bowling. So great spell from Giggin George, just conceding 10 runs from the 12 balls that he's bowled. As we look forward to the second semi-final. Marsa back in action against the Warriors.
Yeah, Master just dropped the 1 game this entire series. You see the Warriors actually still have a losing record, but yeah, the Warriors beat the higher-ranked Crusaders in the quarterfinals. Have to beat the top-ranked Marsa if they are going to get through to the final later on today. News from the toss. Marsa winning the toss, selecting to bat first, so they can unleash their pretty good batting order. You got Coastline and Mihal listed to open. I'm feeling Fanya Magar might open though, considering how well he did yesterday. So that match is coming up, and it starts in around about 35 minutes right here on the European Cricket Network.
Yeah, it's going to be Matthew to come back. He played away. He'll be a lot happier. He's bowling to the two right-handers. Hey, Ben, just having a looking around, and because we got a new commentary position today, having a look around at some of the memorabilia here at this. I suppose you call it the clubhouse, wouldn't you?
It is clubhouse, yeah.
And teams from all over the world have come here.
Yeah.
Looking at some of these plaques. I see one there from SGS from Holland. This one has been hit pretty well, but has he got enough off this? Well, it gets over Basil George, and Nitin Babu is not able to get there. So, bit of frustration, but look, they won't worry too much. Again, it's boundaries, back-to-back boundaries that are required here now for the Blasters.
Yeah, so I mean, I know Russell Crowe's played here before, but he's been in Malta.
This one will just be a single. It's banged into it. That's the way. I mean, Ravi Paul, have a look at the way he bats. I reckon that of those 8 runs that he's now scored, I reckon 6 of them is when he's hit the ball back into the pitch and it's bounced over the bowler or bounced away. So he's got an interesting way of batting. He's not able to get, he gets too much on top of the ball, not under it. Runs aerial, and it will go all the way. So that's what they're known for. They are known as the Blasters, and that's what they need to do. They need to blast a few out of the park, and this one will help. So a nice hit there from Kohad. But can he keep it going? Can he back it up? And can also the likes of Ravi Pal get a few going as well?
Here's the thing with, I think talking about Ravi Pal a moment ago, it looks like a really good cricketer. I just think his batting technique isn't really suited to the shorter format, that's all.
This is lofted, and this could be going all the way as well. It does. Bole, 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 brrr. Manos arriba. Así me gusta. Necesita poquito más de esos 6 carreras más. Cita.
And that'll do. They need more of that and quick. Kohad, though, been a bit of a revelation here. Not wasting any time. Well, he doesn't have any time. Last ball of the over.
This is catchable, and it will be taken. Basil George gets the wicket. Oh, Kohad goes bang, bang, and then it's bang, bang, Basil who takes the catch. But get the acceleration in. But Matthew does pick up the wicket. Gets a little bit expensive. He goes for 21 off his 2 overs, but the last ball, he gets the wicket. George making no mistake. Kohad, it was a nice 17 of 10 deliveries for him, but he has to depart. Now somebody else has to take over.
Yeah, and so it was a valiant try, wasn't it? But 62 for 5 off 8, looking a long way away. 35 required. Need something magical, supersonic really. And post Paul to bowl tonight, so Knight's not going to let up.
Yeah, I'm going to have a look. I'm going to have a walk around and have a look at where some of these things are. So what have we got here?
There's some good ones behind here as well.
Yeah, Royal Engineers.
Yeah,
Royal Engineers have been. I saw one from the Royal Air Force as well. So a lot of clubs here. The Cricketers Club from New South Wales. What you got on your side?
Yeah, I've got heaps. I've got quite a few from the UK, it looks like, over here. And my favourite one here, Village CC. Anyway, this isn't Village. This is a proper T-bone job. Maximo, as Kalyan comes in and tries to get something going. This is just an absolute smash. And, well, a couple more of those. This game could get interesting.
Well, remember Kalyan. Kalyan, he was the guy who they relied on opening all the time, but he couldn't get the ball off the square. He was just tiki-taka, and nada, nada, nada. But every time they've dropped him down, he managed just to crank the ball. So, yeah, look, there's still an option. Pal himself has to hit a few out of here as well. That's another one. Hits this pretty straight, and he's going to get 4, I think, here.
I don't know, or maybe.
I think his foot goes down. Let's have a look. I'll have to look at this again from Pulariel. I reckon he just may plant the foot down.
I think that...
Just see here. Watch that left foot. And the right foot, yeah, 4 runs.
You think?
Yeah, he's in contact with the ball there as that foot goes down.
I agree. Yeah, I agree with you there. It's good effort, though.
So another boundary, 6 and 4, and he's hungry for more.
Yeah, that's it. He sees the signal. It was a really good effort. It's a really good effort, but you can see that you actually had to really slow it down. It's a good spot by you, Rico. because wait for the next ball, which well should just be one. They're going to come back for two, and they're going to get it. So
good running.
Yeah, very good running because it gets Callian back on strike.
Hey, that's 12 runs off 3 deliveries, you know.
Yeah, that is.
What they need to do is there's always a way, boundary, another boundary here, another couple of boundaries here. It becomes interesting. Charju says, I've had enough.
Yeah.
I'm going to that part of the field. This away, and the fielder makes a very important stop, but they have to come back for two, surely. Oh, they do. And well, it's not out.
Look.
Run. Oh, I love it.
Amazing.
I love it when a plan comes together. This is beautiful. Oh, this is sensational.
Well, I mean, I don't know if they're arguing or saying well done, because he's saying, why aren't you running? But it's saying, if I had run, you would have been run out here.
This is brilliant. Watch this. He keeps his bat in. Oh, hang on a minute. No, he's out. I reckon he's out. He pulls his bat on the line. He's out here. Oh, well, that could have been the amazing, one of the best singles ever. And look, just there, he lets himself down. Because he turns to look where the other batter is, he automatically drags his bat out. That is out. Oh, that is such a shame. That is such a shame.
Oh, can you believe this? You couldn't script this kind of drama. I don't think anyone realises either. And now they've had a look at it. And yeah, he's in. He's the old hokey pokey. He's in, he's out, he shakes it all about. And at the critical moment, he's just on the line.
Yeah, on the line belongs to the fielding side.
Stuff.
On the line belongs to the fielding side.
I mean, that was going to be probably a viral highlight anyway, but it's got a twist. It's one of those things, you have to watch it till the end.
He does everything right apart from at this moment here. He just goes on, the bat goes on the line. He is moving it slightly forward, but look, the line belongs to the fielding side and he will be given out. That could be a massive moment in this match.
Yeah, and so, yeah, he won't even know how he's out or why he's out. I think he's looking up at the ball. He feels like he's in there, but he's not. And so, well, sums it up for the Blasters, and it's going to be Ravi Pal that's run out. I mean, it seemed like they just caught a big break there, but somehow
I thought for a moment they did something special. Something me and you have been talking about a lot. Why don't batters do it? You just hold one end up, let the other batter come in, and then you go. Listen. Looked like he did it, but he just, this is, watch it here. When we're watching it here live, we think, oh, this is perfect. And then he's saying, now you go.
How about this? And it's actually a one short as well.
Never.
So, there's no run. It's no run. After all that.
How can it can only be one short if Kalyan.
What's this one here? There. He doesn't touch his bat correctly. Great camera work and great work from the guys.
So there's nothing from that.
So that's a
that
zero.
Is nothing.
It's a zero.
That is crazy.
Oh, boy. Well.
They can't, but they're wondering what's going on.
Time to pack
They're saying, what do you mean there's nothing? They're saying, how can there be nothing? There's got to be something from it. Give us one at least. Well, they thought they were getting... Can you imagine if they did that and they still only got one?
The only positive is that Kalyan is still there. And he's trying to sneak the strike, but he's definitely not on strike otherwise he would have been the one who was out. So, what is that now? It's 22 off 7. This is basically a free swing for the new batter. Here's Bose. They're not going to run. Yeah. So 22 off the last. Kalyan, well, considering how it's hitting them, it's not impossible. But high drama in the ninth. It all happens in the ninth, Rico, and it does right there. 675 for 6.
Yeah, but the thing is, all right, even if they'd got, if he'd stayed in, they would have got one, right? At least it would have been Kalyan playing that last delivery, gets a boundary. Okay, maybe you're looking at 18 or so needed off the last. But look, as it is now, you just think that a lot depends on this first delivery. First delivery goes to the boundary, game on. If it doesn't, well, you'd expect the Knights to see it through. So, who's going to bowl it? That's the question. Kalyan. Well, I'm just so disappointed, Vinny, that they nearly pulled something off. That we've been calling for it. And I'm loving the way Kalyan was the guy. When he gets there, he said, right, now you go. What are you doing here now? Now get going. Watch it again here. Watch Kalyan. He goes there. He says, now watch him. He said, go, get going. Yeah, we did it. Yeah, that's great. That's brilliant. But look, he's in there. And then why does he do that? Why does he do that?
He takes his eye off where his bat is. He thinks he's in, but he's not. That's basically what happens.
Sharju is going to bowl the last.
Well, with all of that, 22 required. The Blasters. But how do you get 22? Oh, 3 sixes and a 4 will do it. Basically, you need 4 boundaries, I think, in this over. Got to run. Got to go for 2. Go for broke. Good throw. Oh, then he forces a fumble. That's why you do it. I mean, if you're out now, you're out now. I think Kalyan's got to face absolutely all of these. Otherwise, he might never get the strike back.
Yeah, 20. Now required of 5 deliveries.
6-4, 6-4, something like that. Still maintain they need 4 boundaries in the over.
Here comes Sharju. Drags this wide, but once again, the best he can get is 2.
He's going to have to go here, and he's probably going to get run out. Well, no. It would have been run out. So it looks like Knight's going to do this. I mean, how important was it that they scraped to that 90-odd score? It's often, you know, if we have seen them rock and roll in the finals before. I think they're getting bowled out for 41 in one of the finals here. But it looks like the Knights will be the first team through to the final later on today.
Sharju again to Singh. Singh hits this pretty well, and they will and should come back. No, they don't. They don't take the second because Kalyan say no, just stay there. Take the equation to 18 on 3 deliveries, so 3 sixes will do it. Seen it done before.
Yeah, it'd be amazing.
Well, this could be one of them. He hit it big. Well, there you go. That's uno. Hay uno. Necesita dos más.
That'll do. Yeah, I don't think we've ever seen 3 off 3 to win. We certainly have seen 2 off 2, so we have seen it from this position.
Okay, well, look, hold your horses. Because now that takes the equation to 12 off 2 balls. Here we go. Sharju is probably feeling the pressure. What would he try here? Short delivery, slower one. He won't want to put it in the slot, that's for sure.
Maybe a slower one.
Kalyan, is he going to be the hero here? Is he going to send the Blasters into the final? Or will Sharju see it out? This is the ball. This is the one that matters. In comes Sharju. Right.
I mean, that one will pretty much... Well, hold on. It's called a wide. We've got a call to wide here. Oh, it's a late call. So we're just waiting to see what the umpire decided. So now we're still on. Actually, 6 and 4 will tie it. Now needs a boundary though.
Still on.
And it's a big swing to miss. And so this one will put it to bed. Kalyan, he's been brave, and you start to think. You think, well, what if he'd come out a bit early? I mean, hindsight's 2020.
Let's see where this one goes. I mean, credit to the Blasters. And it goes high up in the air. It should be a catch taken, and it has been taken. So that's the end of Kalyan, also the end of the innings. So it will be the Knights that make their way into the final. It will be the 3rd final that they'll book themselves into, but they haven't won one yet on those 2 finals they got to. They did lose to Malta. Malta, they're up next against Masida Warriors to see if they can book their place into that final, make it a hat-trick of wins for them. But look, congratulations to the Knights for getting there. They showed once again what they're capable of doing, and that is defending well. But also, look, I want to give a big shout out to the Bajupa Blasters. They're a team that are just getting better all the time, and I'm sure the next time we see them, they'll be challenging for maybe the semi-final, getting into the final themselves like they were trying to do here. They're a team that are improving all the time. I love the way they play. I love the passion they show. I love the desire. I love the way that they're led by their captain. And you just get the feeling from them, they pick up 1 or 2 more players. And if some of those players, I mean, they will improve as well. You know, the youngsters like Ravi Pal, he will get better. They've got some good youngsters in their side. I think we're going to see a lot more of them. But this time around, look, they made a brave effort. It didn't start well for them. They lost the key batters, but they stayed in it. And there, Kalyan, towards the end, he made it interesting. He took it down to the wire. And look, they finished on a respectable 86 for 7, trying to get to that score of 97. So, look, big shout out to them, but unfortunately, they just weren't able to get past the Knights once more, who just once again show they just have that little bit extra that maybe one or two of the other teams are missing.
It was always going to be a tough chase. Look, well, only 10 runs in it. But look, we will see the Blasters a little bit later in the day. They will be playing for bronze. So they are playing for some medals still. So we'll see them against a team that doesn't win out of Malta and the Warriors. And that's the next game, which is coming up in around about 20 minutes' time. Let's have a look at the scorecard. And you can see that the early wicket, Babu taking the catch. And look, that brought Maitani to the crease fairly early. I thought that wasn't a bad thing for him to get out there because I felt he was one guy that could kind of engineer the chase. This was a nice bit of work by Delete behind the wicket. And once again, the pace options which the Knights have at their disposal, I mean, they're not easy to handle because, I mean, if one guy doesn't get you, then there's normally one or two really queuing up behind them to try and get your number. Anyway, how about these couple of big uppercuts? I like these shots. But unfortunately for Maitani, he wouldn't survive the over as Chase Matthew came up with the catch in the circle.
Yeah, Matthew taking the catch, and you can see what it meant to the keeper there, Amanis Dilip. Because look, you know, you just think this match was within 10 runs, and if the captain there stuck around for, even if it was a handful of more deliveries, he probably would have got those runs that they fell short. So that was why it was so important. And Matthew, well, this is what he's normally known for in the field. He's not the best, he's not the most reliable, though he's very energetic, but he did hold on to the important catch. And this is another one that was important as well. That was Narendra Negi. He was going well, and then he gets a little feather on this. He didn't think so, but everybody else thought so. But more importantly, so did the umpire, Lee Tuck, who puts his finger up. And with Negi going there, you just thought there wasn't going to be a way back in the side, but there was, and it came in the form of Kalyan. And also Kohar, don't forget the little contribution that he made as well. He played some really nice shots as well. 17 of 9 he made. But when he felt, you thought, okay, who's going to provide the extra runs that they need? And it was Kalyan, and he came so close, didn't he?
Yeah, he did. I mean, Villarreal almost was able to make an amazing boundary shot. This was a bizarre moment. So one short in the first place, then he's holding his crease. So he's saying, okay, might as well go. The stumps are knocked over. And the keepers didn't even know that Ravi Pal was behind him. But then upon further review, you can see he wasn't in at all. He just crept out of his crease. And that'll be such an interesting one for Ravi to watch back. But that was just a sign the Blasters had things going against them. But this man, Kalyan, he did survive, and he actually got them pretty close in the end. Only 10 runs between these two teams.
Yeah, he played some nice shots, didn't he? But in the end, well, that was the last ball of the innings. By then, really, the match was done because the ball before that had to also go to the boundary. And the Knights, they come together in a huddle like they do at the end of every game. Is another victory for them. They're another step closer. They have booked their place in the final. But who will they be playing? Will it be Malta or will it be the Masita Warriors? These are the two teams that are going to do battle out there next.
Looking forward to seeing it as well. So you're not too far away from a start here. 15 minutes away, in fact. And Malta winning the toss, electing to bat. It's a good toss to win. But we also know that there was one moment in this series, just that one loss was a loss where they were batting first and they were rolled by 30. So when it can go wrong, it can go really wrong. That's probably true for all teams, though, in this series. Warriors, though, we'll get to see Rocky. And perhaps Divyesh Kumar up the top of the order. Tony Lewis, he was excellent yesterday. And Baristo Baby, well, he's in there. And our first appearance in the series for Vikas Benjamin as well. So that is coming up before too long. We'll find out who will join the Edex Knights in the final. Let's have a look at the scorecard. Well, you thought it might be tough after the early loss of their opener. And that did bring Maitani to the crease. But Maitani played some nice shots. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to stick around long enough to see it through. So Kumar and Gautam Singh only scoring one between them, the openers. Maitani with 12, Narendra Negi with 17, and Kohar with 17 as well. Kalyan with 20. He got them close, but not close enough. For the Knights, pretty even, as you'd expect. In fact, there were 5 wicket takers, 2 for Chase Matthew. For me, I think Gigan George, he's the one that didn't take a wicket, but he also had an important contribution, keeping it quiet. Only 10 runs coming off his 2 overs. We'll be back in 15 minutes with the second match of the day. It'll be Malta, who'll be batting first against the Warriors. Until then, it's Vinny Sando here, Mr. Maximo with Rico Full. You're watching ECN. This is Finals Day in Malta. Back shortly with more FanCode European Cricket Series. Welcome back to the Master Cricket Ground. Well, finals day. Well, right now the sun's out. Hopefully it stays that way. We have the second semi-final on the way, and this is a very interesting clash between Marsa. They're taking on the Masita Warriors. Let's see what happens at the coin toss. Stefan Gooch is with the two captains.
Say to the call. Yes. Tails the call. It's heads.
We got them back.
Okay. All right. Good luck, guys. All the best. Good luck.
So it is Haroon Magal of Marsa that has won the toss, and he has elected to bat first. Look, I do think that's a good toss to win, to get some runs on the board and defend. And we know that Fanya Magal was in very good form for Marsa yesterday. Took a bit of time to get his innings going, but I suppose they knew what they were chasing. But let's see what his approach is here when there's no target pressure. I'd like to see probably a few more shots earlier, because they do have a decent batting lineup. I think Marsa, they do have a good top six that can all hit the ball pretty well. Let's talk about them Cedar Warriors though. They got here after beating the slightly higher ranked Southern Crusaders. So they finished third in their group, the Warriors. They beat a second ranked team, the Crusaders. Well, now they're going to have to beat a top ranked team, Marsa, if they are going to make it through to the final. Rockadinas, you saw him there at the toss. I mean, he is a really crucial player, I think, for the Warriors. He can really give the ball a thump, and he does a very good job behind the stumps. Could see Johnny Greenmount though as well. He'll be out there for Marsa behind the stumps, and well, I don't know if Johnny will do much batting, but I know he's got a very important role to play as the wicket keeper. Let's go to Rico Full now in the commentary position. The news from the toss is that Marsa, they've won the toss. The hosts have decided to make first use of this track. It's over to you. Let's get ready for semi-final number 2.
Thank you very much to Mr. Maximo out there in the middle. Yeah, nice to see that the rain is staying away. An amazing skyline there. A mixture of dark clouds, white clouds, blue sky. It's all happening, but at the moment it is sunshine as we get ready for this match. Marsa taking on the Masita Warriors. And it's the second semi-final. Can Marsa maintain their quest to make it a hat-trick of wins here at the Marsa International Cricket Ground? And you can see that a number of key players for them. Farmugal, he's been sensational, and then you've got the likes of Noel Kosler and also Niraj Khanna that have been good with the bat. And also I think we maybe see a slight change at the top. Numan Mahir might be there to try and get them a good start in the power play. The bat versus ball, Wall is saying it's going to be a close one, but Marsa, probably because of their track record, just pipped to win it 91 to 87. The umpires are out there. It's going to be umpire Tim Wheeler and Andy Nowdy, our man in black. And a massive shout out to the umpires. We know that the game can't be played without the match officials, and also really, and I'm a firm believer that if you have good match officials in the country where cricket is being played, then that also reflects on the standard of cricket. It gets better and it gets higher as well. And our umpires here have been absolutely fantastic. The men in black being well led as well by the tournament referee Stefan Gooch. So big shout out to all the match officials as we get ready for the start of this one. As you heard from Vinny, it will be Marsa that are going to have a bat first. They're looking to put the runs on the board in this semi-final, of course, elimination match. So which team will go on to win and book their place in the final, and which one of the two will then being runners-up in this one will take on the Pajuba Blasters for that the bronze final. But still, everything to play for. Looks like it will be Noel Kosler to face the first ball, and he is joined out there by Numan Mahir. So they do go for the power hitter in the power play. Here's the first ball, and Jin Suman goes for the short one. Gets worked away on the leg side, so runs straight away, gets a single, and Numan Mahir now on strike. He hits cleanly down the ground, so I don't think Jin Suman will be wanting to pitch up to him. Suman had a good day yesterday with bat and with ball, and that good play of the match performance from him as he scored 41. Also picked up 2 for 14. Now let's see if he can continue the good form that he's been in. He goes up in the air, and he's going to get a maximum for his efforts. That one goes all the way. Tim Wheeler just checking. I think they're going to have to just see this once more, but unless my eyes deceive me, I think he's going to have to put him up in the air like he just don't care. And, well, no, just short of the boundary line. So it would be 4, yeah, just, I mean, talking about a few centimetres. So So 4 runs to start off with the bowler going down though, Ajin Suman, and that's going to be the difficulty. I was saying that before, these bowlers that are running off their long run up when they're running from the grass onto the artificial, and that's always going to be a danger with your footing, as it is it's wet out there. Edge, and this one flies over the wicket keeper. Good work though from the man at third, who catches up with it. Once again, just seeing that the outfield just a little bit slower as a result, all the heavy rain. So Ajin Suman does bang this one in. It doesn't give him the room to drive, tucks him up a little. Bit of a top edge there from Mahir. And he'll get a single. That one just too high for Rocky Yanish. Come on once more. Playing a miss. So just getting a little word from Tim Wheeler. I think this is all about, look where he is there. I mean, that's, you can't be there. That's one thing I like about Tim Wheeler. He does have a chat with the bowler and says, look, you can't be doing any of that. This one will be called a wide, but it's better from the bowler. At least he takes note. You see, that's all it takes. That's what I like about this. And that's all it takes for an umpire. Just have a quiet word and say, look, you know, it's for your good, and also because of the rules of the laws of the game, I should say, not rules. You shouldn't be running in front of me. So look, do me a favour, young chap. Just run that way, and it works. That's all it takes. Sometimes the bowlers are unaware of it. Nicely bowled. And I also believe, as well, Rocky is not afraid to show his emotions here. He's very disappointed with that ball being thrown away. I think he's saying, look, hold on to it. The batters are here. There's no need for it. And the fielder gives the apology. So ball to go in this, the first. It's up in the air, and this one will be taken, and that's the wicket. Nicely done. And it is Divyesh Kumar that comes in and takes the catch. So Numama here, it's a bit of a gamble to have him to come up. The reason is they wanted him to provide them with quick runs in the power play. Well, he does get 1-4. 1-4 off the 3 deliveries that he faces before he departs for 5. So it doesn't quite work, and I wonder if they now will go back to Fahim Mughal. And Fahim Mughal is batted very well, opening the batting. So I'm a little bit surprised, but I think they just decided, right, if we got Numama here in the side, he's a big hitter, where's the best place to use him? And they decided that it was right up there in the power play. I do like that move as well, because look, that's when the ball is at its hardest as well. So if you're going to get big hits, if you're going to pump the ball to the boundary, that's probably the time that you need to do it in the power play. So he will go. A nice catch taken there by Kumar. And there is a wicket for Saman. And, you know, I just want to go back to the point I was making. With the umpire having a word with Saman and say, look, you can't be running in front of me, he makes a change. And I think it helps the bowler's line as well. He bowled far better. He bowled outside the off stump, got the ball to move away, and does pick up a wicket. Big shout out to everybody on the chat. Nice to know that ILMF is there. Hello to you. Hello to all our moderators doing a wonderful job. And, of course, thank you all for being with us all the way through these 2 weeks we've been here at Malta. I hope you're having a very nice Saturday. I hope you're able to get a few of your chores done and also watch the cricket. Plenty of cricket for you to watch as well. We have, of course, this series, the finals day here at Malta. Semi-final number 2 in play at the moment as the captain comes on to have a bowl. Sigil Joy had a few issues yesterday with his line, did Sigil. Starts pretty well. Yeah, just was bowling too many wides. Yeah, finals day here today. Semi-final number 2 in play. We've got the bronze final to come, and also the final, the big one. Also plenty of cricket happening in Spain as well at Desert Springs. We've got the T20Is being played there currently. The match going on between Spain featuring and playing against Germany. And Spain will be in action again later against Italy as well. And, well, I think there's the T20 World Cup matches as well, which a lot of people are following with interest as well, because a big day there. Who will stay? Who will go? And the same here. Who will go into the final? And who will be playing in the bronze final, where, well, we know in the bronze final it is the Bajuba Blasters. They're waiting to see who they play. That's the next match that will be up. And then, of course, in the final itself, it's the Knights, a team who are looking to make it third time lucky for them. Joy to find Mughal. It's another wide. Well, these were the issues that Shijal Joy was having yesterday. And he's not been able to iron them out, as this is another one that goes, well, it's a crazy wide, really. You think the amount of cricket that's being played here, and these teams should be having these issues. He's getting a little bit frustrated with somebody, I'm not so who. I think he needs probably more disappointed with himself and the line that he's bowling, taking it out maybe on one or two others. See if he can get it right. Once again, he also starts off the artificial, which doesn't help him. But if you look at the angle, that he's bowling at, the way he runs in, you can't see how this ball can go anywhere else. Look where he follows through, the way he's going. Because of the shape of his body, that ball is always going to go in that area. He's got to get a lot straighter. And when he gets to the stumps, maybe a bit more side on. He's sort of too face on when he's delivering. He's got to get side on. He's making movements in the field. Forget the field, buddy. Ball straight. That's what I'd say. Don't worry about moving your fielders. Get the ball in the right area. The captain getting a little agitated. Better line. And look at the shape. Look where he runs there. Look at the difference between that delivery and the ball before. This time, rather than the other one where he's falling away and he's running off the edge of the pitch, this time, look, it's what I say, he's going in the direction of first slip. A much better delivery. If you can follow it up with another one. Mughal, yet to get off the mark. He's a big fish. You want to see the back of him. And this one is going to be called a wide again, so he's not able to keep the consistency going. And a good time to welcome back Mr. Maximo, as we see the captain of the Masita Warriors struggling to get his line right.
Good to be back, yeah. Well, before the game, I mentioned Tony Grimmer potentially behind the stumps, but he's not in the side. He's 12th man. And it will be Niraj Khanna doing the keeping. Here's Mughal, who batted so well yesterday. This time, he really should hit this offside. Instead, he hits it straight back at the bowler. He'll be a bit annoyed, I think. And he misses out on a rare bad ball from Shijal Joy.
Yeah, well, you say rare, it's another bad ball because it would have been another wide. I'm pretty sure of it. It was a full toss. I wonder about the height on it as well. The umpire on the side saying it's okay. I'm not convinced, Vinny. I think that should have been called.
Yeah, no, thought it was.
Yeah, that's too high.
Yeah.
Remember, waist or above.
Waist or above. Yeah, it's probably waist for me. Agree with you. It's weird. It didn't seem that high from front on. Anyway, Shijal, for the most part, he's fairly consistent, is what I'm saying. He's an experienced campaigner leading the side. He's also listed about 3 today. Just noticed Matai has a bit of an issue, so he's not on the field. Vipin Mohan, the 12th man, has come on for the Warriors, who will be chasing, and yeah, well, I'll be hoping that they can pull off an upset. It would be an upset. Malta are only losing the one game in the series. The one they did lose, though, it was a bit of a disaster.
Go.
Yeah. Well, there you go. And when he gets them pretty good. Maximo Panyan takes this from outside the off stump. That is his zone, isn't it? He likes to go leg side. He goes and fetches it, and he gets 6.
Yeah, that's his shot, isn't it? He likes to go down, likes to get down on that one knee and pump this away, and that one just was in the zone. Thing is now here that every one of these deliveries that are being bowled that go to the boundary like that one, well, they were courtesy of those wides. So that's why another reason why you've got to not bowl those wide deliveries. Thanks to Ravi and to Shazad for providing us with these stats. Marsa, let's have a look at their top batters. We'll find Mughali's right up there. Start of this match, 251 runs. And Niraj Khanna, he's going to be pretty key as well. Noel Khosla, he's been sort of thereabout, but he's due a big score. Maybe this is going to be it. On the other side, well, there's the man behind the stumps at the moment. Rocky Niyes, he's been good. Sukumaran has been good there as well. But I think somebody like Divyesh Kumar, we haven't seen the best of him yet either. Good delivery, good start, Yorker length. And it's Bristol Baby.
Yep, here's Baby in over number 3. It's a powerful throw, so powerful it doesn't cause an overthrow. And so, Kostler is the man. I still think we haven't seen the best of him so far in this series. And this is a shot that is going. And I think it just gets there. Maximo. Well, no one just spotted that. The mid-on was up in the circle, and he goes bang. Just has to get it over the infield. Happens to go over the outfield too. 6 runs.
Yeah, nice shot from Noel Kostler. And you can see that he was up there as the third highest scorer. He's been chipping away, hasn't he, at scores. It hasn't made a big one, but he's more than capable of it. I think he's I mean, if you look at all the teams and all the batters, in terms of an out-and-out proper opener, I think Noel Kostler is probably as good as they come. He's got an array of shots and plays a beautiful cut shot, very quick on the pull shot as well. And you see there, it's pretty good hitting straight down the ground as well. Let's see if he can perform big here.
Baby gets one back. Baby got back.
Baby come back. This is good from Bristow. Just bangs it in short, straight into the body of Kostler. Kostler, yeah, missing out on this. Then thinks about the run and gets told, no, stay there, no run. Here comes Baby once more. Ooh, okay. Tim Wheeler saying this is a wide. Maybe it just catches a little bit of the line here.
I felt it did at first glance. Yeah, I still do.
Yeah,
it's a good call.
A good call from Tom Wheeler. Certainly have been very impressed with Mr. Wheeler's umpiring. And it's not just about making the decisions, but I think I like the way that he has the communication with the bowlers and with some of the fielders and the captains. I mean, that's the role of an umpire. It's about just, being in control, but at the same time, just doing it in a nice, polite way and being respected for the work that you do.
Won't get through one fielder, but won't get through a second, but it will be a single. Of course, we've got 2 games happening at the moment. We've got the ECS Finals Day right here. Also, we've got the T20 Internationals from Desert Springs. So, yeah, Spain, a bit of a rough start, but trying to work their way back into this game. Now, wow, that is a proper dive, isn't it? From Vikas Benjamin, who's into the lineup. Well, he might have flown here. He can't get close to it, though. It will be 4 runs, but how's the attempt?
Well, this is Superman. Where's the cape? What a dive that is. I tell you what.
Something.
I just love it. Oh, I absolutely love it. Look at that. It's like he springs into action. Is it a bird? Is it a plane? No, it's Superman, because that was Super Vikas Benjamin. That was action-packed. And if he got anywhere near that, even if he stops the boundary, that would have been one of the most sensational stops that you'd ever see.
Kind of speechless with that dive. I mean, that was crazy.
Watch him go here. Yeah. Oh, that is just amazing.
Brace for impact. Wow. Anyway, it is the last ball of power play. Decent one for Massa. They go at 10s, 30 for 1. And just Noman Mihart, the only casualty in that power play. He was caught by Divesh Kumar off the bowling with Soman for 5. Dive over number 4. And Sukumaran coming to the attack.
Sukumaran has had a good series with bat and with ball. McMahon on the back of his shirt. And this one just gets played away by Kostler, just to hand the strike back to Mugar. Both batters now on double figures.
So 10 and over, be pretty happy with that. Warriors, I'm just going to look up their batting performances so far in this tournament, because we saw them in Group B. Oh, this is short, he hits it, but he hits it straight to Soman. So that's a big wicket. McCar's been in good form. So Kumaran tests him out upstairs, and he wants to go leg side. Tries to drag it from a long way outside off. So Sukumaran comes up with a big wicket. Marcel loses the second. It's 31 for 2.
Yeah, this is a big wicket. It's the one that you need to try and get. And they do get Fine Mughal, who has been in very good form. Remember yesterday, he was the man that helped his team to victory, scoring 51 on 25 deliveries. But he goes the leading run scorer for Malta, and just goes for the straight pull, doesn't he? He's not able to swivel. Normally his shot is the swivel. Also, I think this one, it surprises him a little, the bounce, and that's one thing that Sukumaran can get. Gets the extra bounce, but they get the wicket. Good catch taken again by Ajin Saman. No mistake from him. Yeah, nice and tidy.
Yeah, he's solid, isn't he? Yeah, okay. Warriors actually, of course, they were in Group A, and so were Malta. So these two teams did meet twice in the group stage in matches 19 and 20. Malta took the wins on both those occasions. As Niraj Khanna comes in, pretty confident looking start from him. It will just be a single. No, it won't, of course, because they throw at the bowler's end. It will cost them an overthrow, so it'll be 2 for Khanna to start. So yeah, in match 19, Malta put 100 on the board and kept the Warriors to 72. In match 20, it was the Warriors that batted first, made 89, but yeah, Malta chased it down easily in the end with 18 balls to spare. Warriors on average, yeah, they're scoring 93 per 10 overs and conceding 91. Malta on average there scoring 101 and only conceding 70, so it just shows you their bowling and their fielding has been quite restrictive to the opposition. But yeah, first you gotta get the job done in the first half of the game. Hello to Kai, hope you're well. He's just asking how's the weather developing. But at the moment we've got plenty of sunshine and much better than the forecast was predicting. So that's a good thing. Hopefully it stays that way. Here's Sukumaran. So that's to wait. And well, takes a bit of a sideways hop. The fielder can't get it in the infield, but Baby comes around to his right and fires it a throw. That's good work, but again, it's another 2.
Yeah, lovely pick up there from Bristow Baby. Not the best bit of fielding from the man at square. Pick up and throw all in one motion straight into the gloves. Sukumaran is a little bit disappointed. His fielders are letting him down. We saw the captain throw one away earlier, which gave the extra as well. Just a bit of ill discipline from them at the moment.
Nice shot again, but picks out the sweeper. So it'll be the end of the 4th over. Pretty good one from Sukumaran. And Malta are 37 for 2. That over, we saw the departure of probably who's been the most destructive Malta batter. Fanya Magal went for just 10.
Yeah, Fanya Magal, he's had a good series, 261 runs, so he's right up there as the leading run scorer, but he'd be disappointed that he wasn't able to get a few more. But, that just means that the Masita Warriors, they'll be thinking, look, if they can get the likes of Khanna here, Kosler is somebody who, yeah, he can bat all the way through, but as you've seen so far, 14 of 12, so he's not hurting you too much. Niraj Khanna can be a little bit more aggressive. You then also got the likes of Harun Mughal that come in. He can hit the ball pretty well, and then there's the likes of Hassan Ashad as well as you've got I'm just looking for Massey, Massey, who could come in. So those two guys can hit the ball pretty well. It's a powerful hitters still to come in. But I think Malta at the moment, they're looking at where they are. They're looking for these two, I think, to bat another 18 deliveries and try to get that score, try to double that score maybe, and then leave 18 deliveries for the likes of the big hitters to come in and try and get them to a 110, 120 score.
Yeah, I think you're right there. Here's Manuel Anthony, who's going to bowl the 5th over. Kosler drives through the offside and just trot through for a single. So Kosler and Khanna, 2 NKs, trying to move the game forward for Malta. A team that have won 2 ECN trophies. They won the European Cricket Series back in 2020. Bit of a heist actually over the Knights back then, who were previously undefeated. And then after getting bundled out in the quarterfinals by Sweet in a big upset in the June Series last year, they did kind of come from behind to take the trophy in December last year. Bit high, kind of can't get it away. Yeah, but Malta looking fantastic in their green kits, aren't they? That's something we saw for the first time in 2021. And we liked it. Kind of a bit different. Green and black, but yeah, I think it's a good colour scheme.
Yeah, it's their colours. And they certainly at the moment have been performing well. And this one's there in the slot, been powerfully hit, and it's going to be 4 runs. Classy shot. Just it's all about positioning, and that one is right in the slot for Niraj Khan, and he plays it beautifully, gets plenty of power in it, and too spicy and too hot for the fielder, Divish Kumar, to do anything about.
That was just pure power, wasn't it, really? Hit that so hard. Especially on a day where you wouldn't imagine the outfield be particularly quick. That one just blasted through the fielder. And it goes back, and the fielder has a bit of work to do, but keeps it to 1. So, yeah, these two just building. But yeah, I'm just trying to think back to 2020 when we saw Malta in the more orangey kit back then.
Mm.
But yeah, I've got to say, I'm a big fan of the green. In the air and away from the fielder again. Think of a second, but it's not quite there. Now they think of it again, and it's still not quite there.
They certainly are testing Rocky, aren't they, with some of the throws. They're being a bit wayward. And Rocky, to his credit, he's been taking them all one way or another. He's not afraid to throw the ball in and throw it in hard. You see the Warriors. This has been absolutely launched into, and it goes a long way. Balle, Ginnasona, boom, shakalagya.
It was right into the wheelhouse, wasn't it? And you can see in the bowler, little motion there, saying, well, how do you do that? Well, he kind of bowled into the slot, to be fair. That's 5 overs down, 50 for 2. This is where we're at on finals day, day 12 here in Malta. And you can see that already the Knights are through to the final. They defeated the Bajiba Blasters by 10 runs in a pretty entertaining first game. It was 96-86. And now Malta taking on the Warriors for the right to meet the Knights. Of course, whoever doesn't win this game will be playing in the bronze final, which will start at 1 p.m. local, which is 5:30 p.m. in India. Well, here's Superman. There's Vikas Benjamin, who's going to bowl. He was the one who was very acrobatically throwing himself around in the third man position. Pretty good first ball too. And wow, and again. Well, it's more than an accident now.
He's a bit of Zebedee about him, isn't he? It's Zebedee Benjamin. He's got springs in his feet. There he goes again. Ooh. But it would have been better if he took the ball with him. And this one, well, there was him earlier. Well, yeah, it's nicely done there. And it's just showing us Vickers Benjamin when he was in the field earlier. Here he goes. Benjamin once more. And into the pads. They won it. And very good backing up there from Noel Kosler. And I think that's where the bowler, I think, has to follow through and sort of say, yeah, I want to make this. Here's a bowler you don't want to see runs being taken like that. That's frustrating. You're thinking, hang on a minute, it wasn't a bad delivery. Why the batter's getting a run from this? Zippity Benjamin once more. And this one has been rocks back. He plays it away. It's a delightful shot. And this will be 4 runs. And well, a little bit of the MJ about this. A bit of, oh, as he hits this away. Look, there's the swivel. Beautifully played. And Kosler just starting to find his momentum now. You know, he's a very good player, very classy player. He can play shots all around the ground. And you can see he wanted it, didn't he? He wanted to get to the other end. He gets there, and he gets the ball that he wants as well. You can see a bit of talk here now. So Divish Kumar is puts his arm around Zebedee and says, hey, let's have a little chat about the line that you're bowling. Look at your field. Let's get this ball a bit fuller and get it outside the off stump.
Still, the Warriors have to do it chasing in this game, which is never easy in a final, especially when it's kind of average or above. Just going back to their performances, I mean, they have scored over 100 on 3 occasions. They've actually batted their 10 overs every single game. Benjamin. This is cut away. Beats the man at point. The man at deep point out there. Sukumar, he's been busy. A single.
Yeah, lovely shot. Nicely played. Takes now Niraj Khanna on to strike. He's batting well, wasn't he, Khanna, as well? Man, that a good series so far. It's approaching 200 runs in the series. 186 to his name so far. There's Benjamin. Comes into him, puts it in the slot. Just, yeah, that's good with work from the fielder. Make sure he wants to stop the boundary. Probably was always going to be 2, but doesn't want to give the 4, so just pushes his back into the field of play. That's Ajin Soman.
I'd love to know how many 2s there have been, because there's been plenty in this innings. Just think they've been running hard, running those first ones hard, looking for the second every time. And you know, when you see the fielder having to go to ground, for example, or still kind of shaping around the catch to take the ball, it can be achieved. And I think on a ground which can be a little bit slow, it's the kind of ground we probably haven't seen as many boundaries as some other places, because it can be a bit slow and spongy. Getting those 2s when you can, an extra handful of runs that can be important.
Yeah, I think the printing on the front of Benjamin's shirt went a bit. I think that shirt, when it went in the machine, went in wrong. See, he's knocked him over. Nothing wrong about this. Well, I tell you what, they might have printed his shirt wrong in the front. It's a bit wayward, bit to one side, but there's nothing wrong with this delivery. It is spot on, and he gets it right up there, and he gets the wicket of Niraj Khanna. Well, we know that he's a key one to get. This one cuts in. Kano is trying to give himself room, and that's why Benjamin bowled the last one a little bit wider, not to bowl it into arc. But this time he says, I know what you're going to do. I'm going to follow you. He does, and he's absolutely pumped as he takes the wicket.
Really, really well bowled. I mean, it moved heaps. It was swinging it hits the pitch and comes in even further. But, yeah, it wasn't a great shot, to be fair, as well, for a ball that started even further outside the off stump. Came in, just watch it go. It was zeroing in on the stumps. And, yeah, ends up hitting more of leg than anything else.
Yeah, you can see when he plays the shot, he almost falls over, so he's not well balanced. Yeah, you're right, not the best of shots to play. And maybe just thinking, as that over came to an end, it's a good finish to the over. Scoring 60, he just wanted to get the acceleration in. Probably also thinking that there's other batters that can come in that probably can go at a slightly faster rate than he was going. And that makes Khosla now key, as it is one man who can really crack the ball. Is Mohammed Suleiman. He's hit the ball big. And, he's probably a good man to get in there now. So I don't mind that from Niraj Khanna. He thought, I'm going to go for it. If it doesn't work out, there's other batters that come in. Mr. Baby comes in, and he's going to get unlucky. Now this one, the fielder doesn't even attempt to take the catch. Rocky, well, he is throwing punches everywhere because he's not happy. Because this one, you've got to attempt this. That is Emmanuel Anthony out there. This ball drops about a yard from where he is. He doesn't attempt to take the catch.
Yeah, well, not just that. And then he doesn't try and stop the boundary either. He doesn't really cover the angle. He does nothing. And you can see that's why Rocky is furious. That Baby won't be too happy, as he goes out with the bath water. And 4 runs off the first ball of the over. Khosla trying to put the foot down now as we head into the last 4 overs. Block hole. This will be 1. Well, that's a lot of hats falling off. You know, there's an expression to wear many hats. Well, Shijil is literally wearing so many hats.
That's crazy. Well, he makes a stop that keeps it to 1, but 2 caps fall off his head.
Anyway, Baby without a wicket. Now, this is in the air. That looks concerned, but it's all right because he missed it so well. He'll survive. Suleiman's off the mark.
Suleiman gets off the mark, gets a bit lucky here. The fielder almost trips over his feet as he throws the ball back in, ends up on the deck. I think that's someone out there. Khosla wants to go after him.
Yeah, think about a run. Wow, this could be gone, you know. I think he is out. Drops his bat, and Suleiman, well, I think you can see that he's concerned. The Warriors, well, they think they got a wicket here because it's either a plug or a drop. Look, or both.
Plug. Hits a plug. I like the way that Suleiman.
Yeah, so when the bails come off, his foot hasn't landed yet. And even so, I mean, he's probably out before it even comes down, to be honest. Look, I actually think he's out even before that happens. So I think it's going to be a fairly easy decision. Looks comical. But in the end, Suleiman just couldn't turn around quick enough. He'll be run out. The Warriors, they like it. Baby does well to finish the dismissal. And unfortunately for Suleiman, his day is a brief one here in semi-final number 2. He is the Fourth wicket to fall, and the score is 66 for 4.
Well, that's a Bristow baby making gravy out of the batter there. I like the way when he puts his bat down that the batter himself is examining it like a crime scene to see, did I put this bat over the line or not? He's standing around, look, he stops. I don't know what he's looking at there. Then he looks at the bat. He's still having a look at the bat. Then he's saying, did that bat ever left it just there? Was it over the line? Was it not? The thing is, though, you're absolutely right. I think even before he let the bat plugs, the bails have been knocked off. That's a cheap way to get out a guy that can give you quick runs quickly. Another man who can score quickly comes out now. There's Haroon Mughal, the captain.
Yeah, it didn't seem as far as it was actually on the replay. I was also distracted with the ejected bat. Anyway, Costa needs to be unperturbed about that. This time, wow, could be another overthrow. Well, it gets through the backup fielder as well. And almost run out at the other end, but Kostler gets one in weird circumstances.
Yeah, Kostler gets one, but Kostley have been some of these errors and overthrows from Masida Warriors. I reckon they've given it to about 5 or 6 runs away here, and they could be very important runs. Good delivery. Get Haroon beaten outside the off. Bristow baby looking the part here. It's the end of the over, and a very good over from him, and a good spell also to keeps it nice and tidy. As we have a look at ECL 23, we've talked a lot about some of these groups, but the thing is, we haven't really talked about the format. Different format this time.
Yeah, that's true. We just have 3 days per group instead of the regular 5. So before we had each team playing each other twice and then finals. Because of we have more and more teams joining, we only have the time for them to play each other once. So it'll be 4 matches and finals, 2 days of group matches and finals on day 3. Only the winners of the groups go through to Championship Week, but it's a bigger Championship Week as well. This would have been out, but he misses, because normally Championship Week has been either 5 or 6 teams. This time it'll be 7 teams, so 7 teams to vie for the trophy in week 4. Yeah, this year it was 6 in the ECL actually, because we had 5 in the Championship Week. We had 6 team groups, 5 groups of 6. So this time it'll be 6 groups of 5, and then 7 team Championship Week should be awesome. And with no word yet officially if it'll be under lights or not, but I certainly hope it is. It was a really, really great atmosphere at night. This is played away nicely, uses the pace of Joy well here. Joy just strays onto the pads. And Haroon Mughal, again, batting a bit low for me. I know they've spoiled for options, but he just taps this one in the head, doesn't he? Turns around the corner for 4.
Yeah, delightful shot. I mean, he gets himself in a position where I thought for a moment he was going to leave it and take the wide. But he says, you know what, no, I'm going to get the boundary. It's a battle of the 2 captains. Haroon Mughal gets off the mark with the 4.
Gingerl Joy needs to sort it out. Better ball. Cut straight at field and no run. So what are they heading for here? They're on 90s pace at the moment. Yeah, I mean, Warriors, when they played Master before, Master set them 101. Warriors didn't get close. They made 72. The other time, as I mentioned earlier, Warriors batted first, made 89. So they made 72 and 89 against Masters bowling. Edged, and what a good catch. Brilliant catch by Rocky. Well, it's not a fluke anymore. He's taken so many of these. And firstly, the reactions just to touch it the first time. It hung in the air. He was almost suspended in midair as well, but he takes it at the second opportunity. So a really handy wicket, 72 for 5. What a piece of wicket keeping.
Well, Rocky, first he jabs, and then he finishes off with the uppercut as he takes the catch. And Rocky, he knocks out the captain of Marsa. Haroon Mughal has to go. This is sensational. The reactions are sharp. The reflexes are good. The catch is brilliant.
Yeah, so this is so clever because what he does essentially here is, as he's normally just going to fall over, he finds another step upwards, you see? So he finds another step upwards because he knows where the ball is. And he knows if he can just find a bit more power rather than falling to the ground like you'd normally do if the ball went past you and dive where you've missed the ball, he finds a way to just elevate himself and get up and take that ball. And then also it gives him time to protect the ball so that when he hits the ground again, because he's taken the ball a bit higher, he's able to hold on to it, make sure it doesn't get away.
Well, the bowler is shit of joy, and joy all round, not just for the Masita Warriors, but anybody watching the cricket. That was a fantastic catch. Plenty to be joyed about there. What a catch there from Rocky Danish.
And he always gets another one. I mean, that could be a really important catch. When you think about the McGill's been so good. Yeah, look how he actually gets high. And the other thing he does here is look how the non-catching hand, look how he actually hits the ground with that hand and takes some of the impact, because he doesn't want that right hand hitting the ground in case the ball bounces out. Does everything right there. Brilliant wicket keeping. I really appreciate that. Also appreciate this from Bannock, who's coming in, and he smacks that one to the offside boundary. So to Bannock, he's probably done more bowling than batting in this series, but yeah, it's a really handy shot, just sliced over the offside for a boundary.
Yeah, it's handy. Left-hander coming in as well, and also getting a boundary. So he gets 4 at the end of that over. Much better over from the captain, Sigil Joy, as well. Didn't have too many issues with wides, etc., and also picked up the wicket courtesy of a fantastic catch behind the stumps there from Rocky Dinesh. So Marsa, well, once again, they're not quite where they want to be here. 76 and 5 wickets down, 12 balls to go. As you said, they're looking at that sort of 90 sort of score again. It was enough, wasn't it, for the Knights? Is it going to be enough for Marsa?
A lot of chat about that catch, and why wouldn't there be? Fantastic wicket keeping. This is why, I'm a bit biased because I'm a wicket keeper, but that sort of thing can save you so many runs. Anyway, we're going to go to Soman, and now we've got a big miscommunication, and that's actually really well. He might still be out here.
This is sensational.
Yeah.
If this is out, this is going to be one of the best wicketkeeper run-outs that you've seen, because he goes to throw in, thoughts, I can't throw yet, the body's in the way. Watch this.
Noel's yelling, so I think he's gone here. Yeah, but you can't throw through someone.
Watch this.
So he says, hold on.
Waits,
all right.
and then he says, now I got you. And he doesn't put the bat, if he slides the bat in, he's in. If he's running, sliding the bat in, he gets in. He doesn't. It's lazy running from Noel Kosler.
Yeah, he's out for me. It's super good wicket keeping. I'll tell you that. And yeah, Noel, he kind of only's got himself to blame as well, because he doesn't run in a straight line and he doesn't ground the bat. So he'll be gone. And yeah.
Vinny, is that the best bit of moment of wicket keeping, sort of phase of wicket keeping that we've seen in a long time? First of all, we see an absolute splendid catch, and then we see this. Look at Kosler here. He thinks the ball is being thrown here and he's out. Look, he thinks, I'm out. So he stops running. Then, it's very cleverly, Rocky says, no, I'm not delivering that sucker punch now. I'm waiting. Wait, and then delivers it. Brilliant work.
The thing is, would Noel have prepared, would he have preferred Rocky to throw it into his spine, which was what was going to happen if he did throw it the first time? Wow, crazy action here from Malta on finals day.
Yeah, they're coming to a halt here, aren't they? When they should be getting the acceleration in. It's going the opposite way. They're losing wickets quickly. Plenty of dot balls in there. Kosler now goes. Who's going to give them the flurry that they need? Well, they're not going to get it here now, because this is an absolute beaut. Ajin Saman, he knocks them over, gets a Yorker length delivery in. This is a boogie, oogie, woogie, kookaburra. 5 ball, chak de patte, dande chak dete is another one that has to go. Masita Warriors, well, they're coming back strong. They're finishing strong. Marsa in a spot of bother.
They sure are. I mean, this is fantastic work. I mean, fighting back, you got to take wickets, got to take these kind of half chances, and they've taken a couple of them really. That one's more regulation, just pitching up and blasting through. So Rose doesn't stick around very long. It's full straight, knocks it out.
It's going to be another one of those to go into much water.
Another one.
It's another.
Yeah, can you
2-2.
believe this?
This
and
is just a repeat.
Soman, it's just all business, isn't he? He gets back and says, come on, I'm in the zone. Bring another one out here. Marsa, huge collapse on the cards now.
Oh, what a delivery this is. Well, I thought for a moment we're seeing a replay. It's not a replay, it's another. I love the way he just knocks him over and then jogs back to his mark, says, come on, send me another. He wants to go right back to the mark. He said, right, I did it once, I'll do it again. Or maybe, are we going to see another hat-trick here in Malta as well?
We could. This has been a crazy phase of the game, really. As Malta have lost 3 wickets in 4 balls. Mr. Kumaran, well, he was the last hat-trick taker, and that wasn't too long ago. In fact, that was just
A couple of days ago.
just 2 days ago, the last day of the group stage. Here we go, hat-trick ball, Pakalapati's in. Oh, it's pretty close. I think this might just be going down the leg side, but yeah, Soman, he's on fire at the moment. He's got 3 for 10. Or 3 for 9, actually. That'll be a leg bite. Yeah, so Marsa, they're going to have to work really hard. The Warriors would be incredible if they were able to reach their first ECS final.
Yeah, Pakalapati, when we did see him bat, actually looked a good batter, and so did Banik. So I think don't be put off by these two being out there. They both look pretty good. I don't think Marsa know too much about their capabilities, but when I saw them holding the bat last time, both of them looked like they were pretty good batters. Pakalapati, you know, when he had to go in there, remember that was against, I think it was against Gozo. And he was the last man in. He stuck around for a little while. So he can hold a bat. He can handle himself. But, well, they're at 79. We were saying it looked like the score was going to be in around about the 90s. But they've got to go some to get there now. 79 for 8 at the end of 9.
Yeah, they can still get to 90. Yeah, you're right. But, yeah, what an over that was. I mean, there were 3 off it. One of them was a leg bite. It started with that fantastic, we call it like a heads-up play. You have to think on your feet. He was about to throw it, and you realise, well, hold on, I might as well just wait a second until I can get a look at the stumps. And he judged it perfectly, didn't he, Rocky Dinesh? So, yeah, within 4 balls of each other, those 2 dismissals featuring the keeper.
Yeah, 29 runs in the last 4 overs, and 6 wickets have fallen.
Last overtime, and it's Superman, Benjamin. And, well, this ball is flying. This will be a no ball for sure. And so it means a free hit coming up. Pakalapati will be the man who receives it. I know he's on the charge, but it's very high. What else was I going to say? Trace it back to that run out in that over where I think, yeah, Costa's not so happy with Banik. But I mean, I think Costa, again, he has a bit of a responsibility to look up, because if the non-strike is coming, you just got to go straight away. If he went straight away, I think he gets there. And the other thing is, even with the hesitation, if you had got a better bat slide in and run in a better line, I think he would have got in as well. Yeah. So, okay, maybe he doesn't like the call, but there's a couple of things he could have done to mitigate the situation.
Yeah. I mean, look, don't think after this delivery from Benjamin, good delivery. And, I'm going to say, I think what you saw Andy Nowdy saying to Benjamin there, say, hey, you can calm down now, because I think there was maybe a slight issue with the time, so they had to hurry. That's why I think Saman was rushing through his over in the last one. And Benjamin bowling in the last one, he was running back to his mark quickly. And I think Andy Nowdy just said to him then, hey, buddy, it doesn't matter anymore. It's good.
Yeah, well, now we're in 10th over, it's definitely fine. I think they probably had, not sure if they had all the minutes on for the wickets, because the wickets fell so quickly. So they actually gained 3 minutes during that over, because it was wicket 6, 7 and 8. And Benjamin, I've loved what he's brought to the table.
Yeah. And this one, shoot, is it going to drop in no man's zone? Yeah, it is. The Divish Kumar. And, well, a good throw here, direct hit, it would have been a wicket.
Bowler probably had to go after this, and then I think he's the only one that could have reached it. A direct hit would have been interesting, it would have been out, I think, but batter was in the way of the stumps. Benjamin, I want to see one more Superman dive from him. Remember, no matter what happens, both these two teams will play 2 matches today. Rocky, he can just run this one in, and he will. So this will be over. This will be not over yet. It'll be the 9th wicket. You can see Pakalapati not particularly impressed. Banik gets another victim, just takes off, and he says, are we really doing this? When it comes out, he wouldn't have faced anyway, because it was the last ball coming up. He still won't face, because it'll be in the pavilion.
Yeah. Pakalapati, I like the way he looked back at the umpire and said, go on, give the LBW. But like you said, it makes no difference.
Yeah,
because he wouldn't have faced.
Was the non-striker appealing for the LBW as well? Saying, hey, that's a bit closer than I think. Yeah, so, yeah, look at this. He's like, uh-oh, I think I'm in trouble here. It looks like the umpire, like, it's either Banik or the umpire going, Is that out? Hoping that's the only way he was going to get saved, wasn't he? With the umpire's finger going up at the bowler's end.
And Maximo takes him to 90. The ball to go. Here comes Zebedee Benjamin.
All right.
Full of bounce.
Last ball. Swing and a miss. And they'll be bowled out. And I like that he waits for Bunnick to cross so that he can run him out, saying, you know what? You've had a couple on that you've caused, so it's only fair that you're the man that goes. They're bowled out off the last ball. Have a look here. Rocky outfield, he could have taken him here. They said, actually, I'm just going to wait till you get a bit closer. So put another one in the book, and they do bat out their 10, but they lose 10 wickets along the way. Marsa, 84, pretty much bang on a par score, I think, based on what we've seen in this series. They'll have to bowl and field really well, but they have been bowling and fielding really well in this series. Should be a fantastic second half to semi-final number 2. But early on, we knew that Marsa, they won the toss, they elected to bat. They wanted to get moving, and Costa, well, he did for a while, but Mihar, he didn't, unfortunately. He was the first man to go for just 5. That brought Fanyan Magal to the crease, and we know Fanyan has had a good final series so far. It didn't quite click in this one as, well, Benjamin, he was into the side and he was flying. We knew that he must have flown in, but Rico, I think the Warriors, they'll be pretty happy where they're at the halfway point, considering it looked like at one point this innings might get away.
Yeah, I mean, they'd be very happy. I mean, that split 50 at the first 5, so 100-plus score was looking on the cards with 50 with 2 wickets down, and then restricting Marsa team to just 34 of the last 5 and also taking 8 wickets. That's an amazing performance. Marsa, they'll be very disappointing, and they're going to have to be at their best. I'm liking that as well from Divesh Kumar, just having a little chat there with Benjamin, and Benjamin responds by knocking the stumps over of Niraj Khanna. That was a big wicket. You know, Niraj, if he gets going, he can really hurt you, but they always found a way. They always believed. They kept fighting. But really, for me, the man behind the stumps, I mean, Rocky Dinesh, he was absolutely fantastic.
And I think you look, all things considered, it was a pretty good fielding effort. Okay, there were occasional overthrows here and there, but I just look at the way they executed these run-outs. I think it starts with Rocky. I think you say, you know, if your wicketkeeper is doing a good job and holding their chances, creating chances, doing the occasional spectacular thing, then it kind of rubs off. And this was pretty spectacular, wasn't it? Takes it on the second grab, and fantastic technique to that, actually. That wasn't a fluke. He does a lot of things right to give him the best chance of holding that ball. And yeah, so I think that just rubs off on the other fielders. I really like his enthusiasm. Bunnick, well, he was being pretty attacking, and he was also attacking his teammates a couple of times, because eventually Kostler, he was called through, and again, Rocky, bit of magic there, holds off the throw, so he doesn't have to throw into the back of Kostler. And then, well, Rocky, he was watching from behind as bang play as well from Soman, who was on a hat-trick at one point, and the Ducks just kept on coming at this stage of the innings. Marsa with a proper collapse towards the end of the innings.
Yeah, it was a really good bit of bowling there for Soman as well. Picked up 3 for 10. And I like the look of him early on in the series, and I said this boy is going to take some wickets. He's got a bit of pace, he's got accuracy, he's got firepower, and that was another one. And well, there was a hat-trick ball coming up to just strapping him on the pads, going down the leg side. This one was not giving up, and once again, there's Rocky again. When it's a little bit Marsa, you've got to say the last part of their innings, the last 5 overs, was a little bit of a Rocky horror show.
It was. Well, it's not a horror show for Rocky, because he was loving it out there. As we look at some of the beautiful pictures of Malta, and Marsa bundled out in the end for 84. But yeah, the splits, I think that really sums it up, doesn't it? 50, and they were looking at 100 plus in the end. They only get 34 off the second half of the inning. 6 wides and a no ball. Yeah, but not the worst effort, I think, from the bowlers. I think for me, the fielding was pretty important in those moments. You look at the run-outs they did pull off. Kostler and Bunnick and down the bottom, also Bakalapati, all run out by Rocky Dinesh. Having a look at the bowling figures, 3 for 10. Soman was really good, I think. He just was all business, wasn't he? He was getting out there. He was reproducing those full straight deliveries. Yeah. Also, we saw wickets for Scheduled Joy, as well as Sukumaran, who got the big wicket of Magal, and Benjamin. He was an injection of energy into this side. So game in the balance, and the Warriors, they'll be out to chase 85 for a spot in the final. It'd be a big effort from them. Well, it'd be a big effort from Marsa as well if they could do it. Of course, they are chasing their 3rd trophy. But will they survive? We'll find out after the break. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. Rico Paul with me, back shortly with the second half of semi-final number 2 right here on ECM. You're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series.
Hello cricket lovers and welcome back to the Malta International Cricket Ground. We've had well, a mixed start today. We see the Knights have booked their place in the final. 96-85 winners, winning by 11 runs against the Blasters. And now we see the battle between Malta, a team that have won on 2 occasions out here. And they're looking to make it a hat-trick of wins. And well, they're going to have to be at their best with the ball because they made a good start with the bat. They got skittled for 84, so it's been another poor batting display from Malta, losing 8 wickets in the last 5 overs and just scoring 34 runs. So somebody like that man there, Pakalapati, is going to have to be at his best to see if they can pick up the early wickets. And it's going to be Ajin Soman who's facing the first ball. He batted very well yesterday. Scored a very fine 41 of 16 deliveries with some aggressive hitting. Can he make a similar start here? Gets beaten by a good one from Pakalapati first up. That one ball comes into him, then moves away. Most of the shots that Ajin Soman played was down the ground yesterday, so you can see Pakalapati making sure that he's not going to pitch up to him. Doesn't want him to give him any length. And Rocky Dinesh is the non-striker. Once again, just teasing him outside the off stump. Leans into it, does Saman, but nowhere near it. Well bowled. Good areas, good corridor to be bowling in. Conditions, the clouds just starting to appear again. The sun that has come and gone this morning disappears. This one is going to be too wide. First runs on the board for the Masida Warriors, courtesy of that extra. Very good. Good morning, afternoon or evening, depending where you're watching from, to our global cricket audience. Namaste, salam alaikum, sat sri akal, Aibo1. Welcome to Malta. Welcome to the Malta International Cricket Ground. And this one's a false shot in the air. Opportunity. 2 men gather around it. Well, what are they doing here? The catch has been taken by Faisal Morose, but I have no idea what the other fielder was doing right behind him. And I think that was Banik. Well, Banik was almost saying, give me, hey, listen, can I have a piggy bank? Because look at this. He goes right behind him. He said, give me a piggy bank. Give me a piggyback. Oh, I tell you what. He's saying, yaar, ki kar raha mere piche? Catch mera, tu mere piche ki kar raha? I don't know what Banik is saying. Banik has got a serious look about his face. He doesn't seem to be too happy that the catch has been taken there by Morose. It's almost like he wanted glory himself. And I thought he was going to jump on his shoulders and say, come on, let's go for a ride. But the wicket goes. And this time, Ajin Soman is not going to be able to do anything. You can see the two still at each other before Harun Mughal, the captain, steps in and says, hey boys, come on. Don't want to fight here. We've just taken a wicket, and it's an important wicket because it is Saman who will go for 0. And they get him well called in the end by Morose off the bowling of Pakalapati. So this time, Ajin Soman is not going to be the hero. And Vikas Zibidi Benjamin comes in. He's quite happy to see this one bounce past him outside the off. Very good areas from Pakalapati. He's getting the ball in the right zone. Only one time he's gone a little bit too wide and it was called. That's the only run of the over so far. 2 more balls to come. Vikas Benjamin coming into the side today. Get the fair slice of this. Khosla will, well, Khosla there. He's got a smile on his face because well, it's almost like he's having a few issues bending down here. No, Khosla. Fortunately for him, he did have somebody bending down. He says, well, I can't bend any more than that, he says. Luckily, there was another fielder there to save his blushes. Pakalapati wants to finish well. 2 of the over, 1 wide, 1 of the bat. Bowling to Rocky Dinesh, who gets a full delivery, bit of a full toss, but He's able just to play this out and take the single. So it's, well, when you're defending a low score, you need a good start, and they get a good start. So 85 required for the Masita Warriors. That first over just brings one run and also a wicket. And that was a big wicket of Saman. He went without scoring. Catch eventually taken by Faisal Morose, even though Uttam Banik made it as comfortable as he could for him by breathing down his neck and almost hitching a ride on his shoulders. End of the over, and next over will be bowled by Fayan Mughal. Mughal has had a very good series so far. 261 runs. And, just a slight delay. Looks like the umpires just looks like they're sorting something out with the scorers here momentarily. But gives me an opportunity to give a shout out to a few people that are on the chat. Mayur Patel saying, morning guys. Well, good morning to you as well. And Wayne is saying hello back to Mayur and to everybody else on the chat as well. Thank you for joining us on well, quite a overcast Saturday. And the wind swirling around as we go back to the action. We'll find Mughal's first ball is just blocked out. I think Rocky Dinesh knows that his contribution here is vital. He really needs to get a good score. Being a little bit careful at the moment. He keeps wicket wearing those fantastic shades, doesn't he? The white shades, but he doesn't wear them when he's batting. Yeah, you just get the feeling if somebody like Rocky, or maybe even the batter out at the moment there, Benjamin with him, scores 40 or 50 runs, that's enough to win the match. This one's a little bit short. Gets played away, chasing for the fielder, but he won't get there. And once again is Mohammed Suleiman. We saw him have problems when he was doing the running with the bat, and he's having problems when he's out there on the boundary. So he's a big lad, but he just has issues stretching those legs. Look, a little pitter-patter, 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 but he can't get there. He stretch those legs a little bit more. 4 runs, valuable runs. First boundary of the innings. Rocky Dinesh is off and running. He makes a few adjustments to himself as he gets ready to face the next delivery from Fayan Mughal. Once again, just darts this slightly onto the pads of Rocky, who just taps it onto the leg side and takes a single. So Vikesh Benjamin now. Well, he's adjusting himself as well. Some loose boxes. The two batters. And he goes for the lofted hit into the area of mid-wicket, and he gets it. 4 runs, valuable runs. It's a really nice shot. There's a couple of steps, meets it on the full, and executes it well as well. Doesn't try to overhit it. I think that's the key. So Mughal, what would be his reply? Last ball of his over. It's a good one. It's a beauty. That's where he needs to be. He's a little bit short with the last few deliveries, but he does finish well. End of the over, 12 for 1. The rate required, they'll be happy. I think Masita Warriors, where it is at the moment, it's under the 9. If they can keep it to that, they'll be pretty happy. 141 matches now without that golden ball. Are we going to get one? We were so sure we would get one here in Malta. We weren't able to get one in Croatia, though we had some very close matches there. The same here in Malta. The man with all the 3s on his back who took the catch. Faisal Morose is now going to come on to bowl. No, he did it with the catching. Can he do it with the bowling? Going to come around the wicket. And this one just been almost like a sweet pull away. As Dinesh gets the single, gives the strike back to Benjamin. Goes up in the air, but his head goes up. He loses his shape, opportunity, and that's a really, really good catch from Paklapati. Haven't we seen some good catching in that zone in the long off and long on area? Really well done. Has a bit of ground to make up as well, you see. So it's not an easy catch, and he's taking it away from his body as well. Look, it's not easy. That is not an easy catch, because he's concentrating on getting there, making up the ground, and then keeping his balance as well. It was nicely done. So Vikas Benjamin Zibari, he has to go, and he will go with 5 of the 5 balls that he faced. Well caught by Paklapati. And what a good introduction that he's been into the side here for Marsa. Marsa have always been strong, but picking up somebody like Paklapati is certainly giving them extra strength, as they have with also picking up Uttam Banik, for giving them something extra. So the second wicket goes down. It is 13 for 2, and now really for me this is the partnership. This is the match-winning partnership. This one gets played away. We'll take a single. Big moment here. Can these two get a partnership going? I mean, you look at that score and you just get the feeling, if both these two batters score 30, they win the match. Simple as that. And that's what they've got to be thinking. So, right, okay, look, let's just get 25-30. That's all we need. Get a partnership. Get a 50-run partnership going. I mean, along that way, you'll pick up some extras as well. There'll be a few freebies. And that's what they need. That's what they're looking to do. Slightly overpitched, worked away to the fielder, Banik. That's the fielding. He'll take the single. Yeah, just a bit more cloud cover coming over now. Hazy clouds. The sun seems to be buried behind them. Rose, good over so far. Just 4 from it, 1 wicket. Last ball to come in it. Knocking the nest, can he find a way to get a boundary? And, he's quite happy just to roll his wrist on this one and take the single. He's been fielded by the bowler himself, and cracking over, really was. 5 come off it, the score moves to 17, so it's a low-key power play. And just like that, Marsa make that low score of 84 seem like a score sort of more around a 96 to 100 score, and that's what happens when you get some good tight overs in, and not only have they kept their runs down as well, they've also taken 2 wickets. So yes, 3 overs down, ready to start the 4th over. Fine time to welcome back into a new, slightly updated, slightly archived commentary position. It's Mr. Maxim over the Sandu.
Due to the risk of impending doom with the thunderstorms, we've moved into what we might call the commentary bunker.
Yep.
We're just slightly away at the side of the ground in the clubhouse. But anyway, getting back to the action. And this is Fahad Masih, who's coming on to bowl now. Yep, Master have done well to keep it quiet early, haven't they, here?
Listen, you talk about this bunker, the clubhouse. I've noticed that even Abbas Langley have been here. Abbas Langley was just down the road from where I used to live in the UK. And, Abbas Langley next to Leverstock Green, and also Kings Langley Cricket Club. This one's been banged in. A very quick delivery from Masih. Masih is good. Final Masih. It's somebody who just sort of chugs in, but he's certainly got a bit of pace about him. It's all shoulder. And he fires that ball in pretty quick. is a difficult customer to deal with. This time he pitches up, and it's played away. They look for two. They think about it, but don't. And you've got to just, got to be a little bit more aggressive with these shots. I mean, that ball was in the slot. You've got to have a real go at it.
Key moment in this chase is that required rate just creeps past 10 for the first time.
Yeah, Rocky Danish. Misses at this. Is a good delivery. Yeah. Nicely, just gets this to shape away late as well. Rocky, once again, you see there with that shot, it's not the shots that you need here now. That shot, even if he plays that, it's getting you a single. Shouldn't be looking for balls that are going to get you singles now, or shots that are going to get you singles. Should be hitting or looking for big shots. You need to accelerate. That's one thing that Malta did do early on, even though they weren't getting boundaries, because boundaries are hard to come by. They were running hard and getting twos. Well, forget twos. We'll take four here. Hay poquito de suerte ahí, porque eso es cuatro carreras. Gets a nice thick edge, and that'll do. But they need a few more of these. Niraj he's not able to get anywhere near that. So this one flies away, and Niraj saying, nothing I can do about that. So 4 runs.
You need Superman in the third man position there to at least throw himself at it. Benjamin.
Yeah,
Revelation in the field. Yeah, so they'll take the boundaries however they can get them. Rocky, nice ball the fourth. And he goes over cover. And the chase is on Haroon. Should stop this, and he doesn't. Well, Haroon almost got down there. And what can you say? That's just another one that he won't want to look back at that way.
Oh no, please don't show this again. Oh, this is terrible. That is an absolute clanger. I tell you what.
Won't want to lose by 2 runs.
That is bad, isn't it, from Haroon Mughal? It's not a good look either. And it's not the way. There's 2 boundaries there, so that helps, doesn't it? It gives them the bit of the acceleration that they need as the score moves to 27 off 2 at 4.
Just some batting to come. She'll Joy listed to come in next. And Tony Lewis, didn't he have some sting in the tail last time? Yeah, what does he do wrong here? It does everything right except for pick up the ball.
He doesn't even touch it. That's the thing about it. He doesn't even get a touch on it.
It's a long way down. And Haroon, he's no rookie, put it that way, so not as easy to get down.
I just wonder if he wears spectacles, eyeglasses, whatever you want to call them. I think maybe he needs to get his eyes checked. They do get 10 of that last over.
They get 10, and that's handy. Here comes Monrose to bowl his second. Was good in the first, wasn't he? This one's turned away just for a single.
Thing is, though, you know what can happen? You see that. I mean, everything's been going ticky-tacky. 2 boundaries there, the lucky edge, a horrendous bit of fielding from Haroon Mughal. And all of a sudden, that could be what the Warriors need to spark this partnership going. 2 good batters out there. And I've been saying, Viddy, if both of these score 20-25, they will be winning the match.
So they are very, very capable of doing this. You think about the contribution of Tony Lewis yesterday is what I was highlighting before. But also, Malta, they'll be ruining the fact that they didn't put kind of 9,500 on the board. They were set to do that. Devlin side, appeal on the strangle, but it's off the pad. But still, it's a good result, I think, for the fielding team, because it won't be wide.
Yeah, Rocky lets himself down here, just needs to take a little step. And would have got the wide, but it ends up just catching a bit off his pad before it goes through to the keeper. This is a good result because that will be 4 runs for the second time. The edge has flown past the wicketkeeper, and there's nothing that the fielder Marcy can do about that. So
yeah, it's just going to be another one of those you can't do too much about. Third man's in the circle, so he can put an outfielder elsewhere. Rocky, well, he moves to 18 and approaching the halfway point of this innings. In the air, this one spins straight past Noel Kostler. It'll just be a single, so it doesn't hurt him too much. So 33 with the ball to go on the 5th. And yeah, Rocky is still there. And let's just see if we can get something out of Divyesh Kumar, because he certainly is another guy which can get going.
This is just an easy hit, but straight to Kozla, and he misses out and don't even get a run.
Let's have a look at what you can join us on, and there's all these social media options for you. There's Instagram, there's Twitter, there's Facebook, there's even things like Josh, and something that I've never even heard of. But that is the modern world, and you can also send me a message at Mr. Maximo. Thanks to everyone that does. It's very hard for us to get back to everyone. Rico at Rico Full, and we are your commentary team. We're your good time crew, along with Corey. He's our other regular, and he'll be joining me in Barcelona. Probably not on Monday because he's still making his way back from Desert Springs. So I'll probably fly solo on Monday, but Corey will be back on Tuesday as we start the ECS from Barcelona. Looking forward to that. Now, it's now or never really. 53 required off the second half. Again, no intent, doesn't want to pull this. Happy just got to bunt it out for the single.
Yeah, they've got to be a bit braver, haven't they? I mean, you know that Marcy is gonna get that ball to climb on you, so you've got to be waiting for it. Be deep inside your crease and take it on. You've seen a couple of swings where the edge has been found and it's gone to the boundary. That's what you need to do. You've got to back yourself. And he does have a go at this one, but he gets through. Nice to see that. I'm like the intent there from Kumar. He knows he's got to go after it. Doesn't want to get bogged down.
You got to take it on. As soon as you start bunting it out, you're limiting yourself to one. Okay, a shot like that, okay, gets nothing, but I mean, it might get a little edge for 4. Anything can happen, really. Might nail it for 6. He goes aerially towards the offside, but that boundary's patrolled by Mohammed Suleiman. And that'll just be a single. So, yeah, Marsa not giving too much away here. Even when you think of some of the boundaries that have been hit, they haven't been particularly convincing so far, Rico.
No, they haven't been. I'll see. Been bowling well.
Now, this is high, but I think it's going to go. It's going to go a long way. Maximo. Rocky breaks out. He's going to have to punch back if they're going to get close. That'll help. 6 runs.
Yeah, that will help. That's a bullseye. This is right on target, especially if you're the batting side and the Warriors. Well, they need to become Warriors here. Oh, what a big hit that is as it goes into the archery field. This is more like it. Got to be positive, got to be brave. And I said if both these batters can get going, if both of them get into the 30s, well, Rocky's got into 30. But, well, if Kuma can do the same, you can see the score there now. That will certainly help. And that rate, look, is not beyond them either. It's around about 10. And if you can just stay together, if these two can stay together and keep it at this rate, they will win this match.
And even then, even if they happen to lose a wicket, someone could come out and have a heater, like Shijil Joy, like Tony Lewis. Doesn't want to go after this one. Just takes the one.
Yeah, that's the difference here for me with Rocky. He's, I mean, he picks and chooses, but there, I mean, he's gone back. He's got the time. Why doesn't he try and hit this harder? Why doesn't he try and get this cut shot in? I think he shies away from being too aggressive. He thinks if he hits one, he needs to take the single. Kumar needs to get going.
Now this is in the air, and it hangs in a long time. Should be gone, and it is taken. So simple catch taken in the backward point region. That's Utumbanek. And that takes it. This time he didn't have any competition. He's able to take it by himself. So Kumar can't really get too much going. He goes for 5. I suppose if he can't get going, get out the way. That's what he does. He's the 3rd wicket to fall. It's 42 for 3.
Yeah, Barnick this time he says, well, I am taking this one. And nobody's getting in my way after having the battle with the Maros the last time round. But look, big wicket to get there for Marsa because, like I was saying, that was a partnership I felt that could see Masida Warriors get close. But look, you're absolutely right. They've still got other batters to come. I'd like to see Tony Lewis come in here now. I think from what he showed us yesterday, the way he hit the ball, he's too good a hitter to be keeping too low down. There's no point getting him in when the game's practically already away from you. With 10 required and over, Tony Lewis comes in. He gets a magical over in. The next thing you know, it's... well, you can do it by just taking singles.
Yeah, I think I'd be doing that. And the wind just blowing the stump, so I don't...
Look at that wind picking up here now.
Yeah, is that a sign that we're in trouble here?
It doesn't look good. There's a storm brewing, isn't there? Well, look at that. There's somebody's... Well, look what's happened there. Somebody's cat comes flying off. And that is Marose. Well, that wasn't, I tell you now for sure, that wasn't Banique hitting him on the head saying, see, you got him away last time. And then the wind knocks the stumps over as well.
Last year, somebody had their stumps blow over while the ball was being delivered to them.
Yeah.
Remember that? It was here last year when we were here in November, December. Anyway, here's Asan Ashad, who get nurdled away by Rocky for a single. Yeah, so that's quite incredible. I mean, I don't think would have bowled him, but the thing is, you can't really call it a dead ball if the ball's already in play. That's the thing.
Vinny, I'm trying to have a look out there to see which way the wind is blowing, and I get the feeling it's blowing at the moment could be in favour of the batting side. I think if they're hitting towards long on, the wind will take this, you know.
Yeah, you just look at the way the stumps blew over there to give you an indication.
So they've got, well, maybe it's a good sign for the batting side if they can get bat onto ball here, but they've got to be a little bit more assertive than that. Mind you, it is Lewis that comes in. They have a shy at him, and now they're going to take 2, so valuable extras. 2 runs for Tony Lewis. He'll get off the mark, but yeah, I mean, I like this shot, getting Tony Lewis up there a bit earlier. So let's see if he can deliver the way that he did yesterday for the Masida Warriors. Scored 23 not out of just 8 deliveries. You know, if you can put an innings like that in here now, that's enough to almost win you the match.
Yeah, it could be. And the rate just seems like they're a long way behind, but not really if you look at that required rate. Very, very possible. It's just not an easy ground to get to score on. We've seen that already. This one's hit, no run this time. And the goal does get down to terra firma that time. Make sure that one doesn't get past him.
Austin Ashad comes again. Just tries to work this away. I don't mind that shot. He's trying to be a little bit more assertive, a little more aggressive. That maybe that's a Rocky Dinesh has been in those. He's trying to say, yeah, I can probably get a single, but if I get it right, it could be a bit more than that. And need something to happen. Need something in this ball. And well, he just dabs this, blocks it. That's not what you need. So Ashad, great over from him so far. Just the 3 runs from it, a ball to go. Got to find the boundary here. That rate is around 12 now.
Yeah. Can't wait too long. Like we said, last ball of the 7th coming up. Ashad's bowled a good over. Lewis can dig this one out for 1. So it's now or never really. 3 overs to go. The Warriors, they still need about 40. This is where we're at on finals day in Malta. The winner of this game goes through to the final against the Knights. The loser will they'll be back on the rack for too long, actually, taking on the Blasters. And that bronze final is not as much of a gap as usual because of the sun issues here. The sun's setting pretty early, so that game will start in around about an hour from now, right here on the European Cricket Network, noon GMT, which is 1 p.m. in Central Europe. It's 5:30 p.m. in India. So the Blasters, they're waiting to see who they're going to play for bronze, and the Knights, they're waiting to see who they'll face off for the trophy. Knights and Malta. Could it be an identical final last year? Potentially. It's looking that way at the moment, you'd have to say. There's Venkatesh Pakalapati getting ready to bowl over number 8.
Yeah, Pakalapati bowled a very good line, just keeping that ball outside the off stump. So it's not going to be easy. I think this is here where you've got to be backing yourself to try and go for the cut shot, the uppercut. Need to get across to the offside. It's nicely struck, but to the fielder, they do go. And this is going to be close. It looks like he gets sent back. They're asking the question here.
My instinct was he's probably home, but then when I checked myself, it might be closer than you think. Getting there. Just gets that bat down.
Yeah, doesn't slide it in though, does he? Does it the hard way? Let's just
he's
watch
probably
this
lucky
again.
he doesn't slide it, because if he slid this just before the line, it would stop. And that, for me, it's down.
Yeah.
And now the bail comes off.
Yeah, only just, but more importantly for Marksa, it's just a dot ball.
Andy Nowdy, very good golfer. Played well yesterday. Probably he's 3rd in the overall championships right now.
Yeah, he played very well indeed. Got a victory. And, played some top opponents as well, so he was a very happy chap. Just have a look at Nowdy's trousers at the moment here. I hope he's got a belt on, because well, I told you I'm worried about his trousers. he's got more concerns about the bails. This wind has really picked up.
It has been a tournament that's been probably the most wardrobe malfunctions we've ever seen.
Yeah, it has. It's been cracking though.
Gone.
As this one knocks him over. He's right on the money. And adios. And Pakalapati, this time he targets the stumps. And that is a boogie Kookaburra 5-ball. Chuck there for this style. Another one bites the dust. And well, the stumps of Tony Lewis have been absolutely shattered.
Yeah, perfect delivery really. Swings back, crashes into off. And unfortunately for Lewis, he gets one that he can't handle. And that's the thing. I mean, with good bowling, it's a different proposition. And Malta, do you think that they've got consistent good bowling options? Pakalapati comes back and does the business. So, look, even with 6 wickets in hand, it's just hard to see this happening. Rocky is going to have to take the innings of his life from here if he's going to get them home.
Yeah, he's finding it difficult at the moment to get on strike, though, isn't he? We have a look at the last sort of 10 deliveries or so. The percentage of strike he's had is very low, and that's probably what he's probably trying to say to Sukumaran. But look, this guy, he can give the ball a bit of a whack as well. He has scored a 50 in the series, so he's no muppet with the bat.
Well, just not much time to go. That's the issue. 46 for 4. Still 39 to get. Drags a low full toss. Down for 1. It's Miha. Party deals with the throw when it comes back in. Yeah, Lewis, unfortunately, didn't come off him today. Did it 3 off 7 in the end. He scores. And Rocky, 32 off 20. You can see what's required. 38 off 15. I mean, it's possible. Think about sometimes you see a batter, 38 off 15. That can happen, but yeah, normally they're set. Normally they're a top order player. I mean, Rocky is a top order player. And I suppose you can't just rely on only one person to do it either. Here's Pakalapati. He's got 2 for 4. Again, Rocky can't really come up with an aggressive answer to this. Just has to dig it out. And every time you don't get a boundary, now that run rate required is going to climb. The only thing that kind of brings it down are boundaries and wides and no balls. Sukumaran, can he smoke a Maximo in this 8th over? I think he has to try. He does, and well, it's almost a replay of the Rocky catch, isn't it? And lightning strikes twice. I suppose Cunner, he saves the boundary, that's the thing. But he would have loved to have pounced this on the second opportunity.
Well, they're all saying well done for actually stopping it. They're giving him high fives for the effort. But yeah, but what I'm amazed at is the batters, they don't run. I mean, look, they're watching what's going on. The ball goes down. They could have run here. They decide not to. Yeah,
I mean, I think everyone was just perplexed to see if he would catch it or not. It's almost the instant replay of the Rocky one in the first innings, isn't it?
The party, outstanding bowling from him so far. He's unlucky not to have got his 3rd wicket.
Last ball of the over. Pitched up. They're going to turn down the run here because Rocky thinks he's going to win the game. And you can see where he's coming from there.
No, I can't.
Yeah.
Sorry. He hasn't shown consistency in hitting boundaries. I mean, what will happen here? The next ball, he'll take a single.
You know, well, your only way you can win is you need someone to hit a lot of boundaries in a row. So if you do that, the 1 run isn't as important. We're talking about that ball in isolation. I think, yeah, he might now take one, but he's at least putting himself on strike first ball of the over, saying, look, yes, you know, Sukumaran's a batter as well, but I've been here the whole time, and so theoretically, I want to be on strike. So I can understand that one. From here, though, I'm just, yeah, I mean, you need a lot of luck, don't you, as well? And hope for the best.
Arshad is going to bowl it to Rocky. And, he's going to get him out. He gets this through the block hole. And I think this catches a bit of pad. Probably would have been, I think this hits his pad. I think this is LBW anyway, but the ball then goes on to the stump. So, well, it takes a big man to pick him up, and Mohammed Suleiman is a big man. He does pick up Arslan Arshad and gives him a bit of a juppy and says, well done, well bowled. Yeah, I mean, okay, that's always the danger.
Yeah.
For me, they turned down a couple of runs. Rocky, I understand where you're coming from. He's a fighter. He wants to be out there. He wants to smack this for the boundary, and that's what he's trying to do here. But look, you can't take anything away from the bowling here from Malta. It's been good, hasn't it? It's been on the money.
It's been on the money, especially because their batting did fall away a little bit in the second half of their innings. So you felt that the Warriors were hitting this second innings with a bit of momentum. But yeah, Rocky, he's knocked out finally in the 9th. And unfortunately, the Warriors, I think the hopes walk off with him. I see the theory of him wanting to be on strike, and then he's got to take risks. So unfortunately it didn't work out. And Ashad, we'll give him some credit as well. It got a very tight first over. Only conceded 4, but now he has a wicket to his name. Shajil is going to be gone first ball as well, caught behind. And so Ashad's on a hat trick now. And this time Karnat finds it a little bit more in his wingspan. He takes it easily. And well, hat trick opportunity on the way.
Yeah, the captain goes for the first ball, a golden duck. It's another. Well, it's been a rainy day, isn't it? Plenty of water, which is good for the ducks. It's good for here at the Malta International Cricket Ground because there has been plenty of them. So another opportunity. And you know what? I'm calling this early. He's going to get it. He's bowling a good line. He's getting the Yorkers game. And I think this next ball is going to be a Yorker-led delivery. That's going to knock him over. So there you go. Another hat-trick to add on to that.
Yeah, hat-trick opportunity for Hasan Akhtar. Of course, Muthu Kumaran took one earlier in the week. And before that, Devendra Negi took one in Group 8. So here we go. Hat-trick opportunity. Floating slip comes into place. Yeah, this is smart. I think, probably not going to win the game now. So you just spoil someone else's day. And Matai is pretty happy just to knock that out for one.
Harun Mughal, he's having problems picking the ball up, isn't he? Look at this.
Whoopsie.
Well, we saw him earlier on the boundary. Harun is the white one. That's what you've got to stop. This one gets played out short, leg side. But yeah, this is done and dusted. One thing you will say is that they're very, very similar. I mean, they're going to be up there with the Knights again in the final. But both teams are so similar in the way that they play, aren't they? They're both very strong with the bowling, both very good with the fielding. And with the batting, if they click, they can be dangerous as well. There is another wicket. The batter looks like he's walking for me, and he's going to have to carry on walking. So Arshad, he doesn't get the hat-trick, but he does get the 3rd wicket and the over. And I was half expecting this. This time he goes for the slightly shorter delivery, gets the thick edge. Nicely taken by Niraj once more. And it's another one bites the dust. And I hope you're all keeping up with this and not falling asleep, because there's plenty of action happening out there. And good catch.
Yeah, it was a simple one, wasn't it? He went walking, and then he just had a glance back. And the umpire said, well, considering you've just taken 7 steps, any doubt I might have had has been removed. So 50 for 7. What an over this is. It's a reward for Arshad, who kept it tight, didn't take a wicket in his first over.
Yep.
He's taken 3 of them here. As you say, it all happens in the 9th, and here's Manuel Anthony.
Yeah, so he goes for a short one again. This time it's been played to work quite nice, and there's the chase on for Banik. So almost doing the impersonation of the $6 million man. Then afterwards he thinks, I've overdone it, I need a rest. So he lies down, but he does chase it. Here comes the stop. So the end of the 9th over. And well, plenty did happen in the 9th. We did see the Warriors get to 50, but we also saw wickets fall. And it is 52 for 7.
Last over coming up. And so, Masa, they will be through to the final. It'll be a rematch. And here's the thing, Knights won't really like this result. Not because they're afraid of playing Masa, but that Masa, if the weather does intervene, they have a better record. They won 7 matches in the group stage, and the Knights won 6.
Yeah.
So, although they're both top of their group, you go on the records as a tiebreaker. This will be a boundary to start the last over. Fanya Mughal comes on to Sukumaran, who hasn't had too much of the strike since he's been there. Plays a nice shot through the point region. Just front leg floating away, but back leg was grounded. Nice shot to start the over. Yeah, so this means that Masa, if the final can't be played, if we can't get a minimum of 3 overs in, they will retain the trophy. The party has a crack, but just a single.
Yeah, so we get a chance. Anthony will go back on strike. Yeah, see the Warriors. Remember, it's not all done and dusted for them. They will still have one more match to play. It's the next one that's coming up, actually. More details on that to follow, but they will be playing the Bujiba Blasters in the bronze final. So still plenty to play for. So it's fantastic medals from Locker Lifestyle. The best trophies and medals, I think, in
so
any
good,
sporting
honestly.
event.
They do great work.
It's a nice shot down the ground, but the catch is taken. It's Numan Mejia, who doesn't make any mistakes, so fairly well hit. Fine Mughal picks up his first wicket. And what a good series that he's had. And he gets the congrats from his brother, Haroon. It was there for the shot, but just wasn't able to get enough oomph in the, or power into it. And an easy catch there taken by Numan. So another wicket goes down. That's the 8th. And this the final over. The Warriors, once again, it's just the batting just didn't click so many times. That's one thing that we certainly have found here in Malta. Probably Group A and B have been very similar. The depth in the batting just hasn't been there, has it? I mean, once the teams have lost the top 3 batters, I mean, it's been very rare that anybody has come up and got a recovery going. In fact, I don't think we've probably seen it in 1 or 2 matches only. It just hasn't happened, and that's why it's so important that your top bowlers perform well, pick up the wickets, and you get those early wickets like Marsa have done here. Then you really do contain, and that's been the difference between these two sides. Marsa, at least they did get a good 5 overs in and got the runs on the board early, and then they did struggle 34 off the last 5, but they got that start that they needed, and as a result of that, they've been able to keep the Cedar Warriors to the score of 58, and Marsa, well, they booked another place in the final for them, and I get the feeling, Vinny, that they know that if the weather does intervene, that they will be picking up their 3rd trophy. They'll be crowned the champions here once more, looking to make it a hat-trick of things to happen. The Knights, of course, they'll be hoping that the weather stays away. But next up is going to be that bronze final, the Bujiba Blasters against the Masida Warriors. 2 teams that, look, they've come on leaps and bounds over the last couple of years. So I think that's going to be a very exciting final, and I think either one of those teams will be very happy with their efforts if they're able to go away with those bronze medals.
Yeah, for sure. So yeah, this is not such a big break now, about 45 minutes, and the Warriors will be back out there. Look, I know it's disappointing for them. They haven't made the final. They certainly have played well. They had a very good win yesterday to even get to finals day. But that is the next match, which is coming up at noon GMT. It's 1 p.m. in Central Europe. It's 5:30 p.m. in India. And yeah, 45 minutes away from rejoining you for the bronze final. Toss news will be there shortly. Well, they were forming an orderly queue early on, and let's just say Munnix had a bit of friendly fire coming his way in this semi-final, but it was safely taken by Murrows. And I suppose for me, Rocky's innings kind of summed it up. Now, he threatened, but he didn't really make the bowlers pay at any point. He always felt the bowlers were in control. That was a good catch by Pakalapati as well, wasn't it? And ultimately, Marsa, they do enough to get to the final, and like you said earlier, if they can't get on the park or if they can't get that 3 overs in, Marsa will win, but they'll feel confident about winning in the 10 overs. I think at the moment they're playing some pretty good cricket. Yeah, they really are. I think Pakalapati, as you mentioned, good catch. I think he's added value to them. Haroon Mughal, well, I think he's going to have a rush off before the final, have a quick eye test and maybe upgrade his specs, because he had a few issues, didn't he? Well, there was that one, and there was 1 or 2 others from Haroon, but no issues from this one. And Banik says this time, hey, Rose, stay away from me because I want this one. And Haroon Mughal this time congratulates him and says, yeah, that one was yours, but look, there he is back to the party, right on the money. That was a big wicket. Tony Lewis, we know, could, if he got going, give Masida Warriors a little bit of firepower and help them to get closer to that target. But it just wasn't to be. They just found a way to pick up the wickets whenever they needed. This one could have been absolutely brilliant catch from Niraj Khanna, and though he does get a glove to it, he's not able to keep it in his hands, but he does save the boundary, which at that moment of time
was pretty important. And well, this was the wicket that they needed. It was that of Rocky. And once they saw the back of him, really, there was no way the Masita Warriors could have got back into this match. He batted well, 33 of 22. He kept their team in it to a degree and gave them hope. And there was no hope really here for the new batter, Shujal Joy, the captain. He went first ball. And then Ashad, he bowled beautifully, didn't he? He was the opportunity of having a hat-trick. Didn't get the hat-trick, but he did get the 3 wickets in the over as he finds the edge of another batter there late on. Just couldn't get anything going. Masita Warriors, they tried hard. And Sukumaran, that was a good shot from him. They're just cutting it away, but when they needed it, they didn't happen. And then this one, a nice catch taken on the boundary. Numan Mahir coming in and making it look pretty easy. So Marsa, they have booked their place in the final. Fine Mughal bowling the last over, just kept it nice and tidy. So the team in green looking very happy. They're the home side here as well, and this is their home ground, the Marsa International Cricket Ground. So there we have it. You can see what's coming up in just about 45 minutes time. You've got the bronze final. The Masita Warriors will have to pick themselves up from that defeat, but I'm pretty sure that they'll be up for it, taking on the Bujipa Blasters in the bronze final. And then later on, of course, we got the final coming up. It will be the Knights that are taking on Marsa once more. And remember, the Knights have lost to Marsa in 2 finals previously. They're looking to end the reign of Marsa winning here and seeing if they can pick up their first victory as well. Let's have a quick look at the scorecard. And well, you got to say once more, it was only one man that kept them in it, and that was Rocky Dinesh, 33 of 22, but nobody else really getting over 5. And look, credit to Marsa on one other front. Look at the extras. Only one extra. That was just 1 wide. And look, when you haven't got too many runs on the board and well, you then have to play like champions. And Marsa, they are the champions, and they did play like champions. Just the 1 extra, and that also made a big difference. And don't forget, we always say extras is not just the extras that you give, it's the extra balls that you bowl that in a match like this could have provided valuable extra runs. The bowling, beautiful. 3 wickets from Arsenal Arshad. I think it was brilliant. 3 for 8. 2 wickets also for Paklapati. He certainly has really helped to strengthen Marsa. And, well, Fire Mughal does what he does best, just keeps it nice and tidy. It's a good all-round display for Marsa, and very good in the field as well, taking some good catches. But once again, I was impressed with Fana Masi once more, though he just picked up the 1 wicket. I think his pace and his variation was exceptional. We're going to leave you with that match summary. So just to repeat, Marsa, they find themselves in the final once more, winning that one by 26 runs. So they will be playing the Knights. But next up in the bronze final, coming up in around about 40 minutes time, join us then. It will be the Warriors taking on the Blasters. Rico Full here and Mr. Maximo, join us as we get ready for the bronze final. That's coming up in 40 minutes time.
Hello and welcome back to the Master Cricket Ground. Well, we're halfway through finals day, day 12 here. Of course, we do have more ECS action coming away. Starting on Monday, we will be in Barcelona for a 5-week series to finish the season. Also, if you do want more ECN cricket tomorrow, of course, the ECI is going on at the moment, the T20 Internationals from Spain, featuring Spain, Italy and Germany. But right here, right now, it's time for the penultimate match of this tournament, match 47. And it's the bronze final. Two teams that are disappointed, I'm sure, not to be in the big dance a little bit later on, but they do get to play for bronze medals here. Let's go to the coin toss. Bujuba Blasters taking on the Masita Warriors. Stefan Gooch is with two teams. Let's see who wins it.
See the call. Head's the call. Tails.
So Gaurav Maitani of the Bujuba Blasters has won the toss and he's elected to bat first, so obviously wants a hit. I like that. I think the putting runs on the board in a game like this probably makes sense. Try and put the Warriors under pressure chasing. Obviously the Warriors weren't quite able to chase down, more or less a pass score against Marsa. But we do know that the Bujuba Blasters and the Masita Warriors, they have had a pretty decent tournament, both of them. One relevant thing with the weather being a little bit hit and miss at the moment. If for some reason this game wasn't to be completed, it is the Blasters that would take bronze because of their higher finishing position in their group. Anyway, hopefully it doesn't come to that. Hopefully the weather stays good. Rico Full is in the commentary box as we get ready for the start of match 47. The Blasters, they've won the toss. They get blasted with the breeze here. They have elected to bat. Over to you, Rico.
Thank you very much. Well, that's what we had to deal with not too long ago. It was absolutely raining cats and dogs. The wind was blowing things all over the place. There's no point having an umbrella on a day like today. That was crazy stuff. It was havoc, but then, well, look, you wouldn't think it's the same day, would you? But that's the sort of weather that we've had to deal with today. With this match, it's going to be a shortened match. It's going to be an 8-over affair. And so we see the two sides, the Blasters versus the Masita Warriors. Rocky Dinesh, I think, is going to be the key. 617 fantasy points to his name. And then, well, Ajin Saman, he's made a good introduction to European cricket career, hasn't he? He's been very, very good with the bat and with ball. On the other side, Gautam Singh, he's one who has to get going here. And this one, surely, Gaurav Maitani, he's been the pick, though, isn't he, of the players, the captain, been very good for his side. And the bowlers, something like Devendra Negi could be key in this. Masita Warriors, 86 to 82 favourites to win this one, but it could go quite easily either way. I think both these two teams are very similar in the way that they're played. Welcome back to everybody that's been waiting around for this one. Thanks for being patient, but look, they've had plenty of other cricket to be keeping an eye on, and there's a very interesting match happening at the moment in the T20 Ice with Spain taking on Italy. Spain needing 13 runs for victory. So literally sort of run a ball. So can they do it? A few people will have their eyes on that, as well as this match as we get ready for the start of the bronze final. And it's Ajin Saman who makes the start. This is in the air, just dropped short of the fielder. It's just going to be one run. Ajin Saman. Yeah, he's been good. I've liked the bowling from this man. He's got the ball in the right areas. He showed in the last match that he's able to get a few Yorker lengths with his game as well. A bit of pace as he zips that one through. It's going to be interesting though. You see he just bowls that one and he's just slipping around. He thinks, I think I need... Well, I've never seen sawdust being put on an artificial before. So I don't really know how this is going to help. As Ajin Saman takes a bit of sawdust from the side and puts it where he's landing his foot. But I just don't think this works, guys. I don't think putting sawdust on an artificial serves any purpose at all. But anyway, let's wait and see. He might feel better about it. Well, I think he slips even a little bit more. But, yeah, it's the way that you see he lands and then he really goes off to one side, but not enough as you see the umpire Joy. Sugar Joy, we call him. It's just a nickname we've given him, no other reason. It just says, hey, you can't be running in front of me. As the sun comes out once more. Crazy weather here. Slower delivery, nicely bowled. Gets this one through. Kalyan. Kalyan being sent up the order. I think he bats better when he's lower down, personally. That's when he scored most of his runs. When he's higher up the order, I think he just feels that he can't be playing any big shots. There's a lot of tiki-taka from him. So this one's good delivery, Yorker length, works it away quite nicely. He'll get a single and get himself off the mark. Blasters, as you saw from the introduction, electing that they would have a bat first. Nice and positive from them. Just doesn't feel right about this one, Samar. Goes back. Yeah, it's going to be difficult, isn't it? Especially if you are a bowler like Samar. As you see, he starts off the artificial strip. So when he's running on, obviously he's bringing a lot of moisture onto the surface, which was well covered despite the efforts, the hard efforts. Look, big shout out to everybody that have to get the covers out there, all the teams involved in a massive team effort. But as you can see, they were up against the elements. The wind was howling, but they did get there. So at least the strip, we know itself, and the area around it is pretty dry. You can probably see that from the camera angle, but the outfield is pretty wet. So we're just joining up the dots here at the moment. So that will be the end of the over. Nice tiny one from Adin Soman. Just 3 runs from it. So 3 without loss. Cheaper blasters. I think again on a day like today, when you think how wet that outfield is and the ball's going to get pretty heavy, once it starts going across the outfield, it'll get heavier. And I think an 85 is a pretty good score. I think 85 is more of a 105 score. So that's what I think the blasters will be looking to try and set here for the Warriors. There's the captain, Sidil Joy. Going to bowl the second over. Had a few issues with controlling the ball early on, and shows it again here. And this is all to do with his follow through, his delivery stride and follow through. Look, he's so, if you think if he runs straight, he's fine. He goes wider, wider, and he continues to go wide. That body just doesn't really follow through in the angle he should, and the ball just follows that natural path. He's got to get a bit closer to the stumps, and he's got to go a bit more side on. He's too square as he bowls. Better, but well hit as well, and this will go to the pound. Well, will it? Look how that slows down. Well, that's criminal. There's no justice for that shot. It's a really nice shot, but again, you see the outfield, because of that heavy rain, has really slowed down, and this ball, and that should have been 4 runs. And only's going to get a couple, but once again, that's why a score of 80 is going to seem like a score of 100 here, definitely for sure. But well chased by the fielder. A nice shot being played there as well. It's just a little bit too short and wide, and he gets on top of it pretty well. Just Kalyan. This one's way up in the air, and it will be taken. That's a tremendous catch, and he's taken some good catches, hasn't he, Adin Soman? And this one, he makes it look easy. This is difficult. I mean, not only is he going to be aware of his footing, he's probably sliding around a little bit as well. It goes a long way up in the air, and Adin Soman, he takes another good catch as they get the wicket of Kalyan. He loses his head, doesn't he? That ball goes a long way up in the air. And, tremendous catch. Well taken. Above his head. So the first wicket goes down. And Kalyan, as I said, he comes up. When he comes up the order, it just doesn't seem to perform. You're far better off leaving him coming in at the mid-order part of the lineup. So he's the first wicket to go. He'll go for 3 of the 6 deliveries that he's faced, and it will be more joy for the captain. Sidil Joy takes the wicket. A nice breakthrough. So Saman follows up a very good over that he bowled, taking a good catch. This is a shot played in anger by Gautam Singh. He's the one who made way for Kalyan to come out a little bit higher. Gautam Singh just hasn't got going at all. New batter is now out there. Narendra Negi. This is going to be a wide. Some more issues from Joy, but just look where he ends up here. There's a huge difference. You can almost tell where before he releases the ball whether it's going to be a wide or not. This one, look, he's falling away. Just at this point, you think, no way. He's already going too wide, and that ball just follows that, follows the pattern and the way that he's bowling, the way that his body's falling over. This one also called, so another wide. So the issues continue. For Joy. An opportunity here for Negi. So slight change. Gaurav Matani just keeping himself back a little bit. Don't expect him to come in next. Maybe he just decided that because he hasn't been able to score the big ones that he needs to go down the order. Well, this one is hit down the ground. That's a beautiful strike. Hits this straight down the ground. Beautiful pickup, beautiful shot, sweet out of the middle of that bat, like a bowl of rasmalai as that goes all the way. So no joy, misery for the captain, Shidal Joy, as the umpire puts them up in the air like he just don't care. 6 more runs, and hopefully that can get them started here. Just ends up leaving this. A good comeback. And the umpire just checking how many balls to come. And a bit of a discussion for the umpires here. I think they're saying that this is that one for the over. Yeah, one for the over. Just adjust to gone over the shoulder. This is going to be another wide. I mean, they're close calls, but the umpires are being very consistent. And this over continues to go on and on. Remember, we have got an 8 over a side match here. Just to remind you, if you're just coming back on really late here, so 8 overs. Power play remains the same. Better. This one's been angled away by the batter. Goes to the third man. They'll get a single. So the over, it's a big, long over. It does come to an end. The score moves on to 16 for 1. As we welcome back Vinny Sandhu into our commentary position here.
Yeah, and you can see that because of the rain, it came pretty much just before the scheduled start. It is 8 overs per side now, starting 15 minutes late. So that is the end of the power play, actually. It's only a 2 over power play. And because of the reduced overs, 3 bowlers can bowl 2 overs. So you can't have all 5. You can't bowl 4 bowlers bowling 2 each. 3 people can bowl their allocated 2. And the rest are going to have to be singles. And so thanks very much for all the discussion. I can see that Wayne's in there. I see now there's some pretty cool looking crowns. I told you we're going to be working on this kind of model on YouTube if you want to contribute to us. I'll add a few features. So I've noticed that now, not just me, but a few people have some pretty good looking European cricket crowns on there. They're green. I think after 1 month it'll change colour and they'll keep changing colours. So eventually, I'm told, it will go golden, but I don't know how long it is before it goes golden, if you keep up your membership. But that's just a nice way that you can support the channel. Obviously, we want to keep improving what we're doing. And yeah, big thank you to Wayne. Obviously, he's been very generous with that. So if you can afford a few bucks a month, again, we want to make sure it's free if you want it to be free. But if you're in a position to donate a few bucks a month, if you're enjoying the content, then yeah, it's completely voluntary, but we do appreciate it. I think they're asking, is that a wide? Short answer, no.
No.
Here's Baby in over number 3.
And this one will be. So, Bristow Baby. Tall lad. Look at the size of him compared to the umpire there. The umpire Joy.
He's a big baby.
Tall lad. He's
you know
a
when
big
people
baby.
say you're a big baby? Well, that is literally a big baby.
He's a big baby, isn't he? This one is pointed out towards the man at long on.
I really hope he does something. In fact, if he puts anything, if he does anything here, Bristow Baby, I'm going to stick it on the social media just so we can have a caption, well bowled by Bristow Baby.
Yeah. He really bowled well in the last match. He bowled well.
He actually stood in the toss, and I asked him, you know, is that... He says, yeah, my father's name, his surname is Baby.
Baby.
So, yeah, his father's name is Mr. Baby.
Yeah, the umpires are back on the walkie-talkie again.
Yeah.
Not sure what this is about.
Probably asking what that thing is that we weren't expecting to see today in the sky. Maybe. The sun.
The sun.
Because we got told it'd be all doom and gloom.
Right, okay, what's going on here? Let's see if we can... The two umpires are coming together.
Not quite sure. Can't tell you.
Conversation happening now with Sigil Joy, the captain. And
So I think maybe they're just clarifying whether they're allowed more players out now. Maybe that was it, because it's the end of the power play after 2 overs, not 3. So maybe they were just confirming that.
yeah, I think you're right. I mean, I must admit, I did think it was still... Thought it would stay at 3 overs, but you corrected me on that. It's 2 over power play.
Yeah, so if the game is 9 or 10 overs, it's a 3 over power play. If it's 5, 6, 7 or 8, it's a 2 over power play. And if it's 3 or 4, it's a 1 over power play. So yeah, originally they wanted to start this game as a 9 over game, but it just took a few more minutes to get the covers off. And so, yeah, it is a 2 over power play. Now we're out of it as Baby pitches up on the stumps, and it's hit square, but now one of those outfielders we're talking about, Tom Thomas, into the side, does the fielding. I want to say a quick hello to Nad K as well. And Joinal Abedin Tipu is watching from Bangladesh. We were having a pretty nice chat before I came back on. And he's asked me who's my favourite cricketer. Probably Viv Richards back in the day. Although I must say, I'm a big fan of Mushfiqur Rahman from Bangladesh as a keeper. This one's called wide. It's a tough call. Yeah, almost sneaks that in.
Been very tight on it, haven't they? Well, speaking of famous cricketers, once again, it's an opportunity for us to say a very happy birthday to Virat Kohli. It's his birthday today,
yes.
34.
He's a lot of people's favourite.
Yeah, hello Virat. I'm sure you're following the European cricket as well, as this one has been plummeted down the ground, and it will be 6 runs despite the efforts of Divyesh Kumar. So good hit, and that's what they need. And it's Narendra Negi that delivers. He's played this shot well a few times. Let's see if he can capitalise here. Let's see if these two can get a partnership going. It'd be really nice to see someone like Gautam Singh also get going. He's threatened, but never... Oh, this is wild. I tell you what, this was the bowler threatening. And threatening to take out the batter. This is going to be... Well, it's called a wide. Surely... I want to see this again. Surely this is high.
Just judging
surely this is a no ball. Oh, that's a no ball.
It's got to be a no ball.
Got to be called a no ball, that one. It's called a wide. I'm having a look to see if they changed the decision. This has... Yeah. There you go. Well, the umpire gives the wrong decision to say it's a dead ball, but it doesn't matter. It's not a dead ball. It's a no ball.
There you go. There's the call. Well done.
No ball it will be.
Yeah, he's saying, hey, but it wasn't anywhere near him yet, but it was still too high. And that's what it's no ball for.
The bowler just asking, hey, why'd you change it? So, free hit. And got some. Probably wasn't the man to have on strike for it. He gets the free hit, has the license to go the full Monty, but he just hasn't been able to get going, as that will be the end of the over. So the score, well, it moves along nicely. We'll go to 29 for the 1 wicket. So they did lose the Kalyan pretty early, but now these two just starting to get a bit of a partnership together. But remember, it is an 8 over match. So again, the score, I think, what do you reckon? The 8 over match still be looking about a 70 score?
Yeah, I mean, look, if you get 80's the new 100, then I don't think it changes too much. So yeah, I'd say if you can get 80 on the board, you're pretty happy. Right now, round about that 10 and over, 29 off 3, as we head into...
you left the tea bag in.
Over number 4. Huh.
You left the tea bag in my tea. It's got a bit strong here.
Don't blame me. The flies are onto it. Is that the issue? Anyway, this is gone. A really good bit of bowling. Scheduled Joy comes on and hits the target straight away. So a second wicket falls, and Schedule comes back, and he comes back pretty effectively at the start of the fourth. Now it's 29 for 2.
Yeah, good delivery. Right in the block hole. Knocks him over. Nicely done. And Joy, you can just see when he gets it right, he's dangerous. But quite often or not, though, he loses it. He had struggle closing down the first over. But backs himself to bowl this one. Remember, you can have 3 bowlers that can bowl the 2. And then 5 bowlers have to be used, though. So he's using himself to bowl his second, the captain. And he gets the wicket. Good one. He's right up there. So well bowled. No issues getting this one on the money. So once again, it is going to be Gautam Singh, who's had, well, a bit of a mare in this series. He said he can't complain that he hasn't had opportunities. He's had plenty of them. He just hasn't been able to get going.
Yeah, that's right. So Motani, what a bad time for him to be in. These are the 2 I'd probably want in through these overs, to be honest. Anyway, here we go with Schedule Joy. So captain the captain. First points go to Schedule. Get someone past Gaurav's outside edge.
Yeah. Look, big shout out to the Master boys as well. To Neeraj Khanna, who went and Neeraj Khanna went and got us some nice hot drinks, nice cup of tea. Though I overbrewed it, it's very nice. What do you get there? Did you get a cappuccino?
Yeah, the cappuccino.
Cappuccino.
Just warming the tonsils. Hey,
What?
I just realised.
Yeah.
No, wait for this ball first from Schedule Joy. Motani trying to get off the mark. Can't. Well bowled. They like it, but I think he's hit the ground here.
Bit of a delayed appeal from the wicketkeeper. Go on, what you realise?
This is your last day for a little while. You've done an epic stint. You've done 8 weeks, so yeah, you started at ECC.
I hope you don't mean
day
my
1.
last day on this planet, because otherwise I'm wondering who you've been talking to.
Or at the company.
Or at the company.
That
What's
teabag
happening?
thing. That
What's
teabag
happening?
thing was just the
teabag
straw
thing.
that breaks the camel's back.
I see.
No, you put in a good shift. 8 weeks behind the mic. I want to thank you so much for your contributions. This will be a wide. Yeah, so think back. Do you remember the first match that you did in this stint? Match 1 of the ECC, do you remember or not?
In this stint, yeah, I do remember. Go on, remind me.
Spain versus...
Yeah, Spain opened it up.
Spain versus Austria it was. And that we were super excited about that. The ECC was really successful. I think it was the biggest tournament we've done yet. I think we're looking forward to make it even bigger and better next year. But then, yeah, you had your Croatian adventure for a couple of weeks after that. Edged, and this time it's gone rocky. Well, he doesn't leave his feet this time, but he is so good to his right. And to be honest, Schedule Joy works over Maithani, and he can't get close to one until that one that he nicks behind. And so the Blasters lose their skipper. It's a good bit of bowling, but excellent wicket keeping once again from Dinesh. It's 30 for 3.
Yeah, and Matani, well, he's going to go for a 3-ball. Well, they're dancing, aren't they? Out there, the Masita Warriors, you can see. And of course they're dancing because this is the wicket that they want. And the captain, he just thinks that by coming in slightly lower, maybe he's going to get a bit of a chance to get a bigger score on the board to see off the new board. It doesn't work. It snicks it behind, and he has to go. But once again, Rocky taking another sharp catch. He's having a good day behind the stumps.
Yeah, sure is. And yeah, this one, to be honest, it's probably only about his 9th most spectacular catch he's taken, because he's taken some really good ones. He does well. Knows he doesn't really have to dive. He can reach, and he's got such good eyes, such good hands. Let's have a look here. He's in a good position. Sees it. Thinks there's no point really going for a dive. Then I'll have to land. So happy just to take it. And he hits the ground running.
Yeah, great catch. And now it's going to be 2 in 2. Well, Shizzle Joy just showing that when he can and does get it right, he's very, very difficult to contend with. And Ravi Pal, he's going to go for a first ball. Golden duck. Some more in the duck pond. Well, thank goodness, I suppose there's been plenty of rain on that front, because otherwise that pond would not have been big enough today. Too many ducks going in there. Shizzle Joy. Well, joy for him. But will it be more joy? Will it be treble joy? Will it be hat-trick joy? Because he is on a hat-trick.
He sure is. And he's going to have a chance at his hat-trick here. Last ball of the over coming up. And that combination is working out once again. And will we have another hat-trick before we finish? Mohammad Azaduzaman. Remember that one? Finland versus Hungary? That was a good one from the leg spinner. Muthu Kumaran. First person to take a hat trick and go viral for one of the world's best bloopers in one day,
Yeah.
perhaps. Anyway, let's see what happens. It's Kohard that will be facing the hat trick ball.
Here we go. Hat trick is on. Chisel Joy. Well, he went for the Yorker length, ends up overcooking it. It becomes a full toss, and nicely dealt with by Kohard. And he gets the boundary. And, well, hopefully, Narendra Negi, who's planted at the other end, finally gets a chance to walk up and have a chat with him and say, hey, what's going on here? Come on, me and you. Maybe we can stick around and get a score on the board.
Yeah, so it will be the end of Joy's spell. 4 wickets, though. 4 for 18. I suppose, though, the fact he goes for 18, probably a few more than he wanted to go for, but still, he's removed some of those key players, hasn't he? And have a look, all 4 of those wickets because of Shijul Joy, including Maitani and Ravi Pal for Ducks. 3 of 6 as well for the openers. Consistent, but yeah, openers haven't really clicked at all. I think I would have bit the bullet by now and just stuck out Maitani to open, to be honest.
I mean, I was actually just about to say the same thing, and that's one thing, the amount of games that we've done together, we start thinking what we're going to say. But yeah, Maitani, it's a shortened game. It's only 8 overs. I think you've got to start with your best batters. They don't do that. This one just gets played out. So they've got to be super aggressive here now. Remember, 8 overs, that's all you get. So Maitani coming in low down, and they're not getting any runs. Ravi Pal as well doesn't get anything. So they really are in a spot of bother. There's those bails. Well, there's the wind for you again. It just comes from nowhere. It's almost like there's a ghost out there. There's got a wicket keeper ghost. And the batter saying, it wasn't me, man. He shared ya. This one in the air. Shot to catch it, and it will be caught. Well, there's another one that bites the dust, and this time it is Narendra Negi. When he saw his bails knocked over the ball before, and he said, it wasn't me. I don't know what happened there. But, well, maybe that was a sign to say there's a wicket coming. Well, there's more dancing with joy from the Masida Warriors. Well, they're doing their war dance. So they take another wicket, and it will be Negi that goes. And Narendra Negi now goes for 14 of the 10 deliveries that he faces. Good catch taken. But once again, everything going the way of Masida here. Anthony doing the bowling and picking up the wicket. Fine catch taken there as well by, well, the Vikas Benjamin. Called him Zebedee. Well, he didn't have to fly through the air in this one. But takes the catch. Batter takes guard. 34 now for 5. Tries to work this away on the leg side, doesn't. But Rocky just full of energy. I just reckon he needs to bat with those shades on as well. If he can keep wicket with them on and he sees the ball that good as he's flying around taking super catches, I reckon he's got to bat with them on as well.
Here's Pupala. Into the side. Get off the mark here, or will he? No, maybe not. They turn it down in the end.
Yeah, Pupala out there with Kohard.
I want to say hello to Wazza, who's in the chat. Looking good with your little green crown as well, Wazza.
Again, no run. They're really putting the squeeze on here. Let me see the Warriors.
Here's the one thing I can't work out in the chat. Some people's names go green. Their actual names go green. I don't know what that's about.
Maybe they go green when they get angry. A bit of a Hulk scenario, you know?
Anyway, we'll try and get to the bottom of that. But yeah, we're learning. We're just setting a few things up in preparation for next season. But the here and now, you're looking at the Bajuba Blasters versus the Msita Warriors. Now, the final is pretty much straight after this. So it'll start 2 p.m. GMT, which is 3 o'clock in Central Europe and 7:30 p.m. in India. So yeah, you can see at the moment that final is about an hour and 20 minutes away. Enix Knights versus Marsa. Knights Marsa, a rematch of last year's final. Also, they met in the 2020 final, right? Where the Knights were undefeated, but then Marsa beat them in the final. Here we go with over number 6.
Number 6 coming up. I get a feeling that was another maiden.
Oh, yeah?
I think it was another maiden. You check it.
To
if
the
that
books.
was, I reckon that's 3 or... Is that 3 or 4 maidens here now?
Yeah, we had a few.
In Malta.
That was a wicket maiden to Manuel Anthony.
Yeah.
So here's the thing, yeah. I think 3 of your bowlers can bowl 2. I think after that, he should be getting another one. And you've got Lewis doing a pretty good job so far. Remember, I think Soman will come back and get a second. Yeah, so this could be the only bolt over that Lewis gets, because I imagine Soman will have a second, and Guy bowls a wicket maiden. He has to have a second. And Chitterjoy's already bowled his second.
And, well, they're asking the question. I think they might go upstairs here.
Well, the issue here is we won't see, because he thinks it's out. But look at the umpire's position here. He hasn't gotten side on, so you won't actually get a good look. See, I actually think this is in, but the umpire position blocks the view.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think when you put the two angles we have of it together, I think the bat is just being slid in time.
Yeah, I think so.
I mean, here, the bat is going down. And I think when we looked at it from the other side, that as soon as the bat is being put down here, it's in. So, yeah.
I think you could almost make a case that's in there.
Yeah. I think when we look at it, if we look at that one again, you see when the bat is on the line, the ball is still in the hand of the bowler.
I think we might get a shot that it's down. To me, it looks not out, but the umpire soft signals out, and the umpire was in the way of the stumps. I've got to say, though, that's a positioning thing. Not out is the call. I think it's a good call in the end.
This is high in the air, and it will go all the way. So big hit. Ball, kinna sona, shaka, yeah, nice hit. And, well, he smashes this one out of here, does go hard. And these two batters, we know they can hit the ball pretty well. Go hard, and Pupala, we've been told that he's in the side for his big hitting abilities. And let's see if he can show us that. But go hard, we know that he can. And, this one beats him. Good comeback by Lewis.
Yeah, a bit of a way movement there. So, big hello to Asif Julius Himmel. He said he's enjoying the commentary. That's really nice to hear. Asif, hope you're having a nice day. Thanks for tuning in. Plenty of cricket going on. I know we'll just be about 15 minutes away from a start in Desert Springs, as Spain will take on Germany after Spain. They beat Italy in a bit of a thriller, actually. Got pretty tight towards the end. Christian Munoz-Mills, he continues his good form, and he was smashing the ball in. I think he made 33 coming in at number 7. So great effort from Christian.
Yeah, well done, Skip. Well done to Christian. And well done to the Spanish boys, as we had a quick look at the bowlers there.
Yeah, 4 for. Not often you see a 4 for. Had one chance at a 5. Chitterjoy, 4 for 18 off his 2. Wicket maiden, Manuel Anthony. So I think you got to bring him back. And here he is bowling over number 7. Oh, no, it's not. It's Vikas Benjamin who's getting involved.
Yeah, bit of bat, I think, on this. You can see there's no signal from the umpire.
I think they just want to give Ben. This is more a case you want somebody to have a bowl here, because you got Manuel Anthony, bowled a wicket maiden. You got Soman, who's just been on fire today. He only had 3 off his over. So spoiled for choice. But I'm happy to see Superman out there.
Talk about Superman. When Superman just been blasted for a super 6. Well, that is a biz away supersonic strike, and he just helps us away. So there he is. Well, we said that, or we were told that Kohard is in the mood to party. Well, he certainly is. He smashes that one away, and well, maybe he's getting a bit of target practice here.
Yeah, that was in the bullseye zone, wasn't it? Got a question from Sandori. Must have joined us a little bit late. Come back to that in a second. Here's Benjamin.
Is this firmly down the ground? Will they try and take 2 on? Probably not to Ajin Soman.
So, I want to know. Sandori wants to know why it's an 8-over match. It's because we started 15 minutes late because we had some rain. And we've been super lucky with the weather, honestly. Everyone was thinking there's no chance Whitney playing today because there was wall-to-wall thunderstorms that were forecast.
Well, this is a direct hit with the throw. Let's watch this again. The batter doesn't seem worried at all. Let's have a look. Well, he should look worried, because I think his bat might be in the air here, you know. This is not the way to run. Watch this. Keep an eye on the bat. He's holding it like he's cradling the baby, and that's going to be out, I think.
Yeah, I don't think it's... Oh, is it a tie?
So close. Oh, well,
if we go on another frame
lucky
forward, do you then see the bat land?
Oh, he might have just got it down in time.
How long's the grass in that area? My instinct is it's out. You know, it's a really interesting one. And, yeah.
He's doing a bit of a jive here. This will make my eyes go funny. But look, I reckon at the point of contact.
He's trying to face up, Kohad, because he doesn't want to know what the umpire might tell him here. This is one that could go either way.
Yeah, it could go either way, but I think
Is
maybe.
it in touch with the ground? I mean, he hasn't put the weight on the bat yet. So he may be in contact with the grass and he just hasn't put it down yet. Probably get the benefit of the doubt here.
He does. He gets the benefit of the doubt because there's that one frame that we can't bring you. But lazy running, but he gets lucky. And now, will he get lucky again? Rocky is after it, but it's not Rocky who's going to get there. It's the fielder. That is a sensational catch. Well, that is absolutely brilliant. We've seen some great catching here in Malta. And that one is right up there with one of the best ones because you have 3 people running around this. I thought maybe Rocky thinks he's in for it, but the fielder has called it, says, no, leave it to me, I want it. What's the reactions from Rocky? That is brilliantly taken. What a great catch that is from Minesh Marthi.
Yeah, I mean, that's an incredible catch. Yeah, I thought Rocky was going to hunt it as well. But you know what? That's the Benjamin zone as well. That's the Superman zone. That's where he was flying before. And Minesh Marthi says, whatever you can do, I can do, and I'll actually bring the ball back with me. So I think that Vikas is really happy with that. So the fight back continues as Benjamin chips in with a wicket. 51 for 6 now.
Yeah, well done to Benjamin as well. Zubidi, he gets one. He wants more though. And this one has been pretty well hit. Oh, the catch goes down. He could have had another, and it's Manuel Anthony that puts it down. And well, he had the opportunity to be on a hat-trick himself. Anthony goes through the process of practicing, but that's the dolly. And down it goes.
It's very ECN, isn't it? It takes an absolute hanger of a catch, and then one gets lobbed at him, and he's looking at his hands going, oh, well, what went wrong there? Let's have a look at the ECL, which is going to be our first marquee tournament of 2023. It starts on the 27th of February. And, yeah, looking forward to seeing 31 teams from 30 different countries. And it's going to be a really exciting time. And actually, the Spain qualifiers, the reason I put this up, the Spain qualifiers are happening this weekend. So tomorrow we should have an idea of who will qualify. And it looks like there's 5 teams in the hunt. I'll try and name them. Gracia, Badalona, Shaheen, Ibiza, Granada and Sporting Alfaz are the 5 teams. And they're in Sporting Alfaz, fighting it out this weekend.
Swing and a miss as we are into now the last over. Score, we've just got to the 50. Ajin Saman doing the bowling. Just gets this one to slight movement away, but the batter moving down the leg side, certainly not helping his cause. Got to go after this. Maybe if they can get to sort of a 65 sort of score. I mean, it means really going some, but not going to do it with playing and missing. You can see that the umpire deciding that it's not a good one to wear a cap. And having to lean right over to see where this one goes, so that's not a good sign. That tells me that the bowler is probably where he shouldn't be. Yeah, no cap for the umpire. It's because of the wind. And once again, see the umpire really having to lean to one side. I can't really see.
I think that one was fine.
Yeah, that one looked okay, but you see again, the umpire, well, one thing you're told is try and stay dead straight, but I think it's just trying to see if that ball, how close it is to that wide line. Well, sometimes you do need to make a movement because you've got the bowler's body in the way. And this one, he does sort of go a little bit in front, but gets played away, takes another single.
I think maybe it's been solved now, the green name thing.
No,
if you're not a moderator and you subscribe, then your name turns green, but moderators are automatically blue. There we go, we're learning stuff all the time.
More the same, more swinging and missing. You can see the non-striker doing his best to try and get on strike and get another run on the board.
Just going to throw this in there. Benjamin bowls a fine over last time, 1 for 9. But can you believe a guy takes a wicket maiden and he's not one of your 3 guys that you bring back?
Yeah, can. We saw a guy who was on a hat-trick, never got a chance to come back. So,
and then he ended up 12th man.
I can believe anything.
Last ball coming up. And, well, who's run out here? I love this. He's really sold Pupala up the river here. He's going to finish 2 off 10. He starts to run. And so Pupala says, all right, we're running, are we? And then I think at some point, Shiv Singh says, I'm pretty sure I'm going to be run out, but I don't want to be, so I'm just going to stop, and you can be run out now. So he just stops in his tracks. And so it will be the end of the 8 overs, of course, 8 over match, because of the fact that we had a delayed start due to the rain. So the target will be 54 in 8 overs. Oh, look, that basically translates to something in the kind of high 60s. Probably not as many as they would have liked, but I think it's competitive. The Warriors, they'll be hoping for their first medals in ECN cricket. So will the Blasters, for that matter, all to play for in the second half of match 47. The bronze final just after the break. But first, let's go through some of these highlights. And, well, I did like the promotion of Kalyan to the top of the order, but he was expertly caught by Soman. Really class bit of fielding. But there were a few moments where it looked like the Blasters would get away, but I've got to say, Shizzlejoy, his 4 wickets really were quite important, removing the danger men and just keeping this score under control.
Yeah, Shizzlejoy, he backed himself to bowl the 2 overs, and well, I've got to say that today he was spot on, especially with the second. He was all over the place with the first, with the wides, but he kept it pretty tight. I mean, it was 13 that came off it, but he said, no, I am going to bowl the second, because he did get a wicket, of course, in that first over, and then he picked up 3 more wickets. So yeah, he picked up a 4 for 18. But most of those runs really just coming off that first over. But this is how it started. That's a great catch once again from Rocky. He has been on fire for his side, and you can see the Masita Warriors that were doing that, the war dance a few times, weren't they? They were loving their moment out there. Look, you know, of course they're going to, both these teams are disappointed that they're playing in this match and not playing for the big prize. But you know what? You can see that the Warriors, they're thinking, you know what? We still are more than happy to pick up those bronze medals and to go away with something. They're playing with the fight. They're playing with the smiles on their faces and playing with a lot of passion as well. And, well, this was a big moment, because one thing that Kohad has done today, that he's shown that when the other batters haven't performed, that he's able to get important runs on the ball for his side. He did. He played some nice shots, but unfortunately, nobody was able to get going from him. Well, there's the dancing. Well, I don't know how many celebrations there were there. The old Ronaldo-style celebrations. I think 4 of them I counted. 1, 2, 3, 4. Well, there was 4, but that was 6. There was a big hit down the ground, and the umpire puts his hands up in the air. This one, well, this went up in the air as well. That was a delightful stroke from Kohad. So Kohad, well, showing that I might as well get some target practice while I'm out there. But this was a sensational catch, and nicely done by Minis Marthia. Comes in, takes a catch, and then he says, right, let's do a little bit more dancing, as it was Zibidi Benjamin that picked up a wicket as well. This one should have been 2 in 2 as well. But unfortunately, Manu Anthony wasn't able to hold on to the catch. But it didn't matter too much in the end, because they weren't able to get too many runs on the board. And this right at the end was Pupala. Well, Pupala ended up getting popped as he was sent down to Swanee. And that was the last wicket to fall. So we were saying that a score about 65-70 would be quite challenging. It ends up being a score around about 50. Well, it ends up 53. So 54 will be the target. Looking at that scorecard, only 2 batters making any real inroads there. Narendra Negi, 14 of 10 deliveries before he was well caught by Manu Anthony off the bowling of Zibidi Vikas Benjamin. And then so 18 there from Kohad, but nobody else. Once again, disappointment from Gautam Singh, and also the captain, who wasn't able to get going at all in this one. He went for a 3-ball duck. The bowling figures, well, it was Ajin Suman. He bowled brilliantly again. No wickets, but just 4 runs. Economy was excellent, but the wickets went to Shizzlejoy. 4 for 18. Well bowled to him. And also just the 1 run from Manuel Anthony. And, in fact, no runs from Anthony. Anthony. Say he was the one who bowled the wicket maiden. And yeah, a fine bowling spell as we have a look. And Vikas Benjamin as well. Well done to him, getting himself a bowl and picking up a wicket as well. So the Blasters, they are probably fine, maybe around 10 to 15 runs short of where they would have wanted to be here. They're going to have to be at their utmost best if they are to win the bronze final themselves. So the way we see it at the moment, we'll be back in about 10 minutes time to see if the Masita Warriors can get to the 54 they need to be crowned the bronze champions. Join me, Ulrika Full, Mr. Maximo, Vinny Sandhu, when we return in around about 10 minutes time. Hello and welcome back to the Malta International Cricket Ground, where we are halfway through the bronze final. And we've seen that the Virginia Blasters, they've had a bat, but once again it was very little blasting. Only Kohad 18 of 8 and Narendra Negi 14 of 10 made any real contribution. And when you add the 11 extras that they got to that total, it means that the other 6 batters between themselves never managed to score more than 10 runs. So the Blasters not really living up to their name really here. But what they have done is they have bowled and fielded very well, and that's what they're going to have to do here if they're to restrict the Masida Warriors to a score of under 53. Remember, it's an 8-over match, so there's only 8 overs here to be faced. And need to get the wicket straight away. Sohan to bowl the first, and he doesn't start with a good one. When you haven't got too many runs on the board, you've got to get the ball right up there. And Sohan was probably the most expensive bowler as well when they played in the semi-final. So it's a bit of a, I would have gone for one or two of the other bowlers, maybe Shiv Singh instead of Sohan. Dobal also bowled really well. This is high up in the air, but he could get a wicket straight away, and he will, as the catch has been taken by, well, the new man, Pradeep Pupala, is behind the stumps, and he makes no mistake. So that's a good introduction for Pupala, the new wicketkeeper. He's a young man, and though he wasn't able to get going with the bat, he does with the gloves. Watches it. Look, it's a bit windy and breezy out there, so that ball is moving around up there. But he does well, composes himself, and takes a good catch. So they get the early wicket, and that's exactly what they need to do. And it's a big wicket to get as well, because it's Rocky who would go without scoring. So Rocky goes for a... Rocky the Duck is out, and he's going to go first ball, because remember, he only runs on the ball with the one who was from the wide. So the first legal delivery gets the wicket of Rocky. So not a good start, because one of your key batters gone already. That's a good delivery. That's where Sohan Singh was so effective early on in the group stages, just getting the ball right up there, making the batters make a mistake. Sukumaran is the new batter. He joins Tony Lewis, who's been once again promoted to top of the order. It's going to be another wide, unfortunately, though, for Sohan Singh. Needs to get the batters to play, need wickets. This one, yeah, just doing too much. Doesn't really need to be playing at this. That's Sukumaran. Plays at this one pretty firmly. Throw comes in. No run. Once again, that probably would have been another wide, and that's why he doesn't need to be playing at him. Moran, have a look. And that's the throw. We're just seeing that. The bowler takes it nicely, but the batter would have been in. Just gently played away the leg side. Nothing gentle about the throw that comes in from the fielder. Fortunately, it's well backed up. Here comes the throw. And there the bowler did well stopping the one from the other side. Ball before, this time can't get anywhere near it. And Tony Lewis, let's see if he can provide the captain with some valuable runs for showing faith in him once more. He guides this away. Says, okay, let's take the single. As the throw comes in, direct hit, which Pradeep Pupala has to fetch, but they don't get any more than the one. Big shout out to everybody watching around the globe. Hope you're having a wonderful Saturday. And I hope you're enjoying the cricket here in Malta, and also the cricket that you're seeing that's coming from Desert Springs. Remember, European Cricket Network providing you with not only this European Cricket Series, but also with some T20I international cricket as well. That's coming to you from Desert Springs in Spain. And Spain, well, good victory over the Italians. So, muy bien, España. Let's see if they can keep the momentum going in that triangular series. And once again, a big shout out to Grizzly Sports for their sponsorship in that one. A proud partner, becoming a very proud partner of the European Cricket Network as well. It was the end of the first over, and well, you need to get a good start really, especially when you haven't got too many runs on the board. So apart from 1 or 2 extras, well, Sohan Singh does start well, just 5 runs from it, but gets the important wicket of Rocky. Rocky was caught by Pupala. I wonder who they go with now. Looks like they're going to go with the main wicket taker, Devendra Negi. He's been so good in this series. 16 wickets to his name. This one was okay. Just keeps it inside that wide line. 142 matches, and well, we leave that up there as we ask Vinny Sandhu, who comes back in to say, are we going to get this golden ball?
Well, theoretically, the shorter the game, the higher your chance for a golden ball.
Okay.
So think about it logically, right? So if you have a 50-over game, okay, you get sometimes, not very often. 20 overs, you get a few more. 10 overs, you get even more. Because imagine if you had like a 1-over game, right? They're just the chances of the scores being the same are the same. Sorry, are higher.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
And if you had a 1-ball game, right? So basically, I won't go into the graph of what it would look like, but yeah, shorter game, more chance of a golden ball. And this is a slightly shorter game, gone to 8 overs.
Oh.
And that's one way to do it. Devendra Negi with a flying karate kick effort.
Yeah, that's definitely not the way to do it. And, if you wanted to know about that.
Well, this looks like he's going after the batter, stomping him.
The batter runs out the way when he sees the Kung Fu style kick coming his way. Yeah, just ask Bristow Baby about stopping the ball with your foot. In comes the throw. It's wild. But no extras.
Yeah, so the pace they need to go pretty much 7 and over. And yeah, a little bit behind that at the moment. The Warriors just fell by the wayside in the chase against Malta. Both these teams, of course, are losing their semi-finals this morning, but do have the chance to pick up bronze medals.
Into the ground, picked up this time. Said, hold on to it, don't throw it away. And that's exactly what Matani, the captain, does. Not behind the stumps this time. He's given Pradeep Pupala a chance, and Pupala hasn't let him down as yet. Held on to the catch to get the prize wicket of Rocky. This is well struck, and he's going to get 4 runs for it. It's a delightful shot. What a cut shot this is. And nobody out there. Just rocks back. Remember, this is the last over in the power play, 2-over power play. So you want to make it count. He does. He's in the air, and as soon as that passes the fielder Matani, nobody is going to stop it. Good shot.
Handy boundary, that one as well. It was kind of, it was up, no doubt about it, but you kind of have to hit him a bit up, I think, to get him to the boundary. That's the thing. And so it is the end of the second over. It's also the end of the power play because it's a 2-over power play instead of a 3-over power play because it's a reduced game. So it's 12 for 1. And you can see that this is where these two teams finished up. The Blasters and the Warriors worked together in Group A, weren't they? And it was the Warriors who ended up finishing in 3rd. The Blasters had a couple of wins over Gozo, got them all the way up to 2nd. Otherwise, they were at risk of actually exiting the tournament. Now they're in contention for a medal.
Good delivery, nicely bowled. You can see the batters here. There's one thing that a lot of them see the Warrior batters do. They tend to rock back onto the leg stick, which means that any delivery like that is so difficult for them to get anything on. Almost taking the stumps. A good start there from seeing as this one gets blasted away. Got work to do. Oh, well, what a lovely one-handed pickup that is. Well, we know that Narendra Negi, he's a class act back there. Very, very good stop. So Sohan Singh is one of the 3 bowlers that will bowl the 2 overs. Great pickup, one-hand pickup. And this should be stopped by Sohan. It is. He holds on to it just as well because we know he's going to miss the stumps from there because that's what happens in Malta. You just starting to see that wind starting to pick up once more. I can just see 1 or 2 of the palm trees really blowing around here. Well, hold on to your cap, umpire Joy. Flicks away. That would just be a single.
Yeah, just tiki-taka, as you'd say. Like to see Lewis getting an opportunity at number 3, though. See what he can do, hey?
Yeah, I mean, Lewis, you know that we saw yesterday, he can certainly crunch the ball. Very good innings, helping his team get valuable runs when they needed to. 23 of 8, so we know what he is capable of doing. This one though, it's a wide, and he has to wait at the non-strikers end to see if he can get back on strike. Sukumaran swinging at this one, but that sort of hit the deck and really cuts away quite viciously.
Yeah, it does. Away movement. Still, yeah, the Blasters, they've been pretty steady with the ball, haven't they? Not too many bad balls.
Oh, well, well, the cap goes flying, and I thought that maybe umpire Joy is signalling a wide for his cap. Well, there you go.
Gone all the way to the other umpire. Wow.
Well, Chidden Joy, he's got the headband on.
It's like a Scooby-Doo unmasking here.
Yeah, he's got the headband. The headband is on there to try and keep the cap on, but it doesn't work.
He doesn't know whether to signal the wide first or to try and find the hat. Then he puts it on his face for some reason. Wow. How about that?
He's keeping it on. And this one has been crunched, and it should go all the way. It does. And that's a good hit. Shaba, shaba, boom. Shaka. Yeah, nicely hit. And you can see there that with the way this wind is playing, if you back yourself to play those shots, you're going to get full value for money. Nicely hit. Well, I did say when that wind picked up, well, this is another one that's down the ground, and this will be 6 more. So back-to-back 6s. Shaba, shaba. Inna zona. Manos arriba, arbitro, porque eso es 6 carreras. Una cita, una grande, una Ariana.
And that just shows you how quick an 8-over match can turn, because it did seem like the Blasters were on top, and then bang, bang, and ahead of the rate now. That's how quick it can change. Good hitting. And having said that, 5 overs remaining, so 5 overs for the Blasters now to work themselves back. But just have a look at that 3-wicket over. Chitral Joy was incredible in the first innings. But now we are going to continue. And of course, the third over wasn't a power play over because it's a shortened game. This is Devendra Negi, who's bowling over number 4, though.
Yeah, Negi going to get the breakthrough. Normally he's always taking a wicket here and there. This one just be a single off the bat. No signal from the umpire.
Let's say big hello to Mahbub Rahman. He says that when he's down, he sits down and watches European cricket. Well, that's nice. We can pick you up. You don't have to be down, though, to watch us. You just want to be in a good mood straight away, you can.
Yeah. I think what he's trying to say is that we always put him in a good mood, so that's nice. It's nice to note. And this is swung it hard and just out of the reach of the fielder. He goes on his knees and then he has to chase it, and he's not going to be able to get there. Suresh Dobal. Now he's trying to do the old ballerina pose as he's trying to get this one to land in his hand. And well, look, he throws everything at that, including the kitchen sink, and just as well that he did. But I think he does get fingertips to that, Dobal. That's why he's disappointed as the ball runs away from him. 4 more runs, so the real acceleration here now. And this one has been launched as well. Well, that is a biggie. Well, boom, shaka lagya. That one goes into the tennis courts. That kookaburra is not coming back. Eso es una grande, grandísimo. Esa es afuera de campo. Qué grande eso es. Good shot, big shot. That one is a biz away supersonic strike. And new balls, please. On
a low-scoring ground, those 6s are such momentum changes, aren't they? And you saw for ages, well, I guess not really ages because it's an 8-over match, but for the whole first part of this chase, you felt that the Warriors, they were behind. And then bang, bang, bang. Just look at where they are now, 15 off 26.
There he goes for another one, and this one has been really well caught. Narendra Negi, he's been supersonic out there. So Sukumaran's innings comes to an end, but not before he blasts 27 off. Well, that was the 15th delivery. So he goes for another one, but what a good catch this is from Narendra Negi takes it well, and then look, as he hits the deck, I like the way he cushions the ball into his chest. He says, Aja, meri shati te lag ja, because I'm not letting go of you.
Yeah, it was a good catch. Catches win matches. Don't know if this will be enough to win this one, but still very good effort. The Warriors still in the box seat. Yeah, just looking at how this game kind of played out. I mean, they were 16 off their first 16 balls. And since then, we've just had 7 balls. And there's been 23 runs. So, I mean, that's a big acceleration.
New batter comes in, not a bad man to be coming in at this time. Divyesh Kumar. He joins Tony Lewis out there. Tony Lewis just been playing very much a sporting role. Hasn't had to really do too much more. You see, just 15 required off 25 deliveries. Kumar just carefully plays his away, takes a single. Negi, he picks up another wicket there. He's been a bit more expensive in this spell than what he normally is, but that's 17 wickets to him now, so he's right up there as the leading wicket taker. As we see some more of those dark clouds coming this way, let's hope that the wind picks up and blows them away. We've seen some sensational skylines here, haven't we? All sorts of things, dark clouds, no clouds, sunshine, rain, rainbows, it's all happened.
It's been kind of apocalyptic, is the way I'd describe it. There's some really spectacular thunderstorms and lightning storms in the middle of the night. Don't ask me how I know that, but yeah, there was some real fireworks.
So how do you know that?
That woke me up.
Yeah.
The noise.
Yeah.
A few flashes.
You were carbonaras and cocktails.
Well, I thought it was the paparazzi at the window.
Just drops the bat on this dangerous shot to play because he plants that foot down the pitch and then just drops the bat on it. So you just get the feeling here that Shiv Singh is thinking, well, okay, if I can maybe just push this through. Shiv Singh, he's been good as well, and look, if they're to find a way back in this, you need a really good over. Remember, we did see a wicket made and we bowled by Masida, so it can happen as this one that gets fired in. A good bit of action from Dobal, Suraj Dobal, as he throws his ball back in. Batter was in though.
Yeah, comfortably in.
Running hard, running fast. Divyesh Kumar, is he going to give us a flurry of shots to show what a talented player he is? Well, he just stands upright and plays his away nicely. Just takes a single. The throw comes in. Stylish player. Somebody that, again, we haven't seen the best of him in this series. But he's another man. We'll come back to Malta. I'm looking to see more of. So that wind picks up again and those bales get knocked over. And the umpires are holding their hats now, deciding there's no point trying to keep them on. And look at umpire Joy. His hat nearly blows off again, so he quickly grabs the hat as the bowler's coming in. Keeps one hand on it.
Yeah, tries not to move and stays still. Well, whatever works for you, I guess.
Yeah, come on, do away with the hat and just do what he's the other umpire is doing at the moment. This one's going to be a big wide and is signalled as such. Yeah, shout out to all the umpires, been absolutely brilliant here. Tim, Andy, Joy, Shubhas, Aftab and Amar, been really, really good. Standards been quality. Lee Tuck as well, of course. And well led by Stefan Gooch. Shiv Singh. Oh, that's a really, really good delivery. And how does this not hit the stumps? Somebody tell me. How does this not hit the stumps? It's almost like this ball goes through the stumps. Have a look at this delivery. Like to see it, but does he drops the bat on it, I think. That's what he does. He
gets a little bit on
bat. This is right on the money. Just drops the bat on it and manages to deviate it away.
He needed to, didn't he?
Uh-oh. Wind picks up. The rain is coming. And it's coming strong. It's coming hard. It's coming fast. It's a good shot. Tries to put a foot on it. Judah comes across. Does well. Does Kalyan. And well, look at this. What does that hit? Just takes off as the throw comes through. And is this a passing shower? Is this here to say, look at this. Hits that pitch and just takes off.
I mean, look, this game's almost done and dusted anyway. So 8 runs to get. Yeah, I think it just came and went. It's been so weird. the kind of weather we've had today. So yeah, it was heavy for a second, but then it's just as quick as it came, it left.
Yeah, that was also the end of the fifth over. So 46-2, 8 runs in 18 balls. So they want to try and do this pretty quickly here. It is Suresh Dobal to bowl. And well, it doesn't appeal here. And if this is off the pad, I would like to know why as the stumps get blown over again. And
I reckon this is...
Yeah, this for me
out.
is out.
100%.
This is out, and it has been signalled leg byes.
That's out.
Why are
It
you
actually
not?
hits, look, it hits the front pad first, then bounces up. Look, here, or A pad. It's the pad flap, actually.
Yeah, I mean...
And then it bounces up. Yeah, I think he's super lucky to get away with that.
No appeal. I think maybe it's just thinking, right, let's get this over and done with. Let's get in the warmth.
Yeah, it's time to slow things down with the wicket.
Let's get in the warmth. And this one, bit of inside edge. They'll go again, the batters. So Pupala gets there, decides not to throw. Yeah, look, full credit on a day like today to all the ground staff, all the players that have been doing their bit, getting the covers on and off. It's been a real team effort from everybody. Been absolutely brilliant. Big shout, of course, to the European Cricket Network team that are here. Sam Williams, Max By, Mars Wolfie, Andy House, Stefan Gooch and Diana Oroz as well. It's been a great effort from them as well as our guys here from our partners, Spring Productions, Andis, Karina and Kuriolis. Great work, everybody. And now, of course, the sun comes out as we see those shadows appear. And, of course, everybody's looking forward to the final. Let's hope there's no interruptions for that. When the Knights take on Marsa. The Knights haven't been able to beat Marsa in 2 previous finals. Are they going to be able to do it this time round? Or are Marsa going to make it 3 on the spin? And just like that, we see this match come to an end. This is huge. This is absolutely massive from Divyesh Kumar. Well, I said before, is Divyesh Kumar going to show us what he can do and finish this with a bang? When he does finish it with a bang, that's probably one of the biggest sixes that we've seen. That one does go into the tennis courts. And just like that, we see the winners of this bronze final. So big congratulations to the Masida Warriors. And they will finish this series with something to take home, and they're going to take the bronze medal with them. And big well done to the Masida Warriors. A great victory for them. Look, unlucky to the Blasters. I like the way the Blasters play, Mujiba Blasters. I think every time we see them, they get better and better. They've got some good, young, classy players there as well, mixed in with some experienced players. We're going to see more from them, and maybe next time they'll be able to challenge and maybe get themselves the bronze, or even make your way all the way into the finals themselves. But they've entertained us. I think their bowling and fielding has been really good. I like the way that they play the game. They always play with a smile on the face, and they're very passionate about the game and very sporting as well. But on this occasion, it is going to be the Masida Warriors that are going to pick up the victory for winning the bronze final, and they will get those beautiful bronze finals to take away with them. As we have a look at the highlights, it didn't start well because they did knock out Rocky pretty early. He went for a golden duck, but after that we saw some good batting, especially from Sukumaran. I think he played some really nice shots, and despite the efforts, as we always see from the Blasters, they were just a little bit too good. Well, that was when the hat took off, and the umpire says, hang on a minute, I've got to call a wide first. And that just shows to show some of the conditions that both sets of players had to put up with. So, you know, well done to the players as well. No moaning, just want to go out there and play the game that they love. And big shout out again to the umpires for being out there with them. This one was just out of reach for Suresh Dobal. He chases after it, but the ball goes to the boundary. And that was an important phase, because that was where Sukumaran from nowhere just blasted the ball to all parts of the ground. He took on Devendra Negi. Negi did get him in the end, but not before he hit 27 quick runs of 15, taking the match away from the Blasters. Good catch there from Narendra Negi. That's a partnership that I'm looking forward to seeing again. The two Negis supporting each other. One does the bowling, the other does the catching. But that was the end of the match. That was a huge hit from Kumar. Divyesh Kumar, he's a player that looks classy, and we haven't still seen the best of him in Malta, and that's another reason to come back here to see just how much he improves. And both these two teams, well done, congratulations, but it will be of course, the Malta Warriors that will be victorious in this one. They are the bronze winners as we look forward to the final. The Knights taking on Malta.
Well, as another storm rolled through the ground that came with a big kind of threatening look and then just delivers a little pitter-patter of rain. Hopefully we get the full 10 overs in the finals. Hedex Knights versus Malta. Malta getting an early win. They win the toss and they've elected to bat first. And look, for me, a couple of MVP candidates in there. Basil George for the Knights and Fanyan Magal for Malta. They've had outstanding tournaments. But here's the other thing. They'll want a game, the Knights, because if for some reason you don't get the minimum 3 overs in, then Malta, as the team with the better record in the group stage, they will win the trophy. But it's an interesting final. These teams, out of the 4 finals, they have met 3 times in the final. But Hedex Knights, they are still to raise a trophy. Stay tuned to the European Cricket Network. We'll be back in half an hour to take you into match 48, the final. Let's have a look at this one, though. It was a funny start, wasn't it? Just run a ball for the first 16 balls, but then it exploded in the next few minutes, and in the end, they do it fairly comfortably with over 2 overs to spare.
Yeah, I mean, they see Sadhir Sukumarani just decided to turn on the style when they needed to. They were just running behind, like you said. They also had lost that early wicket of Rocky, but he batted beautifully. Really good knock from him. 27 of just 15 deliveries. Look at the quick bowling there. Sohan Singh, they backed him as the main strike bowler. Once again, he was a little bit expensive. He goes for 21. As was Devendra Anegi, especially in his second over. But he did pick up that important wicket of Sukumaran. But by then, I think it was already done and dusted. And just have a look at the match summary there once more. Important runs as we look back to the first innings. Kohad, I think he was pretty good there. And Narendra Anegi as well. He got 14. But really, Kailan, they got him up the top of the order. I think he's better off when he comes lower down. But once again, the Malta Warriors, it was always Sukumaran, that 27 of 15, that gave them the impetus that they needed. And then Tony Lewis and Divyesh Kumar just bringing the match home as they knock up those runs pretty quickly. And just to remind you, the final, the night is next up, and that's starting in just under half an hour time. So join me then, Rika Full and Mr. Maximo, as we come back for the all-important final, the big one, and let's hope the weather stays kind for us. Join us in just under 30 minutes time.
2 weeks of action. We started with 10 teams and it all comes down to this. The last two standing, Malta chasing their third trophy. Can they do it? And the Knights, well, I think they're the best team to never raise any silverware here in the European Cricket Series. That could change today. Well, the sun's out. Hopefully it stays that way. I'm Mr. Maximo. This is the FanCode European Cricket Series Malta final and it starts right now. Hello and welcome back to Malta. It's time for the final, match 48, and of course it all comes down to this. Two sides, this is actually the third time they met in a final out of the 4 series we've had here. So thought they know each other pretty well. They haven't met in this series, of course, because they were drawn in different groups, but they are teams that top their groups. And well, Malta, they won 7 out of their 8 matches in the group stage and winning their way through to the final. The Knights, well, they won 6 of their matches. So that could be relevant if we do have some inclement weather. Then Malta, well, they are the top seed in this game, but still, I think it should be a really great way to finish. And hopefully, at the moment, the sun's out. Like I say, if it stays that way, we're in for a cracking contest. The coin toss is all important at the other end. Stefan Gooch is with 2 captains. Let's see who wins it.
After the call. 1, dead. Tails the call. It is tails. All the back for us. Alright. All the best, guys. Thank you, guys. Good luck.
So Harun Magal from Malta has won the toss and he has elected to bat first against the Edex Knights. So I think it's a good decision. I think they do like batting first, not having any pressure or anything like that. They certainly defended well, didn't they, earlier on in the day when we saw them sweep aside the Masita Warriors in semi-final number 2. Fanya Magal's had a really good series. He's got to be in the MVP conversation. Let's see if he can deliver with the bat and the ball for Malta, who are the defending champions. And in fact, they beat the Knights last time around. And the Knights, yeah, we know they've never actually won it here, even though if you go all the way back 2 years ago in 2020, they were undefeated, but Malta actually rolled them in the final. So we've come a long way here, but some things are changing, but some things are staying the same. These two will meet once again in the final. Basil George, well, he's had a great series as well. He's another one. I think he's in the MVP conversation as well. Perhaps their performances in the final between Fanyan Magal and Basil George could decide that. But we just also know that the Knights having to chase, it's not really what they would have wanted to do. I think they wanted to bat first and defend. Both these teams have been master defenders. Still, Rico Full, well, it's going to be your last game for a couple of weeks. I hope that you enjoy it. I'm sure it'll be a really good contest. And I can tell you the news from the toss here in match 48, the Malta final, is that Malta, they've won the toss. Harun Magal, he wants to have a bat. It's over to you, Rico, and let's get the final started.
Thank you very much to Mr. Maximo. And yeah, let's get it started. Let's do this. These two teams, well, you've got to admit, from what we've seen over the years here in Malta, they've got to be the top 2 sides. They have met in 2 finals before. Malta, though, have been victorious in both of those. Can the Knights make it 3rd time lucky for them, or will it be a hat-trick of victories for Malta? Let's have a quick look at those 2 sides. Well, the Knights, Stanislaus and Basil George, they're looking to be good in this one. Haven't really performed in the last 2 innings they've had, but maybe that's because they're looking to perform when it matters on the big stage. Nitin Babu has been good for them, as has Bosborn. And look out, of course, once again for Jays Matthew. What about on the Malta side? Noel Kosler, I think he's looking to perform well and maybe get a big score on the board. Fine Magal, you heard Mr. Maximo talked about him. He certainly is a contender for MVP. Niraj Khanna, well, his name will be in the hat as well. But maybe we haven't seen too much from the captain, Harun Mughal. Maybe it's going to be he who's going to perform in the final. But also, I mean, it's an all-star cast here. And you can see that both these teams have been in good form. Marsa have only lost the once, and that was to Gozo when they were blown away for 30. The Knights, they've had 2 defeats themselves, 93-89 in favour of Marsa. Marsa, as you saw from the coin toss, they have won the toss and they are going to have a bat first. No, Kosler is out there. And then I think it's a good move. They've gone with Fire Mughal to open the batting with him. I think Fire Mughal, every time he's been asked to do a job at the top of the order, has always performed. And this man, Jas Matthew, he's performed pretty regularly as well for the Knights. So it's going to be a good contest early on. Good news at the moment is that we've had a few showers on and off, and that wind has picked up and caused all sorts of havoc at times. But right now, at this moment, before the start of this game, everything seems pretty calm. There's no rain at the moment. There are plenty of threatening clouds. Let's hope that they don't descend on us and we get an uninterrupted final here. The umpires are out there. And, let's get ready as they wait for our official timekeeper, Frederica Constant, to give us the thumbs up. Aftab, Khan and umpire Amar ready to take control of this match. The match officials. And Aftab will be taking the first over. There we go. Matthew coming into bowl to Noel Kosler. The first ball of the final here at the Marsa International Cricket Ground. Matthew to Kosler. Gets the swing away. A wide call straight away. They're only just catching a little bit off the line. Yeah, okay. It's tight, but the umpires, they have been very strict on these. And they've called them. They've been consistent. Let's put it that way. This one is better. It's right up there. Good delivery, not too far away. Good comeback. Got players in catching positions as well. That's a nice take there from Avinash Dilip. Hasn't he been good? Or he signed the captain behind the stumps. Led his team really well. This one will be a wide. He bowls and just bounces back to his mark, doesn't he? Jas Matthew. Well, welcome to everybody on the chat as well. We're ready to see how this goes. And Emily Elizabeth says hello again. Yes, hello to you, Emily. It's another wide to Matthew. Yeah, okay, he says, okay, don't worry. I know. Doesn't want to give too many of these away. So just see what it is. You just got to get that ball a bit fuller. Get it fuller and then draw the batter into the shot. Yeah, he says, I know, he says. People say to him, come on, let's get it right. And he does get it right this time, much fuller. Good delivery. Bit of bat on this. So runs. And Kosler gets off the mark. He needed to get the bat down on that one, didn't he? It's a good delivery right up there in the slot. And Kosler gets off the mark. Fire Mughal, one of the danger men. See how he starts. And that's a big swing. They want it and they get it. And it's a terrible start for Fire Mughal. And we were talking about him in maybe being a contender for the MVP, but he chases this one. The swing away gets him, gets the finest of touches on it. A little feather, but that's all it needs. And no mistake from the captain, Avinash Dilip. And they get the dangerous Fire Mughal for a golden duck. The number of ducks continue to grow in the pond that keeps getting topped up by the rain showers that we've had. But at the moment, well, it's all about a shower of congratulations as we see a wicket there. So Jas Matthew gets the wicket, gets the prize wicket of Fire Mughal, who snicks behind the very first ball that he faces. That's a huge wicket. A lovely shot there of the rainbow that's out there at the moment. Absolutely beautiful. And, it's been that sort of day. Here comes Matthew once more. Oh, well, this almost gets knocked onto his own stumps there. Niraj Khanna, it's a full toss. It wasn't the best of deliveries. Gets an edge on it. It just misses his stumps. It goes to the boundary, 4 runs. Oh, he's so lucky here. So lucky indeed. Well, we've seen a number of players flying around in the air. This time it was the wicketkeeper's turn to take off, but he couldn't stop that. A lucky break there for Niraj Khanna. Feeling the pressure out there, Marsa. Matthew once more. He's going to go wide again. Yeah, when he gets it right, it's good. Just had Nitin Babu just having a little chat with Matthew. Oh, this is just even wider. So letting himself down big time. I mean, I can understand you get it wrong a couple of times, but really, when you're joining up back to back like that, it's got to be very frustrating for the captain as well. The captain, of course, wants to stay positive. You see Nitin Babu also having a chat with the bowler, but Matthew just keeps saying, I know. He's getting a bit agitated by everybody telling him, but he's not responding. Too many extras. That's better. It's on the up. And it gets through the inner ring. It's fielded by the man on the boundaries doing the sweeping. You can see that's 5 runs with that one. 6 runs that have come off the bat. All the others have been because of extras, because of wides. Ball to go. Can he finish it well? Bowling back again to Khosla. Goes for the shorter one. I think he holds this one across the seam because there's no movement there, so one deliberately bangs it into the deck. Khosla will get the single. So the over finishes with 12 runs from it, but they do get the prize wicket of Fire Mughal. I think if you put that to Avinash Dilip and he said, well, look, you know, we're going to give 12, but we're going to get the wicket of Fire Mughal. Do you take it? Oh, yeah, you do. I think if the over is going to go for 20, you take it. It's picture there of the dark clouds. And let's hope that they stay in the distance and don't come this way. Don't head towards this Malta International Cricket Ground. And we certainly don't want them to play a part in what promises to be a very exciting and very thrilling final. Boz Paul gets given the ball. And this guy, well, for me, he's been sensational as well. Not only just the bowling that he's done, I mean, he's in the side mainly, primarily for his bowling. As he starts with, I think this is going to be a nasty one. And the fielder can't get to it. Yeah, it is wide, so yeah, gets it completely wrong. And just when I'm upping him up, he goes and bowls this one. Look, it's just the movement, a lot of movement. And despite the efforts of the captain, wicketkeeper, Avinash Dilip, he can't stop it, so 5 wides. That's a big plus for Marsa when they're struggling here to get bat onto ball. It's the extras that are going up. We saw 5 wides in the first over, well, that's 10 wides, and this could be 5 more. Well, no, it's just being stopped. And they're going to make it into 3 wides. And Boz Paul, well, maybe he's lost his bottle a little bit here. 5 wides and then 3 wides, so he's having all sorts of trouble. In fact, I think was there a bit of touch on this. There may have been some contact. So this one will be another wide. Boz Paul struggling with his line. And that's what happens when you start saying the player's been performing well, and the next 3 balls have not been good ones. Can he get it right? He's just feeling the tension, feeling the nerves. And this is going to be another. The extras at the moment are incredible. That's another wide. And Marsa at the moment are thinking, well, maybe Christmas has come early. We were here close to Christmas time last year. Malta probably think it's Christmas again now. I think that takes the extras now to 12 wides. And Boss Paul just having a check here. The bowler, it goes to bowl, and Niraj saying, yeah, I'm okay, my bat is in. You see, it's easy, isn't it? Better delivery, that's more like it. And that's where he has been a lot of the time, so maybe he's got the radar right now. And he can carry on, maybe talking about Boss Paul and saying not only has he performed with the ball, but with the bat he's made important contributions when they've needed, and his fielding has been good as well. This one will be okay, just sneaks this one in, so he backs himself to keep the ball in the right areas. Only just small margins. And this one will get called. Not good. Both the opening bowlers. Matthew bowls 5 wides. And Boss Paul, well, don't forget 5. He matched that with 1 ball, which went all the way to the boundary. He's just saying how many balls to come, and the umpire says, well, it should have been over a long time ago, but there's still 3 to come. And there still will be 3 to come. Has he lost his bottle here? That's what I want to know. Is this the final? And it's too much pressure, because it's another terrible delivery. This is somebody, the sad thing about this is this Boss Paul has been bowling, well, Yorker and Yorker religiously, and here he goes. It's another wide. I can't believe this. I can't believe how many wides we have had in this over. I'm going to try and check, but I don't think I'll be able to tell you, because I don't think there's going to be enough space on the monitor I have in front of me to get them all in. It's going on and on and on. Well, I reckon that's 10 wides. 10 runs in wides here. 5. And he gets a big round of applause for a straight ball, a dot ball. 6 wide balls. 1 of those went all the way to the boundary. This over is long. And look at the time clock as well, folks. We have gone over 10 minutes of match time, and we haven't seen 2 overs completed. This one's hit out, and he's going to get a boundary as well. So the over gets worse as Niraj Khanna backs himself to go over the man that's there on mid-on. Gets it right. Good shot to play in the power play. The troubles continue for Boss Paul. Such a shame, really, for somebody who's performed so well all the way through this series. And then they'll take the single. So 18 come off this over. And Gosler puts his hand up and says, that'll do. We don't need to take any further risks here. So Marsa have been gifted a perfect start. That's the only way to describe this. As we just have a look at the main contenders. And you can see there from the wickets takers for the Knights, Boss Paul is right up there with 11. He's been absolutely superb, but today, well, maybe the occasion of the final is too much for him. Let's have a quick look at the top batters there for Marsa. Fine Mughal, he goes first ball, so he's not going to play a big part. That means that Niraj Khanna's knock here becomes very important, along with Noel Khosla. Those two have to give them a good partnership here. And the bowlers, well, apart from Boss Paul, maybe Nitin Babu is going to have to come on here and tidy things up. He's been pretty good. I said the same thing about Boss Paul before he started that over. Let's see. They go with Matthew, though, to bowl. He asked the question, but this is going down the leg side. There will be a leg by. Yeah, interesting, because they normally do go with Matthew and Paul to bowl themselves out. Just wonder if they'll change things around with that last over, going for 18 from Boss Paul. But it's not just the number of runs, it's the extras and it's the time. They're going to be really up against it with the time here already. Good delivery, Matthew, good comeback. The Knights most of the good work they've done has been all down to the excellent bowling displays and fielding displays that they put in. But that's under attack here now. And this one is wide on cue, another wide. After starting well. Matthew. To Kosler. Kosler plays this well. Matthew has to do the fielding, gets the throw in, direct hit, and it could be out. I think it is out. I think the frustration here from Niraj Khanna as he throws the bat says it all. And this is brilliant from Matthew, really is. It's great to see a fast bowler get there. Not only does he get there, picks it up, throws it, hits the target, boom, you're gone. And Kosler, he throws his bat in disappointment. He knows he's gone. He doesn't make it. Well, they've been giving away runs like it's Christmas to Malta, but there's also some dynamic fielding there off his own bowling from Jazz Matthew. Absolutely brilliantly done. This is sensational. Really is. And Matthew, oh, he pulls up something amazing right on cue, and just when the Knights needed it. And Niraj Khanna, well, he gets run out of 11. And you can see Avinash Dilip, yes, he says yes, he knows the importance of that. As, oh no, that's not a good sign. The heavens open again, and it's absolutely pouring. And Matthew, it's uppish. They do take the single, and they get it this time. Now, what will the umpires decide here? It's pretty heavy. Will they get... Remember, we need to get 2 more balls in, I think, here, which would mean it constitutes a match. It constitutes an innings, anyway. It's well bowled. Take the single, but right on cue. I think what we're seeing is what we've seen all the way through here today. You get this heavy shower, and then within 30 seconds to a minute, it disappears. So look out for another rainbow, that's what I say. And look, spare a thought also for our production crew, especially the likes of Karina and Kiriolis. I think Karina is out in the tower at the moment to see this delivery. And it's going to be another wide, of course it is, but that gives me a chance to continue and say, Karina, look, you're doing a great job. It's windy out there. It's not great conditions. I bet you're being blown about. So Karina, if you can hear me, give us a thumbs up. Let us know you're okay. And look, everybody, why don't we all give Karina a great round of applause for the great job she's done, along with Kiriolis and Andis, our production crew. Karina, you good? She'll probably saying, hang on, Rika, let me film this first. Matthew wants to finish this over well. Just 5 from it so far. And, well, he was brilliant with the wicket. And, well, this one would have been another wide. But Numa Maher says, well, why take the wide when it can take the boundary? And the score will move on to 39. 39 for 2. So he does brilliantly well with the run out, but unfortunately he doesn't do so well with the tidiness of the bowling. There's Karina. Yeah, look, it's not easy up there in the tower. The wind is blowing. The rain, when it comes, is right at you. And, well, it's a difficult job also. Trust me, can you imagine her up there with the wind swirling around as it is, and she's trying to follow the ball and making sure we don't all get dizzy trying to follow it at the same time. Top job, Karina, as we go back to this match. So Malta, thanks to several extras, are looking pretty good, but they have lost some key wickets. 17 extras, all 17 in wides, and that is only after 3 overs. Look at the time clock as well. They have almost, well, by the end of this over, they will be past the halfway mark, and to me that means they'll be running at least almost about 2 overs behind, and they're not helping themselves here by not bowling quickly. They've taken an age here. Looks like Matthew is coming off the field of play, and he's holding that, his hand pretty limpy at the moment. I'm not sure what we missed here, but I think he wants to go see, well, is he going to go see the medic? I don't know. So the 12th man is on, as You see a change of bowler. It's going to be Keegan George to bowl. George. Short one. He's up in the air and well, drops in no man's land. And Kosler gets lucky. Yeah, 17 extras. That means 17 extra balls have been bowled. It's quite amazing. Almost half the runs have come in extras. George, Keegan George that is. Can he tidy things up here for the Knights? So, and when we're here, you know what he's there to do, and that's to swing hard. Swing hard and get boundaries. That's his role in this. This is out on that one. Keegan George once more, goes short, and this has been hit hard, but it goes a long way up in the air. Is it going to go to hand? No, it doesn't. And it eludes the fielders out there. Just drops right in the middle of them. So it was an opportunity, but dropped short. As you see that wind, and that one would have swirled around up there for a moment. Bit more drizzle. Oh, this is right on the lid. And he puts the bat down. Yeah, you think you want to probably take the lid off and check it here, or is that his head is still vibrating viciously? He says, I'm okay, don't worry. Look, I like that. I think once a batter does get hit on the lid like this, I mean, this is full on. Boom. I think that's actually come off the bat. And that's another reason, you know, it's a lot of people, look, take note, there's a lot of batters that say, I don't need a helmet. I'm not going to get hit directly on the head. Well, this isn't directly. This has come off the bat. And when I've seen nasty injuries where batters have been hit on the head and not wearing a lid, it's often because of this ball coming off bat onto the head. So I'm so glad that he is wearing a helmet. But he does the right thing just to compose himself. Numan Mahir takes the lid off, has a look, checks that it's okay. This one gets through him. Good bit of pace. Gets the dot ball in, swings and misses, and he says, this one just stays below the shoulder, otherwise it was in danger of being, because I'm sure the one that would have hit him on the head would have been the one for the over, so it just stays under, and you can see he's definitely rattled him. So Numan Mahir has definitely been rattled as this one goes through. He wants his own bat, doesn't he? This is the batter saying, will you hit me? I'm going to hit you. But unfortunately, he swung and he's missed. And he's missed both. It is 42 for 2. And a fine time to back into our commentary position here. Mr. Maximov in his hand.
Yeah, good to be back. Bit of everything in this first 4 overs. Saw some wickets, some runs, some sun, some rain. The clouds looking threatening. Had a pretty big shower. So Nitin Babu comes on, bowl for the first time. Got to say, this ground has held up extremely well in the face of a fair few showers in the last, I suppose, 12 to 14 hours. It just seems to come and dump a bunch of rain and then stop. So it hasn't actually caused too much inconvenience as far as the schedule is concerned. That's a big thanks to everyone that's going out there and working, getting those covers on, getting them off. We just lost a couple of overs per side in the bronze final. Hopefully we get through this one without any delays. Extra bounce from Babu. That's his go-to, isn't it, really?
Great delivery.
Gets that extra bounce. Yeah, so Yamasa, good run rate. I think 100 plus on the board. I feel that'll test the Knights. Again, the Knights have seeming to get the job done without Basil George really scoring runs of late, and also Stanislaus has had a quiet couple of days. But this guy Babu, he always impresses me.
He's been good, hasn't he, Nitin Babu? And this one's no. That's not a wide. This is not a wide. I'm sorry. The umpires have been very good, but I think this one, just look, it comes back in. It comes back in. How is that a wide? That's. I tell you what, if that's been called, I'm the bowler. I'm gutted. I'm going up to the umpire and say, well, why is that a wide?
To give Nitin credit, he just kind of shoots a quizzical look, doesn't he? Yeah, this one gets straight through him. Probably saying call that. But Kostler
Getting
struggling
frustrated,
to get going, isn't he?
Hey, listen, what do you think of the time here? They're gonna struggle. They are going to struggle.
You said 17 extra balls. There's been 14 extra balls because remember one of them went for 6, but 18 runs in wides out of 43. Well, because I was looking at there's trainers going, how's their run rate 10 plus and over?
Know.
And the answer is wides. And this is going, and it's up, and it is going to be down again safely. Kostler gets away with it again. Just cannot get any fluency in this innings.
Yeah, you can't get going. And listen, I know you said it's my last game for a while. I'm glad that all the flies that I've met on my travel in the last 8 weeks have all come here to say goodbye. Look at them. They're swarming all over the place. I've never seen so many flies. Wrong. It's like there's a dead carcass or something that's here.
Oh, I don't know what's causing it. It's very hard. Turns around. I got to say, yeah, that is true. Just watching Mihar face up to that, I'm so happy he's wearing a helmet. Again, top edge into the kind of between the grill and the peak of the cap, really, the peak of the helmet, and that's what kind of rocks the helmet back on his head. And just imagine, like even for example, Pastelita, getting hit in the World Cup for the Netherlands recently, superficial damage, but how bad the damage would have been without the helmet. You just don't want to think about it. So it's certainly worth it. Get used to wearing helmets, guys.
Yeah. So one tip that we can give you, this one's called wide as well. Maybe this one does catch a little bit off the line.
This one's wider than the other one that was called.
Because the other one wasn't. Let's have a look though. Yeah, this one's fine. Good call, because this one doesn't come back in.
Yeah, but Boris Paul just had the yips, didn't he?
He couldn't believe it. I snookered him. I've done him right, left and centre. Just before we bowled, I said, yeah, he's been great performer, bowled brilliantly. And, well, it took him a while to get one on the stumps. Good finish there from Nitin. He's bowled a very good over. Just 4 runs from it. And that's exactly what they needed. So the score moves into 46 now for 2. But, yeah, you're absolutely right. When you look at those batters, you think, where those runs come from? Wide, as we have a look at our schedule.
Yeah, this is the last day of Malta. You're watching it right now. It's the last match, in fact. Very dark out there at the moment. I'll be making the trip to Barcelona tomorrow. In fact, pretty early. Enrico will be heading back to Spain as well, but for a couple of weeks off with his family. Then we'll be back in the week 3 part of that tournament to take you through the rest of the year. Then 7-week break for Christmas. Anyway, this one is on the hook. He's looking, he's worried, but he doesn't need to be. That's out of here. Maximo! Mihar goes large. Brings up the 50 for Mars off the first ball, the 6th over.
Yeah, good hit. And he backs himself, doesn't he? And he's probably seen Kostler swing and miss, and he thinks, okay, I'm getting under pressure here, as he sends that away. A big hit. I thought it started to rain again, but it's not. It's just all the flies on my monitor. Can't have any flies on this morning. I've never seen this many before.
There's a bit of rain
It is starting to rain as well. Well, of course I can't see. There's so many flies. I think flies are afraid of the rain. That's what I've decided today. So flies don't like the rain.
So the rain came in the 3rd over, halfway through the 3rd over.
That's really heavy. They can't stay out in that, surely.
Yeah.
They cannot stay. Yeah, they've got to go off. I mean, this is really heavy. It doesn't surprise me.
But it was almost this heavy in the 3rd and then it just stopped. But I'm glad at least they get through 5.2 overs here, which means that the window required to finish the game isn't as big. So they'll just need to find a window of at least, I suppose, like 12 minutes or 13, 14 minutes like that, because you could have a 3-over second innings. So we're not even sure if they'll get back out there and complete their innings. We'll find out. But yeah, right now that shower was pretty heavy and put proceedings to a halt pretty quickly.
I mean, can you imagine if they don't get back out there again? I mean, the difference. I mean, Barca will be saying thank you very much to the Knights for all those wides, because if it weren't for those wides, there's no score on that board, Vinny.
Yeah, you're exactly right. I mean, that's their own worst enemy. It is literally the highest scorer. 19 wides. All extras are wides. The next highest score is Mihar with 14. And then Niraj Khanna, who's run out for 11. So right now, I mean, it's already eased off. It's been such a weird day. I mean, we'll probably just stay with you for a little bit here, because there's every chance, even before the covers go on, you can see already that it's pretty much stopped. I don't think I've ever quite seen a day like this.
I've never seen. I mean, this reminds me of playing cricket in the UK. I know that we have quite a few people on the chat from the UK, but this is the way it goes in the UK. I've been there many a times when you're coming off, and by the time you come off, and you get into the changing room, the umpires are back and say, come on, boys, we're going. And that's exactly what's happening.
That's crazy. They can't believe it. I can't believe it, to be honest. I mean, that was bucketing down. And now they're out there like nothing happened. I don't think we're losing the overs or anything.
You know
like
what
that.
this is? I mean, it is the 5th of November, which, of course, is Guy Fawkes Day, Bonfire Day in the UK. And this weather we're having in Malta is the perfect weather that you have on a normal Bonfires Day, because you want to light that fire, you want to set the fireworks off, but it's always wet and miserable just like this. And I know a lot of people there in the UK will agree with me. Well, if you're there in the UK, tell me. I bet you it's raining, I bet you it's miserable, and I bet you're supposed to be going to a fireworks display tonight, and you're thinking, no, we're not going to go because it's horrible weather. Just have a look. Look at the umpire there, Amar. I mean, he's loads of blowing around like he's facing a gale force wind. He's not going to be comfortable or good to be out there. But the show goes on, and Giggin George, he's the man who's got to. Well, we've got graphics coming up there saying game interrupted because of rain. Well, it was interrupted, but they're back again.
It's really, I mean, that was really heavy. And literally by the time they came off, they went back on. Anyway, Giggin will continue this over. Again, they'll get an allowance of time for that, obviously. But will it be enough? Because they bowled an extra 3 overs here, almost.
You know what? The rain's come back.
That is crazy.
The gods do not want
this
cricket
is
to be played.
unbelievable. I mean,
this is not the umpire calling a wide, by the way. We have gone back on for 1 ball. We came off because it's the heavens open. They went back on because it stopped, and now, after 1 ball being bowled, they're coming back off again. I've never seen anything like that. And it wasn't the umpire saying a wide ball. It's the umpire saying, what do we do now?
These aren't marginal calls either, where you're looking going, is it, if it continues this, it's like, and then completely nothing. So it's not that the umpires are kind of umming and ahhing about it. It stops completely, and then it absolutely buckets down. So, yeah. They come out and bowl 1 more ball. I'm glad that at least it was a legal delivery, otherwise we wouldn't have gotten any further into the 10 overs. So now we got 5.3 overs down, the score 53 for 2.
Well, listen, at least we had that graphic up pretty quickly. Back to the rain.
Exactly, just had to put it back on. Well, tell you what, while we're waiting as the players go for the covers again, we'll have to see if it does actually stay raining, but might have an opportunity to have a look at some of the highlights so far in this final. And again, we don't know if Martha will continue batting or not. It'll depend how much time is lost here. But it was Noel Kostler and Vanya Magal who came out. And Magal, he went very first ball. Look, not the best shot really, you'd have to say. Really tried to hoik that one to the leg, little edge. And they were pumped because they knew Vanya Magal, he's been having a very good tournament. Just Matthew with the wicket early on. And that brought Niraj Khanna to the crease. The wicketkeeper, I should say, for Martha. And, well, he was a bit lucky first up as well as he French cut that one off a full toss down to the fence. And Kostler, well, he got one away as well, which unfortunately was called 5 wides. And that was the problem, really. These wides, 19 wides, pretty costly. It's still the top scorer. Just Matthew, well, he certainly is a bit of a firecracker, and he runs out Niraj Khanna, and Niraj, well, he was devastated to go in that fashion in the final. Nahan Mihar came to the crease as Matthew just having a bit of a complaint there, something on the right-hand side of his body, maybe his hand, maybe his arm, getting some attention, but, well, this was a scary moment, really, Mihar. He was shocked and rocked as he top-edged that ball into his helmet, but luckily he was wearing the headgear, so he was able to continue, and then he wasn't perturbed. He went for the hook again. This time he gets more of it, so he gets 6. It's the only maximo we've seen through the first 5.2 overs, 53 for 2. And you can see this time looks like it'll be a more lengthy delay. I suppose it would have to be a more lengthy delay because we couldn't have a shorter delay really than we had the first time around. You can see that everyone out there lending a hand. It's good to see. It's a tough day. We thought it'd be tougher, to be honest, though. It was something that we thought was going to affect the day pretty badly with the kind of rain we had overnight in the forecast. And it was always the chance of this happening in the afternoon. So sad to see this happen in the final. Again, the Knights, well, they will want to make sure this game gets finished because they are the ones who will miss out if it goes to a countback, because both these teams, they top their group. Then you go to who had the better record. Master with 7 wins and 1 loss. The Knights 6 wins and 2 losses.
I don't know if you saw that bolt of lightning, but as the players are getting the covers out there and they're fighting the elements to do so, now the lightning has started as well. You know what, Vinny? They're going to ban me doing finals. I just reckon they're going to ban me doing finals. Hey, this reminds me of the last golden ball we had, though.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, it was a funny day we had the finals last year. But, I mean, now we are going to lose overs, aren't we? I mean, that's for sure. But we've got a little bit of wriggle room to play with, not too much. So, I mean, at this stage, 53 for 2 of 5.2 overs. So they're going at pretty much the 10 and over. So, yeah, you've got to play that out. If it was a 3-over game, maybe a target of something in the 30s, maybe the high 30s. Hard to say. We can guess all we like, but we're not quite sure. We might just take this opportunity to step away for a second while we see exactly what we're dealing with here. Just a reminder, you can stay in the chat, ECN European Cricket Network, and you can also check our website, europeancricket.com, to find out the latest about what's happening in this rain. It's this final, and there we go. No, it's a bit of just a bad coincidence, I think. This is your last game again for a couple of weeks before you rejoin us in week 3 in Barcelona. But that is a really exciting tournament.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to that. Look, you know, we've been to some lovely places, and but I think to finish in Barcelona, I think it's going to be great. Barcelona, of course, is a lovely city, and also it's a place where, I mean, I think you know the stats better than me in terms of cricket being played and the percentage of cricket. It's second to where?
Yeah. Well, only in Cardamom.
No. In terms of outside of the UK and Ireland.
Oh yeah.
In terms of cricket being played.
Yeah, well, it's second only to London as far as the amount of teams in one city.
Yeah.
So Barcelona's a great city to go to. So these are the fixtures. It's a 124 match series, and it all starts at the same time, 7:30 a.m. GMT. It's 8:30 in Central Europe. It's 1 p.m. in India. Day 1 of 31. That's how many days we have left in the season. And we'll start with Pat Moncada against the Bangladesh Kings. Well, the Big Mac, he has the highest individual score on ECN this year. He'll be playing for Pat Moncada in the Monday morning session there. Hiris Abadel and the Trinidad Royal Stars, TRS, in the afternoon. Oh, we're talking DRS. How about TRS? They'll be here in the second half.
But let me give you a tip.
Yeah.
All of the spare balls that we've got, take them with you.
Yeah, we'll
take them with you. You're going to lose a lot of balls in Barcelona, that's for sure. And Amagan Khan, I mean, let's talk a little bit about the Big Mac.
Yeah.
And of course, a lot of people saw the Big Mac, Mohammed Amagan Khan, back in ECO 19. But we just saw him break a record in the weekend FanCode T10 edition, didn't we?
Yeah, I mean, he absolutely smashed him. 131 on out he scored in that match, and it's actually the third highest score we've ever seen on ECN. It's the highest score this year, behind the 156.
But wasn't it the fastest 100?
It was the fastest, 27 balls.
Fastest 100 that we've had. Seen. So, yeah, take the spare balls with you because he's in good form, as are 1 or 2 other guys. You remember, we're likely to see somebody like Govinder Bajwa as well, Govinder Singh Bajwa. I mean, he's somebody else that we saw do something magnificent in Barcelona.
Yeah, I mean we've had some really good times in Barcelona as well, Rico. And there's more cricket in Spain actually tomorrow. If you don't want to wait till Monday, you can watch the ECI, the Grizzly Bear European Cricket International T20 International Tri-Series from Spain, featuring Spain, Germany and Italy. And that starts tomorrow, 9 a.m. GMT, 10 a.m. in Central Europe, and 2:30 p.m. in India. And of course, starting Monday, will be in Barcelona. And we mentioned it a few times, Rico, but that facility at Montjuic is going to be amazing, isn't it? And we haven't seen it since it's been redone.
No, it's an amazing facility. Remember, it featured heavily in the 1992 Olympics, and that whole area, I mean, you're talking about the Olympic Village there, basically, where that facility is. It is, of course, a baseball ground. There's 2 baseball grounds right next to each other, and but it has a lot of Olympic history to it. It's had a makeover as well. It's really going to be looking absolutely brilliant. And I know that some of the issues that we had with it before, maybe with the baseball mound there and some of the clay, that's all gone. So I'm looking forward to seeing it myself. I've seen it in pictures. It's going to be brilliant. But tell me this, you're not going to go all the way to Barcelona and be on your carbonara diet again. Surely not.
I think I've got 5 weeks left in the season, and I think I'm going to actually, I'll tell you what I'm planning to do when I'm in Barcelona. I want to play some padel.
Paddle.
Yeah, I want to play some of that.
Yeah.
I want that. And I reckon I'll find
they've
it.
got the courts are just there.
Are
We
they?
walk past them all the time. Remember when we used to go to the ground?
Yeah,
So
I'm there.
I'll
That's
challenge
me
you
every
for a
night.
game of paddle.
ECN Paddle Championships.
Yeah,
They should stream that as well.
I'll give you a game. You're on.
Yeah, it sounds good.
You're
I
on.
need to probably get out from behind the desk. I think that's something that's pretty clear. Hey, you know what? While we're waiting, we are going to go to a classic game. So thanks for staying with us. Also in the ECI, the T10 International, I can see Germany. They've made 131 off their 20 overs. So Spain will be chasing that. So you can always click over to that. But they are on a break as well. So we're going to give you some cricket here. So here is the good news. We're going to go back to the ECC, and Malta, their national team, was playing in that. Of course, they were playing in Group C. We're going to take you back to the 28th of September, and they're playing the Scotland 11. So news from the toss in match 5 of Group C. Scotland 11 won the toss. They've sent in the Maltese team, and it's going to be an interesting match to watch, I think, because we're going to have the tank, Darsha Patanka, out there with Basil George opening the batting. Adrian Neal's going to open the bowling. The first voice you hear will be that of the silky Rico Fall. But let's take you to that classic match right now. We'll keep you up to date with what's going on in the YouTube chat and also on our website. We'll be back here if there's any change. But right now, enjoy this classic match right here on the European Cricket Network.
I think we've gone now into the hundreds, 102 matches, I believe that might be now, without a go on a ball. Well, the computer there believes that this could be the one. Well, it certainly will be an interesting match, I think, as Scotland. We've only seen them with one outing at the moment, and though they were pretty solid in at the field, and you'd expect them to be, they really were in the top draw. But with the bat, a little bit shaky, just the one man, Naylor, that made a difference when they got that victory earlier against France. So they're looking to put a better display with the bat, but opting to have a field first. And obviously they've seen what Malta can do if they click, but well, obviously they believe that they're able to restrict the big guns of Malta. Speaking of big guns, we know who's out there. We're going to face the first ball. It's going to be Darsha Patanka. Well, he certainly got big guns because we call him the tank. He certainly is a big lad. He can hit the ball pretty well. Well, if he's the tank, and if he's a big lad, well, what do you call Adrian Neal? Because he's even taller, even bigger. Here he comes. It's a skyscraper against the tank. Good delivery. First up, right on the money. And, well, the tank, yeah, he's pretty powerful, but he's not the quickest, is he? And you can see just a cheeky little shy at the stumps there to make him run a little bit quicker, but he does get back. So first runs on the board. So the tank is off the mark. He's doing a double roll, really, isn't he? He's Darsha Patanka, because he also is the coach for Malta, acting as the coach and a player, and Varun Prasad also a player, but the player manager. So this has gone a long way up in the air, but it hasn't got the distance to go anywhere, and there's the catch taken, and the big and the hard-hitting Basil George, well, he will go for a first ball golden duck. That is not what they wanted. That's a big victory for the Scottish. Basil George is a powerful player, and we know what he did in that match. 147, he scored 67 of 24, and going for the big one, just hits it aerial, and a good catch taken. Goes a long way up in the air. It had to be taken, and it was taken. So just like that, Scotland get the breakthrough straight away, and it's Nell once more. Adrian Nell doing the same thing that he did in the first match against France, getting a wicket in the very first over. Basil George is the player that has to go. It's going to be pretty disappointing. And one thing he doesn't do is he doesn't waste too many deliveries. Well, we know that with Basil George. He's not going to waste too many. And a very good catch there from Lewis O'Donnell. We'll see O'Donnell in action later as well with the ball. And maybe he's going to bowl the next one. Another thing to look out for with Ireland is if in this time around we do see any spin from them. We didn't see any spinners used in that first match they played against France. It was all seam, and it worked pretty well. And one thing they were prepared to do was bang the ball in they were certainly attacking the batters with the short stuff. Big smile on the face of the big man. So in comes the skyscraper once more. Adrian Nell. Right on the money. Just defended away by Samuel Stanislaus. So sticking with the same batting order. Now once more. Oh, doesn't feel right here. That's a big U-turn. Goes to the wrong side of the dual carriageway as he goes back. Not wasting any time. Back again. And this time it's a good clean shot from Stanislaus. He sees that the man at mid-on inside the 30-yard circle. So safe shot to play if you get it right. Well, we saw Basil George getting it wrong. He went a long way up in the air and allowed the catch to be taken by O'Donnell, but this is a much better shot. Look at that. Loving the pose, holding the pose for Diane Horace, the ECM photographer, to take a nice photo there. This one not pitched up, a little bit shorter into the body. Very correct is Samuel Stanislaus. Plays that pretty well. Plays out the dot ball. And, well, got one big man in action. And we go to another big man coming into the dream box. Vinny Sandu. Well, what do you think about the size of this man then?
He's a large human being. I thought that when I ran into him in the hotel last night. He didn't even feel me run into him. Anyway, here's Neil. But he does this occasionally. I mean, that's so high. So we saw one earlier that went miles over everyone. Luckily, it's not so quick that goes over the keeper, but just on the screen, that one.
Yeah, he did that in the first match as well. And nobody's in danger there apart from some of these low-flying seagulls.
He's a loper. He just lopes.
And this one could be another wicket. Paddling as a fielder and puts it down. Oh, well, this is one that you'd expect them to take. And that is Jasper Davidson. He's in the action for the first time, wearing the Scottish colours, and you can see he's got some thinking to do. He does everything right here. I mean, it's a game for the shot to get it over him. Backpedals, gets himself in perfect position, and at the last moment, his hands let him down. So a drop catch, and how important could that be? Because that's a Stanislaus that goes, or gets to life, I should say. Yes, and he's a dangerous batter.
Into the first over. Does end with a chance that is spilled. 7 for 1 after 1. Just a reminder, you can follow us on social media at European Cricket, and if you'd like to send me a message, maybe I'll check them this innings for some of our viewers that can't get in the ECN comment section. Just send it to me on Instagram at Mr. Maximo, or even Twitter or Facebook. I'll try and cast my eye over those. It's the last game of the day, so we often like to do random questions in the last game of the day. So we start the second over. Lewis O'Donnell bowled very well earlier. 3 wickets for him. Starts by getting dabbed away for a single. Yeah, so any random questions you've got, if it's to do with cricket, if it's not, it doesn't matter.
Just stay ready.
Just please put them in the comment section, or you can give them to me on my social media at Mr. Maximo. It's a bit of interactivity for sticking with us into the 5th game of the day. Here's Lewis.
It's a good delivery, but a nice shot. I mean, it's pretty full. I'm looking at the shot, I suppose he slightly strays on to the legs of Patanka, but he plays this really well. It's a good shot to play. He doesn't get excited, doesn't get carried away. You see a lot of batters sometimes get this wrong and probably just pat it back onto the stumps or something, but he gets into perfect position. That's what it's all about. And just a little nurdle around the corner and gets himself 4 runs using the pace of Lewis O'Donnell. Wasn't his best delivery, and I think O'Donnell knows that, and he'll want to come back better. Gets this one in the right area. You can see a big conscious effort from O'Donnell to get this one outside the off stump. Dot ball, no run this time.
Yeah, so Malta, they certainly didn't have too many problems with the bat last time, cracking 147. Their real problems came with the ball. I wouldn't say that Scotland had problems with the bat, but they kind of really relied on one batter. It was Liam Naylor to get them out of jail with a very lightning half-century.
Taking on the fielder, and well, where's this? Or does he? I think this hits the bat. Luckily, because this quite easily could have caught him on the hand or the glove, and that certainly would have hurt.
You hope that hits the bat. Yeah, the tank didn't fire in the first game. Patanka. See, where does this get him? Well, more arm than bat, I think.
Not the bat, you know.
He's got that tank armour. He's all right. Doesn't even rub it. I like that from Darship Tanker. So what do you think about Basil George getting out? Do you think he just couldn't cope with the extra bounce of Neil? Trying to go downtown?
Yeah, I think it's just extra bounce. He goes a long way up in the air, but doesn't get it right. They're going to obviously back it so well in the first match, 64 he scored, so somebody else has got to take his spot. But one thing we know, and we've seen this with the likes of Basil George and also Patanka here as well, they will play their shots, and sometimes it's productive, sometimes not, but they do complement each other pretty well. So if one misfires, you normally find that the other one does get runs, and but he hasn't used up too many deliveries, and that we know is very important.
Trying to close out this over. It's been a good one, just 7 off it so far.
By the way, chase on from the fielders, and oh, he gets unlucky here. Gets an unfortunate bounce just at the last minute, and well, I'm not sure that I'm liking that post too much there, but I think he just saying, hang on a minute, that's a bit unfortunate. That's Alex Hinkley. Just have a look at this ball here. Just what? Just gets to see that.
Is it a mini Tortuga? I don't know. I mean, it's an unpredictable bounce. Anyway, he was in the, I think that's called the shame position. He was there for a long time, but it will be a boundary to relieve the pressure, and Malta are 18 for 1 after 2 overs. Just speaking to some of the Scottish players, I mean, don't think they've played under lights before, too many, if any, of the guys. Probably same with Malta, so a bit of adjustment, maybe. Start of a new over. This is up in the air, and it will go all the way, I think. Maximo! What a good way to start the third. And Malta swing away still with this last over of the power play. That takes him into the 20s.
Yeah, nice shot from Stanislaus. Now, he did get away with one when he tried to do the same thing earlier, didn't he? Got one wrong, and gets another right. So he has had a life. He was dropped and fall by Davidson, remember?
Long on goes back now.
Shot. This is classy. I'm liking this. And well, I'll tell you what, who else likes it? And that is Patanka. He runs over to him and says, give me 5. This is a cracking shot. Well, now he bangs this in. But what a shot. What a classy cut shot that is. 4 runs.
Yeah, I like that. Building a partnership, trying to get a bit of energy going. I like that. Run to your partner. Congratulate them. Just trying to get in a good place here, Malta.
And that's clever. So after playing a couple of boundaries, quite happy just to punch this out onto the offside, takes a single, rotates the strike.
Nail was a bit frightened there because Neil was going to field that, and he just, I think he heard the footsteps coming, fee, fi, fo, fum. So anyway, ends up just preserving himself. Yeah, I think that's a good length, though, in all seriousness, from Neil, because he's going to get more bounce off that kind of a length. It's not so easy to drive him on the up.
Ball called. Bit of missed opportunity, I think, for the batter here. I mean, this was cuttable. Misses out on it. But, not so happy about the call of the wide here, but I think it's
wide. I think he's even saying, oh, did he step across? Well, the short answer is no. And any movement has to be kind of prior to the ball being bowled. I think after that you can move, still retain that wide line.
Going to be another wide this time down the leg side. Just needs a little touch on this, but misses out on it.
See the lift he gets, though. It's still going up when it reaches the keeper, Angus Guy. It's certainly a bit of a handful for everybody concerned, but I'm loving the bowling of Neil in this tournament. I think he's going to be a handful.
Well, this is an opportunity. Go straight up in the air. Wicketkeeper will take it, and well, quick steps to get there first, and then does it easily, does the captain, Angus Guy. So that is the end of another batter. That's quite a soft dismissal. I'm not sure what's going on here. There's a bit of talk happening. Not sure what this is all about. But,
yeah, well, I mean, I'm not sure I can hear anything down there, but I think maybe there were words said in the over. In the end, it is Neil that has the last word. You can see the tank. He was annoyed with himself straight away. I think he was yelling at anyone. He was yelling at himself. That was a funny one because the keeper had to navigate around the stumps. I think he was quite sure where they were. Again, if that ball had come down on the stumps, it would have been bowled. The keeper gets there first and makes sure of it. So the tank fires a bit more, but not quite as much as he would have liked to. He goes for 10. Malta now 31 for 2.
Yeah, I mean, it's a bit disappointed. I mean, that's two wickets that have gone disappointingly. When you have a look at this again, he totally loses his shape. I mean, just have a look at the head of the tank. The one thing that he does do when he gets out is he does bring Varun Prasad in. But yeah, look at the head here. Look, it's all over the place, up in the air. Head goes up, ball goes up. It's a comfortable catch taken by Guide.
It's the extra bounce. I mean, once again, it's the extra bounce. And
Yeah.
so, yeah, okay, he wasn't in a perfect position to play that shot. But, yeah, that's why it goes straight up in the air. With a bit more luck on another day, that probably goes for a top edge for 4 or 6. Anyway, here's Prasad.
Trying to tuck him up. But, well, he's a big man, but he's pretty agile as well. But, gets the slide in, stops the ball, and shy at the stumps where he would be. Somebody else is there to back it up. So nicely done.
Yeah, so Prasad off the mark. Let's see how he deals with it. So Prasad really slammed him earlier. I liked it. He wasn't getting too leg side conscious, which I think is a bit of a trap for him when he gets up and going. We've seen that Prasad, he can get out early, but if he does get in and stay in, he can be so destructive if he bats through the innings. His last ball, the power play.
Again, does really well here, does Neil. We keep saying he's a big man, and when he's got to get down, he's got to get a long way down. But he just shows, once again, that he's quite prepared to do it. Gets there, stops a single. So Stanislaus not able to add any more to that total. It will stay at 32 at the end of the power play, and they have lost 2 wickets though.
Well, the Luxembourgers, they're going home pretty happy. I think they're on the way back to the Sunset Beach Club right now after going 2 for 2 on opening day. And depending on what happens this game, they could finish the day at the top of the table. But they know you don't win tournaments on day one. But still, they'll be very happy with their start. Scotland with a win. Belgium with a win over France. So the teams so far wouldn't be particularly happy. Probably France, one of them, with 2 losses. Anyway, here we go with over number 4. And it's going to be Jack Jarvis to bowl.
Jarvis to
Back it.
Prasad, who gets off the mark straight away. Varun, remember he played a very good innings as well. He made it 49. He was not out batter, stranded at the non-strikers end.
What I love about this is, okay, a lot of people seeing these teams for the first time. Already some people are predicting their finishing order, which is pretty tough because we're basically 4 games in and 3 overs. Shaqat Ali's gone Luxembourg, Scotland, Belgium, Malta, France. Early call. Ball by Jarvis. But I mean, it is early. I mean, you should know by now if you have been watching ECN, or I'll tell you if you haven't been watching before, things will twist and turn. Teams will go up, teams will go down. They'll have good days, bad days. The luck will be with them, the luck will be against them. That is why ECN cricket, it's cricket on steroids, Rico. It's cricket unlike any cricket that we've ever seen before.
Yeah, absolutely, for sure. Jack Jarvis. Stanislaus looking to make a big score this time. Looks to attack this, doesn't get this right. He sort of drills this to the leg side. Needs to be hitting straight. He's played that shot straight a few times, but this time we're going for the extra power.
I wouldn't say Varun Prasad is a huge fan of running fast, but I do think he'll realise at this level, and of course he's played a lot of T20 international cricket, but you got to hustle between the wickets. On a ground like this, can't even take it for granted you can walk a single to the outfield. He's facing up now, Prasad.
Oh, he gets tucked up here. Well, that's not good running from Stanislaus, because you can see that Varun Prasad has been really tucked up by this delivery. He's on the back foot. He's all over the place. He's got his back to Stanislaus.
Well, that's why he didn't run fast.
And Stanislaus is running, and Varun saying, "Hang on a minute, give me a chance. And fortunately, he was able to get back.
Hit him in a sensitive region. In theory, it was good running from Stanislaus because it was his call and he knew where the ball was. Unfortunately, Varun was still trying to count his and he wasn't going anywhere.
Well, this one will go somewhere. It will go all the way. Ball. Well, he says, you may hit me, you may hurt me, but I'm going to hit you back. And that 6 runs, the second 6 of the innings. Stanislaus has got 2 4s and 1 6 to his name. And now Varun Prasad, he hits his first boundary, and it's a maximo.
Yeah, he just uses the pace of the bowler, doesn't he? That one's slightly into the wind, which is more or less behind the batter, hitting straight. He'll take the runs. A few people, I mean, in the chat, a lot of people saying, what do I think about Scotland? They're trying to compare them to the Netherlands, 11 to England 11, Ireland 11 even. I'll tell you my thoughts in a second. off this ball, which is a big filthy swing and a miss from Prasad. End of the over, Jarvis goes for 8. It is 40 for 2 after 4. I will say, I'm not judging Scotland 11 just yet. I mean, they've got time to work their way into this tournament.
Yep.
I think you already saw a sign of it. Again, we haven't really seen their batting click yet. When you see how low Naylor was batting, actually, and the way that he hit the ball so well, maybe they just need to find out exactly what their best order, their best combination is in this form of the game, but I certainly am not going to write them off. And don't forget, they're undefeated. They're 1 for 1.
Yeah, I'm with you. I think, remember we were having exactly the same sort of conversation in Group 8 with Ireland. You know, the first few games, they didn't really click with the bat, and we were thinking, maybe, and then all of a sudden, they started to click, didn't they? I mean, Burton, he was sensational, and Seamus as well. So we know what happened there, and the same could happen here. I think Scotland, they'll take maybe a bit of time to adjust, to the artificial surface a bit, but I think they will come good. And I think you made a good point there. That you know, the batter who did perform and score runs for them, he did it coming in pretty late, no down the order, did Naylor. So I think there's plenty of batting there, it's just a matter of time.
One thing for me though is spin options for Scotland.
Yeah,
it's a bit of a sameness to the attack. So something a little bit different. This is a proper bouncer, which whistles past the nose of Samuel Stanislas.
Yeah, good delivery. It's the first time we're seeing Jasper Davidson into the action. Had an opportunity, didn't he, take a catch, or Stanislas dropped him on 4. So he's trying to get the man that he dropped here. Gets him with a spicy bouncer. So have a sniff of this. Well, he can't bowl any more short stuff. And this one has been hit big. Well, he said, well, okay, I was sniffing the one before. Well, now you're fetching this one. This has gone a long way. Boom. Shaka Lagia. This is a big shot from Stanislas right out of the middle of the bat. A bit of rasmalai.
Yeah, so follows up the bouncer with the slower ball. I think the batter was almost waiting for it, and you can see that's let's just say Jasper's getting a quick introduction to what ECN cricket's all about. One moment you're up, one moment you're down. What does he come back with now? Halfway through this over.
Well, he goes for now. This has to be called a no ball. Yeah, they're spot on. He's already bowled the one. He was told that was the one for the over, and then he goes for another one. So no ball, free hit coming up.
No doubt about it either. They're both clearly over the shoulder. So free hit coming up. So I suppose it's also, obviously he wants to bowl a short ball there, but doesn't want it so short it's above the shoulders, which is a legitimate tactic. But it's risky because this pitch is new to him. Again, it's rolling the dice in a way that could be costly here because there's a free hit coming up now.
Yeah, good work from the umpires, working well together. Stefan Gooch and Nilkesh Patel.
Real bag of all sorts from Davidson so far in this over.
Free hit stays in place.
Seems stubborn with the shortish stuff. Let's see how stubborn. I would be thinking, I'd even be maybe going a bit of backwards tap here. I think he's going to give you some length to work with.
I'd like to see him come out of his crease and trying to hit straight. Well, he doesn't. He stays in the crease and tries to hit big, but he gets an edge. It goes flying towards third man, bounces just before the boundary rope. That's 4 runs.
Well, that's one way to do it. Yeah, I just don't think he's going to be that easy to drive because he keeps doubling down on pitching short, doesn't he? So this one, bit of luck, but you make your own luck, don't you? He had the immunity cloak on because it was still a free hit. And so Malta climb to the 50 now. They're 52 for 2.
Yeah, applying a little bit of pressure here on Jasper Davidson. Two batters.
Quick hello to Jeff Maguire, who's in the chat, watching from Northern Ireland, I think. Hope you're well. Also, say hello to Maya from Germany, who'll be here next week.
Yeah, hello to Maya. Hello to Jeff as well. And of course, missing your presence there, Jeff, but I'm pretty sure that you'll be back.
Two sides of the coin here. We're talking a lot about Scotland 11, and that's kind of to be expected because they're like new faces on ECN. But, I mean, Malta, they couldn't defend 147 earlier. They've got their own issues with the ball. I think they need to get it right, especially with Scotland 11. They'll be very keen to show their batting's up to the mark and that they have their approach right for this form of the game. Last ball of the over for Davidson.
This is being picked up beautifully. Adios, Pelota. This one goes a long way. That's a shot that Varun Prasad has made his own. He makes it look so easy when he plays this. Lovely hit, straight down the ground. And that's 6 more. So these Maltese batters, we know they're dangerous. And look at that, it's a great shot. How many times have we seen him play that at the Malta International Cricket Ground? And now he's doing it here where it matters, at the Cardamom Oval.
Yeah, so 59 for 2 after 5. Well, if that one was an old-time movie, it would have been Gone with the Wind, because the higher you hit that, the further it goes with the wind carrying in that direction. Nice shot from Prasad to finish the over. We are in Spain. We are at the Cardamom Oval for 5 weeks. In fact, this is our 3rd week starting right now. We have cricket 7 days a week here, Monday to Friday, for the international cricket here in the ECC. We also have FanCode ECT10, the domestic tournament going on Saturdays and Sundays here. But then the ECS will continue, the FanCode European Cricket Series, starting with a tournament in Zagreb, Croatia from the 17th of October. Then 2 weeks in Malta, which are the team you're watching right now. And then we have 5 weeks in Spain, once again in Barcelona. So yeah, the Malta tournament, 24th of October. It'll be great to be back there once again. And all these guys, they play for their local clubs. Same exciting format, same drama, I suppose. A few interesting things we saw in Malta late last year. Varun Prasad hit a 6 when he was trying to get out of the way of the ball on a beamer. That's the one that springs to mind right now.
And this one, well, you mentioned 6. This will be 6. It's a short delivery from Kes Sajjad, and it gets mullered away. Lovely jubbly out of the middle of the bat. Thank you very much. And you can bowl them again. Now, we saw Kes Sajjad when he bowled earlier. I mean, he's got an array of quick deliveries and slower ones. I wonder if he's going to fire the slower delivery in here.
I think it's a definite tactic to bang it in here. Works sometimes.
And well, this one's up in the air, should be taken, and it is taken. So it is 6 and out for Stanislaus, and he'll be a little bit disappointed really with that. He doesn't want to have a better look at Kes Sajjad, so he fires the short ball away over the boundary, and then Kes gets it outside the off. Going for the shot over the in circle, but gets too much height on it, not enough distance, and he has to go. Doesn't quite get to the pitch of it.
I don't know about charging this, because I felt like Sajjad didn't really want to give him something drivable. So maybe he's turning it into something drivable in his mind, but I probably would have stayed back on that. I mean, hindsight's 2020. Stanislas, he knew he was a dead duck as soon as he hit it, but it does contribute a very useful 36 off 20 balls, 3 maximos, 3 4s in there, but Sajjad has his wicket, 65 for 3.
Yeah, gets a nice round of applause. I think you're absolutely right. He gives them, you know, when the early wicket of Basil went, he needed to just regroup a little, get something going, and he does that. It's a nice catch taken there by Naylor.
I'm going to say quick hello, like I said, to a few people in the comment section. I know that Maya is excited because she's coming to support the German team next week, and she's just received her German flag to wave around at the ground. So
lovely.
I look forward to seeing it.
Yeah, Maya, looking forward to seeing you, and I'm sure that you're going to have an array of outfits as well. Always look dashing. And, well, looking forward to seeing you again, Maya. Back to the action here. New batter comes in. It's going to be Bikram Arora, the captain.
First chance to get a look at Bikram. He's a very capable player. Had a very good time recently in T20 international cricket as well.
Yep.
Arora and Prasad put on a record-breaking partnership. It's nice to see the T20 international status being given to all ICC affiliated countries now. So certainly give these guys something to work towards. It creates a structure with which they can move, although a lot of it is self-funded still, and a lot of the burden comes down to the federations. But I've got to say, Malta having a good time, and having a good time here as well as he waits on this. Prasad gets a little bit improvisational, but it'll work. There was no third man, and that's 4 runs.
Yeah, I'm liking this. It's a lovely shot. He just he waits on it. He knows that the length and the width is right for this shot. So just wait and says, there we go. I'll do a little bit of this. Well, when you get it right and you get it the placement perfect, it looks pretty good. I've seen a few times when the same shot has been played straight into the hands of the fielder. So you've got to execute it well, and he does.
This is the thing with Prasad. Sometimes he overdoes that step away, doesn't he?
Yep.
He tries to clear that front leg, and it makes a ball like this pretty, say, unreachable, or difficult to catch up with, I'll put it that way.
Yeah, it does this time. But it's a good delivery, though, from Kes Sajjad. It's just a little bit shorter, gets more bounce on it. And this has been smashed. No ball has been called, and I think this has been, is this for a field infringement? And
yeah,
so
it is. The fielder at cover wasn't inside the circle, and that's why the umpire is level with the circle. He'll always be checking
Yeah.
So it wasn't that he was right out on the boundary. The fact is he just wasn't quite in the circle. I think it was Uzair Shah is the offending man there. So where did that ball go? I was too busy looking at the umpire.
Well, that ball goes into Killer Python zone.
Well, that's a 7.
Yeah. So
And well, the bowler, Sajjad, let's say, is nonplussed about that because he'll have to cop it, and he has to bowl a free hit now to Prasad, who will be swinging away. Don't you worry about that.
Well, unfortunately for Prasad, he hits this one straight to the fielder, and he'll be disappointed without Jasper Davison doing the fielding. End of the over. And it's another good one for Malta. They're ticking along nicely here. Move to 71 here.
Here's something I'm watching. Got 12 minutes to bowl 3 overs. You should do that, but if you fall behind, you don't have time to catch it up at this point. So it's got 11. Again, because they're fairly inexperienced in this format of the game, they will understand pretty quickly that the timing is the timing. It's brutal. And if that clock runs out before the end of the 9th over, they're going to cop 5 penalty runs. Hopefully it doesn't come to that. This is also the thing with them not having an out-and-out spinner, right? They're bowling 10 overs apace.
Yeah.
All right, here we go with over number 7.
Oh, this is big. What a beauty. Out of the middle. That is sweet, sweeter than a bowl of rasmalai. 6 more. Que grande. Bombastic as this sails over the boundary. Nice to see Bikram Arora saying to him there, hey, bud, you're batting well, but don't throw your wicket away. Nice shot. Big hit.
These are the two. They love batting together, don't they? Left-hand, right-hand combination. That was just too close to Prasad. Yeah, that is his wheelhouse. That's his wheelhouse.
Yeah. I mean, what are you thinking here as Lewis O'Donnell comes in again? And he goes for the same area again. It's up, 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 and away. A great effort from the fielder, trying to keep this in the field of play. A tremendous effort, greater energy. That was a dynamic bit of work in the field, but unfortunately not able to match the shot. It's 2 sixes on the spin. Look at that, great. I mean, look, absolutely brilliant effort there. But the shot from Varun was even better. 6 more. He's taking on Lewis O'Donnell here. This time he cuts it, and he's going to get 4 more, is it? No, there is a fielder that comes across.
Was that your blind spot, was it?
Oh,
so that was straight to Mahim Majid. There you go. He's there now, the 3rd man. I like the excitement, though.
I'm loving this. This is, yeah, I was just going to ask you a question. I reckon here, I think if Malta get to this sort of 120 score, I think they're going to be up for this, you know. Bearing in mind that Scotland, they did struggle hitting the 100 themselves, didn't they? I mean, they got that chase on against France, but they only got to the 91 with 4 balls to go. So Malta, this is a good start for them at the moment. Just nudges this away. That's Bikram Arora, so he's quite happy. Just give the strike back to Varun.
Yeah, this is pretty much 140 pace a second ago. 138 pace here. Just keep an eye on the clock as well. I think we could run into clock trouble here because again, they're not. If they take a wicket, they're not going to get an allowance here until the 6th wicket falls.
This is out this time to Sajjad.
Shout out to our official timekeepers, Frederick Costa. Swiss team will be here in Group D next week. It'll be great to see them for the first time in this European Cricket Championship. It'll be the final debut team to hit the park. As O'Donnell, last ball of his spell.
And this is whipped away, and this one will be 4. And it's a little bit short. And what a nice, classy shot this is from Bikram Arora. And this is what he does. I mean, for me, he's a batter that can bat in a number of places. But Vinny, for me, he's still your ideal opener. I know they're probably going for aggression in the front.
Yeah.
But I think he's the sort of batter that's got a bit of everything.
He's got gears, doesn't he,
yeah.
Bikram? He can hold it together or he can out and out attack. That's not a bad time for him to come in either. So I suppose he's versatile, and that's the benefit. Just a reminder that we'll have more Group C action tomorrow. Luxembourg, Malta. Well, that'll be a good rematch because we saw 299 runs scored in that game at over 15 and over. They'll be up first thing. Scotland 11 take on Belgium. That'll be a good one. They'll also play France in the last game. Scotland get another night game. But as far as Malta, they'll play Belgium later in the day as well. 9:30 a.m. GMT, 11:30 in Central Europe, 3 p.m. in India. Join us for more Dream 11 European Cricket Championship.
See a conscious effort here being made here to get the ball in a slot there to Varun, where he's not able to play any width outside the off or anything short. So they've tucked him up a little bit, but now it is Bikram Arora that's starting to get going.
You can see the urgency now from Davidson, who wants to get through this over. They have 8 minutes to bowl these 2 overs. And so you can see this is where Arora having a look around the field and he's saying, well, I'm ready to bowl. So that's something you have to take into account as well. Should be a good contest.
Bit of a groan there from Arora.
He groaned like he cut his finger off. There's more out of frustration. Arora knew that if he gets any kind of bat on that, it was asking to be hit to the boundary. There's a big gap there. There's a 45 at fine leg just inside the circle, but no one around him. Gets himself in a muddle, just gets one.
Just for Davidson now to Varun. And he misses out on another one. So
I certainly think they don't believe that some of these continental players can handle the short ball that well or consistently well. It does seem to be a tactic seen employed, particularly by Davidson.
Varun Prasad will go after this. And he tries, he almost dislocates his shoulder, but that's the area where he's missing out on.
Yeah.
They're looking to try and get the uppercut going. The only one he's got right is one that he waited on and just guided the ball, sort of paddled it in the gap. But when he's trying for the power, he's not getting it. He's getting frustrated here.
Beaten for bounce there, really.
This time he does get it right, and well, a little bit of a Tortuga bounce there for the fielder to have to deal with. Can't deal with it, Majid. So Varun Prasad, after playing and missing a few, gets this one right. Gets a bit fortunate with the bounce as well. The fielder a little bit unfortunate, so getting another boundary. Just watch the bounce here. That really takes off. Gets fingers to it.
It's a tough one.
Not able to stop it.
You probably have to anticipate a slightly unusual bounce there. You don't know how much it's going to bounce, and pretty much tipped over the bar by Majid. Nice ball, the over.
Short. Doesn't quite get it where he wants it. Just, I think, a little bit quicker than he expected. As the throw comes in. And here's the end of another over. So the 100 did come up with that boundary.
Got it, guys.
104 now. The 8 overs gone. Hey, Vinny, got to say, have a look at the sky. I mean, this is the part of these matches that I love. You know, the sun's going down here. They've got that orange glow in the sky. The floodlights are now starting to take over. It's going to be another sensational, picturesque moment here. This is why we call this the Dream Box.
Sure will. It is the field of dreams as well for a lot of these players. Yeah. The diverse backgrounds, these players in European cricket. Now we'll go to the last. I want to say a quick hello, though, to Mike and Lauren from Cohen. And they're tuning in. It's just down the road. Wow, this one might end up down the road because that is absolutely hammered. And I don't know if you can hit it. Cricket ball. It's put our camera out of focus. That's Prasad's 50. And what a way to bring it up with a huge Maximo 51 of 20 balls. He brings it up with his 6th 6, and that was the biggest of the lot. What a shot.
That is humongous. That was mammoth. That was a Bizaway supersonic 6. Well batted ball, but then Varun Prasad, nobody 50 million. Hey, listen, that's 100 not out, you know. That's 100 not out. 49 in the first match, 51 in this, 100 not out in the day. That's not bad going.
That's very good going. Prasad can be a little bit, I suppose, inconsistent is the word I would use. But when he's in, he just seems like an unstoppable force.
That was huge. That's the biggest one. I mean, that's a 6 on any ground, anywhere in the world. I don't care what you say.
Absolutely nailed it, didn't he? Still got time to play with. You see, they seem to be sneaking in for time here as well. Scotland.
Where's this one going to be? Well, it's okay. And, it's that area that they've managed to bog Varun down on. And this is something that some of the other teams will be watching as well. Look.
Probably just okay.
Just okay.
If 1% of that ball hits the blue line when it passes the crease, then it's going to be a wide, but probably for me is all right. It's where you got to bowl to Prasad. Can he dial it up again?
Up in the air, and it's an opportunity. Good catch. Nicely done. It's that moment of the day as well. It's the light starts to fade, the floodlights are on. So you got to find it first, and then you got to take a nice clean catch. So gets into good position, holds the catch. Nicely done. That is the end of Varun, but not before he scores 50, 51 of 22 deliveries. Well batted, but it's also well bowled by Kesajat. He does get the wicket of the man that, well, he stumped him for a few big boundaries, but this is payback time. He hangs up there for a long way, but what a good catch that is. Good technique. Had to make a little adjustment right there towards the end. So Alex Hinkley, he's not had it all his way out there, but he does take the catch when he needs
Yeah,
to.
it's a really good catch because it's easy to get stuck underneath that one. The wind's actually take it slightly back towards him, but he holds on. But Prasad, got to say, that was an innings-defining knock from him. He ends up getting to the 50 in the end. 51 of 22. He departs with Malta in reasonably good shape. It's 111 for 4.
Yeah, so I was mentioning them getting that the 120. I mean, that's what they will have their eye on. And then they've got to bowl pretty tightly. I mean, that was where they let themselves down against Luxembourg. But they've still got plenty of opportunity to get some quick runs here.
Swing and a half, wasn't it? And look at it is. It's Bilal who's come out there. He can hit a long ball as well. We've seen that in Malta before. Probably more a bowler who bats, but still didn't pick that one from Sajjad.
Do you think, I mean, there's still, I mean, he's come in here with what, I mean, now there's, what, 8 balls to go. There's, I don't know if, I mean, if it was 2 balls to go like last time or 1 ball to go, I get it. I think they've got other capable batters that could probably be coming in here now. That's a wide, taking on. This is very good running from Big
Yeah,
Bro.
very good.
He is Speedy Gonzalez when he's out there. And as soon as he gets the opportunity, he goes on the and he gets down to the other end pretty quickly.
He does. And Aurora, he was super quick there. Roadrunner stuff. Just think of spin options. Maybe Jack Hogarth with leg spin could come into the side just to mix up their attack a little bit. Scotland.
Oh, well, this has gone like a bullet from the bat of Bikram Aurora. Well, he wants to get to the other end. Well, he's looking to hit this straight down the ground, gets a bit of edge on this, and it absolutely flies past Angus Guy. Have a look how quick this goes.
Yeah, he just didn't react straight away, and really...
Did he? That's got like a bullet, though.
Yeah, that's true. I just think if he stays lower longer, he might be able to kind of jump at that. But Angus Guy was just caught a little bit off balance. They'll take the runs, Malta.
And that's that slower delivery. They think about the single, but sort of Bilal goes and stops. And that means that he's going to start the final over on strike. The score, though, it's pretty healthy, 117. 4 wickets down, so 6 balls to come. The 120 should come up, but maybe with a couple of big hits, they'd be eyeing up 130. That'll be a healthy score on the board. But hey, we're talking about a team that put 147 on the board. And they ended up losing against Luxembourg. Luxembourg getting the runs and getting them with 4 balls. Is it 4 balls? No, 2 balls to go. 152 for 3. So it's the bowling that was the issue in that one.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Hang on a minute here. I just saw the umpires having a chat with the captain. I mean, we're going to have to look into this. Was there? I didn't spot a signal.
I think they beat the clock last I saw it. Come back to that in a second.
I'm going to have a look. There definitely was a conversation.
I think that to me, it looked like they snuck in because from where they were.
Maybe there was a question.
Even with the wicket falling, I feel like they had enough time to play with. I don't see any mention of penalty runs.
No, maybe it was just a question from the captain. Say, hey, are we all right? And Stephen Goose just saying, yeah, you're good. Chance. Same left fielder again. He's taken one before and he's going to take another one. Well, it's not the same fielder. They do have a bit of a change. But it's nicely taken anyway. No problems there at all.
It's Naylor, I think, that takes the catch and without too much of a fuss. I was just thinking, imagine if you got penalty runs because you were good for time, but you went over time by asking the umpire, are you good for time? But anyway, I think it's a clever little variation from Jack Jarvis. I think he's picked up the game pretty quickly here, and he realises that you do need to kind of mix up your game a little bit, but still not lose your accuracy. So he picks up the wicket, and Malta just losing their way slightly after Prasad has gone. And now they've lost Aurora for 7. It's 118 for 5. 4 balls remaining.
Yeah, 4 balls to go. New batter comes in, and Bilal having a nice chat there. So we see the captain for Malta, Bikram Aurora, made 11 of 7, and he goes. He knows that his team is in a pretty good position. He gets a nice warm round of applause from his boys. 118 on the board, 4 balls to go. Matthew is the man who's out there now. And I think the key thing is not to swing and miss, contact and run. Can't be dot balls. And that's the worry, you see. Sometimes when you're going out there with the mindset to say you're going to swing and you're going to smash the ball to the boundary, well, even if he swings and misses all of this and gets one boundary, for me that's not good enough. I think you've got to be thinking smart. And the smart play is to say, well, okay, if it's not in the slot, then get back onto it, take the single, because you don't want to be stranded on a score. Well, they don't want dot balls here. You need something from everything.
Yeah, depends on your strategy. I think they're going to go all in on the big hit here.
Better, they've got to go, and they do. So they get the single. Sajjad makes the stop.
Bilal is known as a late innings finisher. Certainly we've seen him playing, historically playing for Southern Crusaders in Malta. Last year, that was when I noticed he would come in a 9th, 10th over, and he could win games off his own bat. See if he can do it here to Jarvis, who's got 2 to spend. 119 on the board for Malta.
Oh, well.
Run.
They've got to run hard. They do run hard. But, well, it's a good job. At least doesn't hit the non-striker. A few will go back and strike. Hello to Indica Pereira and also to Johnny G in Malta, who are looking in. Well, let us know what you think of this score so far. Do you think it's going to be enough? And, of course, to all of our other friends who are in Malta that are tuning in.
I want to say hello to Andy Nowdy. He's already sent me a message as well, saying he's tuning in from Malta. Anyway, here we go. 120 plus this is Matthew.
Oh, it goes through. Nutmegs the wicketkeeper. They're going to run hard. They've got to come back. So the 120, 122 it will be, courtesy of those 2 byes. So just lets himself down right there towards the end. Angus Skye, the wicketkeeper captain of Scotland. And so Malta do get to and pass that 120 mark. I was saying that if they get to the 120 and they bowl well, they'll hope to contain Scottish side, that even though they've got a victory under their belt, and that was against France, but they were made to work hard to get to the 91 they needed. They did it with 4 balls to go.
Yeah, well, what I will say is lights are on, and we are right at home here at the Cardamom Oval. The early wicket of Basil George, first ball, far cry from what he produced earlier in the day. And we saw the tank fire a couple of times with a couple of boundaries, but this was a chance, wasn't it? Stanislaus would end up going on to make 36 off 20 balls with 3 4s and 3 6s. And just looking at this innings, the splits, well, 59 in the first half and then 63 in the second half. So more or less consistent, but I think they built this off 3 overs really. 5, 6 and 7. They all went for 19, so not quite magical, but good enough. I think it sets a pretty decent target for Scots, who are going to be tested under lights.
Yeah, I think they are going to be tested, but I think that the other test is going to be with Malta. Malta will know whether some of the things that they did wrong. They just bowled the wrong length a lot of the times. They allowed their opponents in that last match to defeat. They had Luxembourg to get underneath a lot of the balls. They needed to be a bit fuller, and I think they'll be hopefully better for that. But again, yeah, you're absolutely right. They're going to have to adjust to the lights, and we know that it does take a bit of an adjustment. Let's see how they do about it. Of course, the question also is, how many times have they played under lights?
Yeah, not many, if any.
Yeah.
But what I will say, Prasath, well, he's a really exciting player. He's dynamic. I mean, it's probably got a few little blind spots in his technique, but when he's on, he is on. And he really did turn it on here. And the shot that brought up his 50 was absolutely huge. Scotland trying everything to keep the ball in play. But this nice little partnership with Aurora just kept them moving in the right direction, didn't it? A bit of a Tortuga bounce for Majid. That one went to the boundary. And, well, eventually he did get to the 50, he was out soon after. And that just kind of sparked a little bit of a mini comeback, I think, for the Scots later on. This one did get to the boundary, but there weren't too many others. The last over only went for 5, and that included 2 byes. That was a really good finish from Jack Jarvis. That could be important later in the night.
Yeah, it certainly could be. And the catching was pretty good as well. They were, once again, as you'd expect them to be, pretty good in the field. They backed each other up pretty well, backed the bowlers up quite well as well. But I think Malta, they could be pretty pleased with their efforts as well. They know it wasn't going to be easy taking on a Scottish side here, but you look at that scorecard, I think there were good contributions there. I mean, Basil George going early, that could always be a shock in the system, but once again, he doesn't chew up too many balls. Stanislaus, I think the way he responded was good. He just he realised that he had to up the tempo. He played some really nice shots. Got lucky himself. Remember, he was dropped on 4 by Davidson. But a good all-round contribution there. But once again, Varun Prasath, 51 of 22. A fantastic performance from him. Have a look at the bowlers there, Vinny. And there's some impressive figures, I think, but also expensive. Sajjad just pick up 2 wickets, but he goes for 32. Yeah,
Jarvis, for me, look, head and shoulders kind of above the rest as far as how effective he was then, because he went for just 11 off his 2 overs. Yeah, Neil, 2 wickets and 2 for Sajjan as well. But I think they need to try and get a spinner in there just to break it up a little bit. So Malta make 122. The last innings of opening day here, which is now opening night in Group C, is on the other side of this break. Can the Scots make it 2 for 2? Oh, well, Malta registered their first win of Group C. Join us after the break. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. Rico Full with me. Back shortly with more Dream 11 European Cricket Championship. Hello, welcome back to the Master Cricket Ground. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. And unfortunately, I have some bad news. In match 48, the final here in the ECS Malta. And the umpires and the officials have decided that the play will not go ahead. It is abandoned due to the weather. We saw rain intervening a couple of times really in the 6th over. Marsa at that stage were batting first. And the game was kind of in the balance. Due to the persistent rain, which held off for most of the day. We got through 3 matches and into the 4th, but unfortunately it made the ground unplayable. As Rico Full joins me in the commentary box. Rico, it's a sad one actually, because for the 2nd consecutive time in the ECS, the final is abandoned due to rain. But that means that Marsa, they win the trophy due to their superior performance in the group stage. But still, it's not the ending that anyone wants to see.
No, of course it's not. I mean, once again, well done to Marsa. And you've got to say that the two best teams made it through all the way to the final, and Marsa just had that slightly better track record, and as a result of that, they will be crowned the champions. Got a feel for the Knights a little bit because it was the 3rd time that they're up against Marsa in the final. This time, the final, well, it only went so far, didn't it? Just got up to just past the halfway point when the heavens opened once more, and you can see they're still raining pretty heavy, and it's not through no shortage of trying. We just couldn't get out there again, and with the score on 53 for 2, that's how it stayed. So well done to Marsa, you've got to say. But yeah, it's disappointing. But look, on the plus side, you've got to say, when we saw the forecast for today, we didn't think there'd be any cricket.
That is true.
So
yeah,
we've been very lucky that we have got at least 3 of the 4 matches through. But it's always disappointing when we don't get the final.
It's still some magical moments in the final for the Knights. Look, this kind of continues this narrative. The Knights have done everything but win the trophy here. Yeah. They were undefeated in 2020, and they ended up losing the final to Marsa on that occasion. They only lost for the tournament. And then we saw in 2021, in June, they were knocked out in their semi-finals, and in December, they made it to the final. They're probably favourites as well, but Marsa, they won the trophy on that occasion as well. So it's 3 out of 4 here for Marsa. Look, Rico, I want to say a big thank you to you. I know you put in a big shift. 8 weeks in a row you have been behind the mic for us on the European Cricket Network. So I want to say a big thank you to you, and obviously I want to say a big thank you to all of our partners, to HCL Software, and well, for all of you, all the people out there that want to know who will win the trophy for the HCL question, you can go to crickthon.com, you can find out. And we'll be back to question of the week as well next week. Yeah, but Rico, I want to just focus on you for a second. Big thank you. I know, enjoy the couple of weeks off with your family, rest and recharge the batteries, and I look forward to seeing you in Barcelona about halfway through.
I look forward to welcoming you back to Spain. Of course, yeah, I won't be there to start off with, but no, I know that yourself and Corey will have a great start to it, and I look forward to being there and seeing some fantastic cricket. And of course, it will be the last series of the year as well, so I think it's a fitting fitting place to end, and I'm pretty sure that we'll have a few carbonaras and a few tinto de veranos and a few vino tintos as well.
We were just watching the classic match there, and believe it or not, that seems so long ago. That was 3 weeks into your stint. So, no, Rico, I really hope you have a good time. Look, if you want more cricket, there's more coming up tomorrow, and you can see that we have T20 Internationals continuing. This will be the final 2 matches: Spain taking on Germany and Italy. Some really interesting cricket from there. 9 a.m. GMT, which is 10 o'clock in Central Europe. It's 2:30 p.m. in India. I'll certainly be watching that. And then coming on Monday, we will be back with ECS cricket, and I'll be in Barcelona. Looking forward to seeing the refurbished Montjuic Stadium there in Barcelona. Pac Montcarter featuring the Big Mac. So Big Mac playing for Pac, and then Bangladesh King. That one. But Rico, I think the time has come for us to go. And, well, we'll be back soon. But for now, this is Vinny Sound and Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network. Hopefully you have a great weekend. Stay happy, stay safe. And Rico, have a great time off. And until next time, we'll see you for more cricket right here on the European Cricket Network. We'll leave you with some highlights of the day. And hasta mañana.
Adiós todos, mi familia. Hasta pronto.